Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. You hear me now? All right, let's see. Testing, 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 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. All right. Testing. All right, we good, everyone. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Bronze Reaper podcast. I'm your host, Rosalind Perkins. I knew something wasn't working because I had this changed volume. I never use it, but I'll play. I'll hit it once. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Yep. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, 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 testing. Yeah, there's this thing that I don't hit. I mean, I don't use a lot. So yeah. Good morning, everybody. Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Bronze Reaper podcast. I'm your host, Rosalind Perkins, and today we got a good show. Should Africans be responsible for the Atlantic slave trade with the Europeans? I do gotta fix it. Hold on. Atlantic. Yeah, I had to fix it. I had to repost it because I guess I knocked off a few I knocked off a few. Give me a second. I knocked off a few letters, but now it works. Um this might be a good question. I don't know what type of show we're gonna have today. We're gonna have a good show. I know that, but I don't know if I know the Pan Africans will come in here, that the Caribbeans, because I want to see. and this is just me. I want to see what type of not ideas, but what type of philosophy a Caribbean's on. You know, I know like the regular OG Caribbeans where they be like, oh yeah, we don't fuck with Africans because of that whole slave trade shit. But it might be a little bit different in America. Who knows? You know, um, to me, and I don't blame Africans for us a lot because it was only 4% that came over here. But we have to look at um, the Caribbeans, the South Americans. Don't forget in Africa, I mean in Argentina, they genocide. The Spaniards genocide a lot of Africans. That's why it's not that many Africans. It's like 4% of Africans in Argentina. You know, that's a little bit under 100,000. You know, so I would say that. I think it's a bad. I think it's harsh, and I think they're no better than Europeans, but I want to see what everybody else thinks. You know, so we're gonna have a serious topic, but give me a second. We're gonna have a serious topic, but we're gonna have a topic where um this might take a little bit of thinking. You know, yeah, it's gonna take a little bit of thinking. I could say that. I do want to. I want to give a shout out for the people who are in early. I hope y'all Friday's going good. I don't fuck with Africans because they're not attractive. What's going on, Dorsey? Dorsey's already with the bullshit. Let me see. Nope. If we are FBAs and never had connections with Africa in a modern sense, then there's no connection to the Atlantic slave trade. Um, I am Choa Nation. We were here before the Serbian Indians. We occupied the western part of the hemisphere. Yeah, I believe that, Dorsey. Let's see. B1, yeah, B1 all day, every day. Shout out to Osto Gray. Oh, you meant Africans, not just South Africa. No, it says should, not South Africa. Should. South Africa is it's kind of a fairly new term. There was mostly tribes down there. I don't fuck with Africans. Dorsey's already with the bullshit. He's locked and loaded. He's like, yeah, I don't fuck with them Africans. That shit ain't got nothing to do with me. I'll say this. I'm gonna throw something out. I want to say yes, and the reason why I want to say yes because at the end of the day, they were in cahoots with a lot of stuff that was happening to, and I'm gonna talk about the modern names like the Jamaicans, a few Dominicans, the Haitians, the Trinidadians, the Grenadans, the whole Caribbean area, the whole Caribbean coast, even certain Latin countries and the Portuguese countries, such as Brazil, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, slave trade port in history, and that modern history. So yes, I think they are responsible. Name me one attractive African that was not influenced by European cosmetics. Um, I don't know, man. Are there some? Yes, there are some, Dorsey. I will say that there are some. I just don't know. You know, I don't really. I'm gonna say this. When I'm on this show, I don't really. I wouldn't say entertain, but I don't really research stuff like that. I'll be personally honest. I think most Africans they use European culture because they were because of the Berlin Conference. You know, so yeah, You are right to a certain extent. You are right, but I do believe that a lot of these, when we talk about beauty culture, yes, there is going to be a little bit of European into it. And the reason why, look who colonized them. Look who their oppressors are. This is why, my man says seal. um, I was thinking about women wise, African women. They're always gonna have some type of European influence. No ifs and buts about it. Men are a little bit different. African men are a little bit more different because they're prideful, but they do obey white American men. I will say that they'll smile in their face. Hey, how can I help you? You know, I have worked with people like that. Um, and don't forget, if they know, like the European man knows that this man isn't Black American, they will cater to him more because he's easier to control. You know, it has always been like that. That's why if you ever notice, when Black Americans used to get hired, and I'm talking about probably 15 years and back or 10 years and back, there wasn't a lot of Black American men working in the same place because a lot of Europeans or a lot of white people they're threatened by that. They're threatened when Black people are laughing together, having a good time. And this is the workplace. Like, have you ever noticed if you ever worked? And this might just be me. They always try to break up Black people from each other. You know, they don't do that with other cultures. Everybody else can have a good time and talk, but when there's like three or four Black people talking with each other, eating lunch, they will break that up like this. So it always has been there. No Grace Johnson. Keela. Keller, what's his name? Fatu, some shit like that. He was a magician, musical artist. Let me say that because it sounds like I'm saying magician, a musician. You know, you got him. He had like 20 wives and stuff, and just be singing about oppression and stuff, wearing his dashikis and shit. He did it all through the 80s, and they kicked that nigga's back, and I think he was Nigerian, but he was on code. That's one Nigerian I can tell you was on code. You know, you know. Yeah, they always been like that, Dorsey. It's just that's the type of environment that they don't like. They don't like environments like that. Black people together hanging out. That's why you don't see a lot of black people working together. You'll see a lot of Africans or Caribbeans or um Latino people working together, but you won't see a whole bunch of black people working together. I mean, working together at a job. You'll never see that. And it's because they feel comfortable. One thing I always tell people all the time, and this is what I feel about life, and I don't think most white people know this, but most white people's comfort is black people's fear. When black people are fear and scared of everything, that's when white people feel comfortable. They feel comfortable. Why you think they go out here and say like, "Yo, back in the days, oh yeah, all you do is complain, you cry and stuff like that." They can't say that shit now, you know? Oh no, he wasn't a voodoo artist. He was lit. I'm gonna be personally honest, Dorsey. That nigga was lit. Um, when I get his full name, I'll let you know. He was lit. Nigga had like 20 wives driving around, singing. Dun, 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 dun. Yo, shit was lit. Yeah, that nigga was lit. You know me, I give credit when it's when I see it, my nigga, but that nigga was lit. Um, I do want to say this, man. Let me ask you a question, Dorothy, and this will lead into the question. This will lead into the topic question. Do you think? Don't you ever think that like most white people always worked? I mean, most whites and Africans have always worked together. Like they always worked together, especially when they got to America. They always worked together. You know, why do you think it was so easier for them to come over here to this country? Because they found out, like, yo, you know what? We can exchange these people for these people. These people don't listen, but we threaten to send these motherfuckers back, and we show them how beautiful America is from their home. They ain't gonna want to leave. They're gonna do whatever we say. Real talk. It was easy to send Caribbeans over here. It's easy to send Africans and other, you know, melanated type of people over here. You know, and it's no knock to me. It's no knock to Africans, but let's personally be honest. That's how they move. You know, there was always that type of calculated type of people. I don't like I said. I don't see nothing wrong with Africans and what they're doing and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, you can't tell Black Americans what they're seeing. You know, like we see the bullshit. You know, we see the bullshit. Um, I'm gonna be yeah, and it's not unfamiliar. We know these type of people are out here. We've been around these people for like 50, 60 years already. Oh no, I never had that experience in LA and in Florida. White people didn't fuck with immigrants. No, mm-mm. That's a lie, Dorsey. What you think the liberals are? Let me tell you something. Don't the liberals still push out the same type of agenda as the Republicans do? A similar agenda? Don't forget, they used to run around here. Don't forget, the liberals was running around here talking about Black Americans don't have IDs. I'm just being personally honest, Dorsey. They were running around here saying that Black people don't have IDs. You know, and like sometimes, you know me, I'm gonna hold their feet to the fire. I always been like that. Yeah, yeah, we just gotta hold their feet to the fire. That's what I do. I think. Hold on one second. What's up with my mouse, man? Oh, my kid didn't spill juice in my. Yeah, but yeah, it's like yeah, you gotta hold their feet to the fire, man, and that's what I do. That's the type of shit I be pushing. Like, yo, hold up, let's hold these niggas' feet to the fire. Hold on one second, you know, and they don't like it, but at the end of the day, this is something that we have to do. You know, we have to do that. Because if you, and I'm gonna be personally honest, if you don't do it, you really can't complain. You know, hold on one second. I'm just seeing why my keyboard ain't working. You know, you have to hold people's feet to the fire, Dorsey. And in Florida, the liberals fuck with Latinos. Yeah, see, immigrants. You know, what's going on, Cole Killmonger? Salute, salute. What's going on, Robin? Hey, Reaper, why do you look depressed? Oh no, I'm not. I'm actually. I feel good actually. I don't know what you're talking about. No, I feel good actually today. I got some sleep. I did a little bit of reading last night when I was at work. I watched what is it, The Stranger, Chapter 3. I'm doing good right now. He said, "Hey, you see your boy on the wall, Robin Usman from Ukraine." I had to put your boy on the wall. Hold on one second. Let me see if this is my keyboard joint. I don't think this is my keyboard. I don't know, but yeah, it's yeah, it be like that. No, I look good, man. That is what I like to hear. Yeah, man, I've been doing a little bit of everything today. I haven't done anything marketing. I'm doing marketing tomorrow. My shorty's going to Maine, and I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be cleaning up, doing marketing. I gotta find another keyboard because this shit ain't working. Oh man, fucked me up, man. Today, man, I was like, damn. Hold on, let me shut this shit off and put this back on. All right, there we go. Yeah, but yeah, I feel good today. I don't know why I said that. Damn. Yeah, I gotta do a little bit of grinding tomorrow. I got clean up. WrestleMania's tomorrow. The first day. So yeah, niggas is lit out here. Let me see if this is it. Let me see. And we could do a little bit of talking. If any, let me put the link down. Throw the link up here today. I ain't got no fucking keyboard. Jesus Christ, though. I ain't got no fucking keyboard today, man. I'm hurt. You know, but I would say this though. Is it because I was on all day? It needs to be charged. I don't know, man. God damn, shit's hurting me right now. Hold on, let me see something. Let me see. Oh, it needs a charge. Jesus Christ, that's why I never charged the motherfucker. Jesus Christ. Uh, you want to try? You want to try the stream first? You want to try the lock up first with this? See if. But let me open the floodgates for you, Dorsey, if you want to do it that way. And everybody, don't forget to like and subscribe and comment in the live chat. The comment in the live chat, you have to be a subscriber, so hit the subscribe button. Subscribe, baby. And also, hit that share button for me. I do appreciate that. I do need y'all to hit that share button. If you can do that, that would be that would be actually a good thing. Thank you if you could. Um, let me see. Yeah, shit needs a charge. That's it. But yeah. Hold on one second. Try to hit the link first, Dorsey. Let's see if it works this day. Damn well streaming Obama phone. Okay, yeah, just call it in then. Because I might have to switch over and put the joint on. Damn, I forgot this shit had to be charged, man. Damn. So I'm gonna charge that shit all night. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, calling. But I will say this, man. And this is just how I feel about the situation. Um, this is will be more of a research show, but more of a conversation. This is a conversations. There is, and if you're Pan African and your alliance, your due diligence, or your alliance, or your loyalty is to Africa, call in. Hit the link. You know, give me a second. Who's this? I swear I heard something. But yeah, If your loyalty is to Africa, this it's all right. I'm not gonna judge you and be like, "Oh, yo, look at this nigga. He's a tether." No, this just your loyalty. And are you a tether? That kind of makes you a tether because you're not on code with the diaspora. Only thing you care about is Africa, and that's why with me, hold on, open up to, open up to, mm. But yeah, I gotta roll my joint and get ready. Shout out to Rando. I mean, not Rando. Robin. Robin was like, he has to roll his joint and get ready. Okay, he's going out tonight. Yeah, man. My nigga's going to a bar mitzvah. Go on, Robin. Go to your bar mitzvah. Shout out to Robin. All code. What's going on, all code? Salute, salute. I don't know who called. Yo, it was called. Yo, anybody who hit the link, just hit the link again. Oh, that's Dorsey. What's going on, Dorsey? Give me a second, all right? I gotta switch over. Uh Give me a second. I gotta switch this over so you can be so everybody can hear you. Mm, no, not that but it's this. All right, oh shit. Dorsey got his dog out here attacking people.
Nah, she over here. She just like, hey, she
Nigga,
over here.
this nigga Dorsey got his dog attacking people's ankles and shit.
Hey, man, my dog a killer, nigga. She know her. She know her job. Keep all nuisance pets away.
Robert got. I told Robert he's about to go to his bar mitzvah.
Oh, yeah, Robert.
Robert's like,
Robert. Oh no, Hey, Robert said he don't like them Hebrews like that.
yeah, he don't like small heads. That's why I said it.
No, those small hats. He got a vendetta on them. He don't blame them for everything.
Yeah, he act like they took that motherfucker's job or something.
Some, well, hey, I can tell you some real. I can tell you why some dudes don't like the small hats.
Wow.
Hold on for a sec,
Mm.
cause some of them small hat dudes they be Cyrano de Bergerac on dudes.
Mm. That could be
You
it.
know that mouthpiece.
Yeah.
And if they find them a white girl that they can manipulate and talk,
Hmm.
and you'd be surprised some of the good looking women they be having now.
Yeah, be slutting them out. Hmm.
Yeah,
That's
shit. You
that's
know
why
they diamond and pearls. You know what I'm saying?
think you see them bloody mattresses and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
So
Could be
you know,
some boy
in
juice
their
too.
culture,
Could be some boy juice too.
hey, mm-hmm. Now one thing you got to admit, and you know, I ain't trying to be disrespectful, but every time you see a white boy with a black chick, she be on an 8, 9, 10 scale. Am I right or wrong?
Mm-hmm. But the white boy be
But
broke
every
as
time you see
fuck.
a brother,
No, but the white boy be
huh?
broke. It be it don't even
Uh huh. That's the whole thing.
it don't even be the top tier white boy. It be the broke nigga, broke white boy.
Exactly. Right. Right. And then the
Yeah.
bro be looking at them because you know if you can see them, then that means that they're in the lower price range.
Yeah.
Because usually, if it's one of them elite ones, man, you ain't never gonna see what she look like. You understand what I'm saying?
There. That nigga probably just be
So
throwing her some money. He's like, yeah, shut the fuck up. Here's some money.
so I made it on my standards to always shoot at a 7, 8,
Mm.
9, 10, because I didn't want nobody ever saying, "Oh, well, you woo woo woo," because you
Hold
know
on, hold
sisters
on,
will throw
hold
that
on.
in your face.
And Robin, I'm not calling you broke, but yeah, most like not even average white boys be going out with the dope ass, bougie black girl, and they be paying for everything. So yeah, go and do it.
with no hesitation, no complaints, nothing whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because for her, being seen with the white boy is a flaw.
Mm.
You see where I'm coming from?
And it's really not no flaw. It's like, look at what's her name? Serena Williams. Her husband was it? Yo, she got more money than her husband. She always had more money than her husband.
But she got with him for her flaws, nigga.
Yeah, but he wasn't as rich as he was. That's the thing,
Yeah, but that's the whole point.
you
You
know.
know, I'm not trying to do the Kevin Samuel shit and all that. You know about sisters and all that. That ain't got shit to do with me. Do whatever you want, whatever turn your, whatever your fetish, whatever your freak on, whatever turns you on to make you happy, go for it. You
I
see what I'm saying?
No, I get that, but at the end of the day, you can't have one. And this is why I say it's always biased. And this is why I always tell people when it comes to Black Americans, I'm always going to be 10 toes down with Black Americans. Because at the end of the day, everybody always put us on a different pedestal as others. We always have to be like the top tier. It has always been like that. So, what I'm saying is, if you want all of these things out of a Black American man, 6'4", big dick like 6, 7 inches, fucking, muscles with money, making a million a year, 6 figures a year. We could say 6 figures a year. Then you need to want that out of that white boy too. You know,
Okay,
like for
so
example, look at that girl who just got murdered. What type of white boy did she have? Did she have
low life.
the 6'4"? He was just probably a millionaire, but he wasn't 6'4". He probably didn't have a big dick like the BBC that these niggas be having. Fucking, and he didn't have the standards of a Black American man, right? That most Black
Hmm.
women are looking for. So what is that saying?
Okay, so do you know you know the reason why this phenomenon happens?
What? Why?
Because most black chicks go to the university, go to the college.
Mm-hmm.
Usually 9 times out of 10, they go to a white university, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then when they on a white university, they see the white females running toward the athletes, right?
Mm-hmm.
In competition, right?
Mm-hmm.
So rather than them saying, "Hey, I'm gonna compete," they just say, "Well, I'm gonna do the exact opposite. I'm gonna go toward the brags."
Robin said,
You see where I'm coming
Robin
from?
said, I'm not going to no Marvin's top, no Mazel top. I'm going to the bar. He told me to stop that.
You see what I'm saying?
Hold on one second. I'm
So
gonna say this.
I
Hey,
know in
Robin, hold
college.
on, Robin. I'm gonna tell you something. And this is probably a gem. And I know a lot of Black women who are bougie talk about, yo, I'm gonna leave this Black man for a white boy. I'm gonna be personally honest with you, Robin. You could get you a top tier Black woman and just fake it until you make it. I'm gonna be personally honest. These niggas, and I'm gonna tell you, watch this show, P Valley. P Valley is this show about a strip club in Mississippi. There's this one girl. She's dope. She's beautiful. Her husband don't got a job, but she comes from a rich family. But he wanted some brown sugar. So what he used to do, he used to beat the shit out of her, and they had a kid. So she kept on going back to him because he had a kid. She thought she was different from everybody. The guy who she wanted with 6'4", 240 with muscles. He didn't, but the only thing he didn't make that 6 figure a year. He was a bouncer from the military. So he was getting a military check. So what she did, she turned on the black guy and went right back to the white dude. So at the end of the day, Robin, if you want with these bougie Black women and the boule Black women like the Kamalas and what's the name, the Kanisha Browns, you can fuck with them and you can be a broke white boy. I'm gonna be personally honest with you. You could be a broke
Robin Givens.
Robin Givens. You could be a broke white. You could be a broke white boy messing with these high maintenance, high basically high maintenance,
No money down.
high what is that? High maintenance with a whole bunch of money women. and they'll take care of you. They'll take care of you. That's the luxury. This is why I say, Robin. Sometimes, and I can't get mad. Those are the luxuries that you have, Robin. Those are the luxuries that you have. You know, when you see black people, when you see those big ass black people who ain't got shit and they fuck with white women, they mostly fat or ugly, or he's just waiting till February or March to get a tax return. You know, I'm just being personally honest. That's the luxury that you have, Robin. So I can't get mad about that. I'm gonna be personally honest. I can't get mad about that. You know, that's how people see, and this is why I say a million. This is why I say, yo, you don't deserve reparation because you get $1 million worth of whiteness. This is your whiteness. That's your whiteness. You know, you could be a broke ass white boy, and these Caribbean women, these black women that are high maintenance, bougie, think that they're better
Oh
than
yeah,
black
get you a
men.
Dominican. You can get you a Dominican
Yeah.
easy,
Dominican. All she want,
easy. A nurse.
yes. Nurse, yes.
Yeah, you can get you a little Dominican nurse real easy, Robin. Hey,
Yeah,
I just want
Robert.
10% of the commission for let me let you go and be a little gigolo, a taco gigolo.
Yeah,
Go
I
on,
know,
Robert.
Robin.
You
I
can
know,
do it.
Robin. I know they're hot. I know they're hot. I know they think they probably think they're better than black people. I'm just being personally honest, Robin. You know?
Robin. Hey
Tell you the
man, get you
truth.
one, have a little blonde kid, man, the
Yeah.
whole family gonna worship you like a god.
Yeah.
Telling you.
Them bougie black folks, yeah. I don't pay.
Yeah, you're gonna be Hefe. Hefe Robert.
Let me
That's
ask
gonna
you a
be your
question,
name in
Robin.
the
Why
family.
you think why you think black people pulled Kamala Harris's card? They pulled the
Cause she
card.
was with the Jew boy.
Small hat, man. Jesus Christ.
Oh, I'm sorry, the small
Jesus
hat.
Christ. Dorsey. But yeah. But yeah, yeah, she was with a white man. She pimped out all the black guys. All the black guys was just fucking her, putting her, and she wasn't messing with broke white black men. She was messing with black men who had power and resources.
Mm-hmm.
Now look who she messed with. Now look who she married. She married a white man.
Yep, JB.
What's her name? What's her name? Omar Igla Osama. What's her name? The girl from Minnesota. She talk all about, oh, I'm a black woman, black this, black that. Look at her husband. AOC.
Yep.
Jenny from the block. She had the Jenny from the block persona. She married a white
Mm-hmm.
man. That's what I'm trying to
Mm-hmm.
tell you. And that nigga was probably broke.
Robin, man, just going back on the market, just name yourself white chocolate. Go on out there, man. Be all you can be, man.
Now we gotta be personally honest, Robin. Me, as I said, black people, black men, and this is why I always tell black women, you gotta be careful what you wish for. All these broke niggas that they be fucking with, all these niggas who have a little bit of money, all these white folks who have a little bit of monies, yeah, them niggas will kill you.
Yeah,
Chad
nigga take you
Wheeler.
up to the
Y'all know who
white boy
Chad
take you up
Wheeler
to the
is?
Catskills. Talking about you want to see the Great Smoky Mountains. You be looking over the ridge, motherfucker push you off.
Robin, you know who Chad Wheeler is? Chad Wheeler used to play for the
Say she was
Seattle
trying to twerk.
Seahawks. Oh no,
Trying to talk about she trying to twerk.
Chad Wheeler
Mm-hmm.
was playing. Chad Wheeler used to play for the Seattle Seahawks. He had a black woman beat the brakes out of her. Nigga made
Beat the
himself.
brakes off of her.
Nigga
Broke
made him.
ribs.
Nigga made himself a ham
And,
sandwich. She
and,
moved. She
and,
was about
and
to. She
and
was trying to
only
walk
got a
up.
misdemeanor.
Oh no, no, no! Listen to this. The nigga beat the brakes off of her, and she woke up out of a concussion. He said, "Oh, I thought you was dead," and laughed. That nigga said, I thought you was dead." He thought that shit was funny, nigga. You know what these crazy white judges said? I think we, I think we need to do research on this. I think he has CTE.
Mm-hmm. Made all kind of excuses for his behavior.
I think he
Mm-hmm.
had CTE. I can't make that shit up, Robin. My nigga said, "Yo, the nigga."
So,
Wait, hold on, I'll say this: some black guys will give you a Joe Frazier tune-up, but a nigga ain't going to jail for no life over no bitch, nigga. Even though my cousin shot his wife and the kids and the
that's
fucking
not
kid.
too good of an example. That's not. That's
That
that kind of
nigga,
defeats what
that nigga was
that
on
kind of
drugs.
defeats
No,
your
no, no, no.
argument right there,
That nigga,
boss.
they gave somebody gave that nigga some bad dope. I heard. That nigga looking like that nigga's in a suit right now, looking like he's in Breaking Bad.
Hmm.
They didn't say, "Yo, we
Hey,
did."
let me ask you something, Bron.
Yeah.
What's his name? Super Bowl. Was he with a black chick and he dumped her for Taylor Swift,
What's my man's name? Trevor Kelsey.
Kelsey, or whatever name?
Yeah.
See what
High
I'm saying?
maintenance.
She invested that.
High
Huh?
maintenance had him jiggied up. She was probably paying for everything before he
Uh huh.
got money. Once he got money, he was out of there. It is what it is.
Yep.
I'm not mad. I can't get mad about it. Just like
Made her
they.
pay half the bill, and she ain't have nothing wrong with it. She didn't see nothing
Mm-hmm.
wrong with it. Had her pay half the bills, and she was happy to do it.
Mm-hmm.
If a brother asks you to pay half the bills, oh, it's a problem with
You a
it,
broke
right?
nigga.
Mm-hmm.
You a broke nigga. I don't mess with
See,
no broke.
that's a double standard. So, me, I broke my bonds a long time ago. When I seen that I had the complexion for the selection,
Hmm.
hey, I jumped ship. I'm not gonna lie.
Robin, why you think? Why you think? I'm gonna say this, Robin. One thing I have done when I was young, I didn't pay for shit. I learned not to pay for shit ever again. I'm just being personally
Yep.
honest, and the reason why because I didn't want no relationship. I'm gonna be personally honest. I didn't want no relationship at the time. So,
Them the best ones.
yo, just give you some good dick. Hey, yo, you want to stay here? We smoke some weed, and this is when I was smoking. I don't even smoke weed. I haven't smoked weed in like 6 years. All I,
Man.
all I did was, yo, you want to smoke some weed? You want to smoke some hookah? I got some liquor. Got the Henny bottle. Oh yeah, yeah, yo, you want to bring your girl? And you got the broke ass fucking roommate. Let me tell y'all a story. I used to have this roommate, and he had this. Guess what his name was? Kwame. He had the same name as Revenue. So I brought the bitches over. I was gonna go to my mama's house real fast to go get. I think I left some money over there, or I went to go see my brother. Or we was gonna smoke a blunt, and I was gonna go back over there. Nigga, I leave out for like 5 minutes. These bitches was talking about throwing the the fire hydrant through the window and shit. I'm like, yo, what happened? He was like, oh, I don't know. They just started bugging out. I was like, yo, in 5 minutes? Was you like grabbing titties or something? He's like, no, I don't know. I was like, nigga. I said, I just left for 5 minutes. I said, I can't leave you. I said, yo, you had a better girl than mine. This nigga.
Yep, I had a cousin like that, man. Blew it, man.
Fuck yo,
Blew it.
those type of people will fuck up a wet dream, man. I'll be personally.
Yep. Yep. Because I used to have to, because he had the car at the time. So, I used to tell him, like, well, man, you
Yeah.
make first choice.
Yeah.
That's you. I'm just playing wingman.
Oh,
Man, I conquered mine that night. He didn't never hit it. I was like, oh,
yo, I'm gonna
man.
tell you a story, man. When I say, yo, this guy is a fuck up, this guy is a fuck up. Yo, I I don't know if I should be telling this story, but I'm gonna tell it. There's this guy named Jeff. His name was Jeff. We were friends ever since I was like probably 8 or 9 years old. And I'm gonna tell you, there's a this is a 3-part story, so it's gonna go off for a little bit, Dorsey. This is why I don't hook people up no more. This is just me. Um, I hooked the nigga up with my cousin. because I used to bring a lot of women around him and stuff like that. Bang them out. We all smoke, drink. Girl go back home. I ain't gonna pass on no girl out. I'm fucking because, that's my entertainment. Why am I sharing my entertainment with you? So the girls was telling him like, oh, how freaky I am and stuff like that. When I go, I was like, yo, don't tell that nigga that. So I don't know if this was a card game, but I was at the time I was very naive. He was like, yo, I'm freaky too, yada yada yada. I do this, and that. So he was like, yo, hook me up with your twin cousin. I have a twin cousin. And I was like, all right, cool, cool, cool. I was like, yo, you know what? I'll be a wingman for the day. I don't gotta get anything. The girl I call over came. The girl who was supposed to come over didn't come over. I don't know what happened. I'm like, all right, cool. Just have a good time. So he's messing around with my cousin for like 2 hours and stuff. I'm like, okay, yo, my man's getting it in and stuff like that. Whoop, 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 this, and that. So I'm all fucked up the next day, and I'm like, yo, okay, cool. Yo, my cousin got it in. I mean, my boy got it in. So I called my cousin. I was like, yo, cousin, so how was it? So she was like, well, it was all right. I was like, what? All right. What do you mean? And she's like, it was all right. I was like, why was it all right? So she was like, yo, I don't know if I should be telling you. So she was like, yo, it was good. It was all right from the beginning, but he said, say my name. And I was like, I ain't saying your name. And she was like, his dick got little. I was like, what? She's like, his dick got little. She's like, we were trying to put his dick up for next the last hour. They
Wow.
said they were trying for a whole hour to put that shit up. So I told my cousins. So we have more cousins. So it was me, my cousin D, my cousin C. There was somebody else. Oh yeah, I told homeboy I called my uncle. His name is Craig. So what a unc. So so he was over at my cousin's house. We smoking. I was like, yo, cuz, I was like, yo, I let him, I was like, yeah, I like, yo, I let him and my cousin mess with each other because they're adults. He said, oh yeah, really? So she said, my cousin's like, yo, what you hear? She said it was all right. She's like, what? All right. What's that mean? So she was like, she's like, yo, they were doing it for a while. Then after that, he said, say my name. Then she was like, his dick got little, got small.
That nigga like Rumble Skin.
Yeah. She's
Gotta
like,
say his name
what?
for the magic to work.
Yo, all of us is laughing. We're bugging the fuck out. So when he comes in, my cousin D was like, yo. My cousin D, she's like, yo, I heard you was messing with my cousin. He's like, yeah, man. He was like, yo, he's like, yeah, I did. He was like, yo, did you tear that up? He's like, yeah, man, I was going, yo, I was in it like crazy. He lying. And my cousin said, I heard your dick got small. All of
Heard
us
you had a
just started
blowout.
laughing, like, ah, let's pointing at.
Oh man, why you heard that man tell us like that, man?
Yo.
That's supposed to be confidential, homie. You ain't supposed.
Yo, I had to tell my cousin, I was like, yo, man, nigga sold me some
Oh
wolf
man, you know that
tickets.
shit is all across town.
Yeah,
That
nigga,
man can't go nowhere.
nigga sold me some wolf tickets. You gonna learn his lesson for sending me some wolf tickets, so mm.
See, that's why, like I said, bro.
That's why I don't do wingman shit no more. Never again. If I
Nah,
ever,
wingman shit. Wingman be the
if I was ever single again, I will never be a wingman. Never.
man. Wingman be the shit because all
Yeah,
your job is distract the main chick from her friends so your homeboy can go on.
nigga, I put
Man, I
people
done had
on.
so
I'm the
much.
best wingman ever. I put people on. This nigga just couldn't get his dick up for the women. Like, yo, we
Man, like I said, man, my Puerto Rican partner, Rob, man, the crumbs that fell off the plate.
mm,
Yeah, I used to be, woo. This
man.
one chick, she was Irish and Puerto Rican. She was
Oh,
5'11", redhead.
oh, okay.
Oh, man, Jamil. Her name was Jamil. Oh, man, she was crazy, too. That
Mm.
was easy, man. Shit, a McBiscuit. I brought her a McBiscuit, just being nice, right?
Nigga said a
Oh
McBiscuit.
man, that was a
What?
free hit for the whole week. I was
Dorsey, what
buying
type of
McBiscuits
I
every
gotta ask
morning.
you, Dorsey, what type of women you be
What?
messing with, man? Buying women McBiscuits and stuff like
Uh,
that?
18 to 80, blind, crippled, and crazy. Don't give a fuck what they look like, long as they money is right, nigga. I fuck with trolls, leprechauns, and gargoyles, nigga. Long as they got gold, I'm not fucking
Jesus
with them.
Christ.
Uh-uh.
Dorsey, you're wildin'.
Huh?
You're wildin'. You're wildin'.
Why? Why? Trolls, leprechauns, and gargoyles, nigga. As long as they got that gold, Dorsey is sold, nigga.
Oh my God, Dorsey.
Y'all niggas up here giving dick up for free. What the
Oh
fuck
man.
wrong with y'all?
Reason
Okay, let
why.
me tell you how this shit is out here in LA, man. It's
Okay, please.
25 to 1.
That's everywhere, Dorsey.
25 to 1.
Dorsey, that's everywhere. Yeah, that's everywhere. You're
Check
good.
this out. Well, then I don't understand why niggas is homeless. That's the part I don't understand.
Because people don't got game, Dorsey. People don't got game no more.
Man,
People don't got no
I done
game.
been out there. I done been out there and I be asking motherfuckers. I was like, man, how come y'all out here in the street, man? Y'all can't hook up with a fat girl or a fat girl and let y'all. And you know what? Motherfucking homeless niggas is delusional. They think they deserve a 10 right off the
Hmm.
bat, right? Nigga, you sleeping in the curb. Nigga, how the fuck you expect to have the baddest bitch on the block, nigga?
Well, you know
You see what I'm
why? I'm
saying?
gonna be personally honest. Some people like to be homeless, Dorsey, and I ain't knocking people's lifestyle.
Obviously.
Yeah, you get free shit. You get to come in whenever you want to come in. Yeah, you don't got no, you don't.
That's crazy,
Yeah.
man. All these fat women in the world and these niggas out here sleeping in the streets, man. It's madness, man. I tell you, it's madness.
Like me, I don't just be like just want to be dating fat women. Let me tell you something, Dorsey. I be banging down fat girls when I was younger. I just be banging down fat girls just so see if I can do it. Just
No, I'm gonna
just
be
just
honest
for
with you,
just for like
man.
a thrill. Like, yo, I took down a big girl. Yo, you know how many times I took down a fucking nigga? I be feeling like Tarzan half the time. Like I was wrestling down a fucking
Man,
silverback. Nigga, I took
big
down a
girl
silverback.
loving is the best love you can get,
I
man.
know that, but at the end of the
It
day,
has healing factors.
this
It
nigga,
has healing factors to it.
like, what is this way? I like good looking big chicks, but just you like trolls, you like lions, bears, and tigers and shit, Dorsey. Jesus Christ, man.
Trolls, leprechauns, and gargoyles, nigga. American standards, okay?
He said American standards.
I'm not talking about tether standards.
Yeah, hey man, you'd be surprised, man. A lot of those women, man.
Check this
Yeah.
out. I'm gonna tell you a real horror story, right?
Hmm.
So I had this cousin. He was with this fine girl from Belize. Fine,
Oh yeah, I forgot you're in
right?
California. There's a lot of Belize people over there.
Right. So she fine.
Hmm.
So he say, hey man, she got a cousin that's Belize and Korean.
Hmm.
So this is a blind date, right?
And she like
So
400
boom,
pounds.
I'm down there begging for him. Hey man, hook me up, homie. Because the genetics. I'm thinking that the genetics gonna be phenomenal,
The
right?
fuck? Wait, Belize and Korean? Hell no. You better hope they got the black
Oh
genetics.
man,
Jesus
so
Christ, Dorsey.
uh,
You better hope she got more black genetics than the Korean genetics.
oh man, the X Factor hit, man. Old girl look like a damn pig with a wig, right?
Yeah. I could have told you that, Dorsey. Dorsey thought. Dorsey.
So I'm
Dorsey.
walking.
Let me tell you what I
So
think you would. Let me tell you what you thought you was gonna get. You think you was gonna get one of them little Orientals, and,
nah, I
and
just figured the genetics would be like,
no,
with the slant eyes,
no,
the slant eyes, the dark skin, the long hair, right?
nope.
Everything else is a flip of a pancake, right?
Mm-mm.
But man, when she came out, and I was like,
You
damn.
got the
So then,
opposite. The opposite.
oh man, the nigga failed to mention that she had a club foot, right?
Oh no! Was she cute at least?
Exactly, nigga.
Was she at least cute?
So
Hmm.
we walking up Hollywood Boulevard on a Friday night, man. It's like motherfucker 8, 9 o'clock prime
Dorsey.
time. This back in the '80s, right?
Dorsey's holding her hand.
Oh no, nigga, I'm walking in the gutter, nigga. I ain't even on the sidewalk. I
That
don't even
nigga
want to be
Dorsey
seen
is
nowhere with the
heated.
girl.
Hold her hand. Fuck it. Put on a show. I put on a show.
No,
Fuck
nigga, I ain't
that.
want to hold her hand. Nigga, she had the club foot.
I don't
Nigga,
give a fuck. Hold her
no,
hand.
nigga.
There's some
No,
disabled,
nigga.
there's some cute disabled women,
Mm-mm.
man. Dorsey, don't do that. There's some cute disabled
Hey,
women.
check this out, nigga. If you want that kind of compassion, nigga, go to the YMCA, nigga. I
That
can't do it.
that
Okay.
nigga Dorsey, you was just talking about dating treasure trolls and
Hey,
fucking
she had no money,
wildebeest,
man. She had no
wildebeest.
money.
She has.
She had no money.
Yeah,
Hey, that's what made me develop the code, homie.
she gets a check every month. What are you talking about, Dorsey?
Hey, check this out. It's not enough, nigga.
That mean, and I got a
You
place to,
heard,
and Dorsey had a
Kendrick.
place.
Not enough.
Dorsey got a place to live, got a check every month, food in the
No,
refrigerators,
no,
Section
no,
8, food stamp.
no,
You're good, Dorsey.
no, no.
Education. You
Hey,
got
hey,
education
check this.
too.
Look, we have a meeting of the mind anytime I don't mind meeting up with you. You understand what I'm saying?
Hmm.
That's that's the agreement I have with the chick. I don't have no problems meeting up with you. I don't have no
Dorsey,
problems being seen with you.
you know who you act like?
But I
I'm
got to,
sorry, I gotta tell you. You
but for
know,
me to make a guest appearance, I got to be compensated.
hey yo, Dorsey, you know who you acting like right now? You know,
Who?
I have to say it too, Dorsey. You acting like the bougie black women. That be like black men
No, I'm
ain't
not
shit.
being
Hold on,
bougie.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Saying black men ain't shit. Talk about I gotta date a man who's you got all these standards for somebody. You got all those standards for
Look,
somebody,
nigga,
but
all I need is you to sign this waiver to your TRW report, and then we can talk.
yo, you got all these standards,
Cause
but
see, one thing, look, one thing I am not gonna argue with a woman about is money. That's one motherfucking thing I'm not finna argue with about money.
Dorsey, yo, all these
Check
standards.
this out. If whatever she want, go get it. If you want a motherfucking 20 purses, go get that shit. I ain't no problem. More power to you. You see what I'm saying? I'm not finna argue with you about your
Robert
money.
said
Shit.
Dorsey needs craft service.
You do what?
Craft service.
Hey, y'all can say whatever you want, dog. Hey,
Not messing with
Dorsey
these
is
broke bitches out
comfortable.
here. What does Dorsey does? He mess with the bottom, the
Hey,
barrel. Oh my
check this out. Check this out. I'll be at if you look on Freddie Dorsey's videos, you'll see me out here protesting with old ass ladies and shit, right?
God.
From the '60s, dog. They from my era, so when they see me, they be like, "That's how I left my hair gray this year."
Hmm.
So that they can understand I'm one of y'all, right? Oh man, I be getting all kind of conversation,
Dorsey, you out here bugging
but
out.
I don't. Hey, but I don't follow up with no phone numbers, nothing like that, because I let them tell. I got this one girl. She got her own little screen
I
printing
can't make
business
this up,
going on.
everybody. I cannot make this up. We should be talking about
Mm-hmm.
Africans right now. But Dorsey's out here bugging. We might need an intervention
And
for
don't need no
Dorsey.
and
And you
don't
know,
need no green card,
you know
right?
what? I think Dorsey, we might need an intervention for Dorsey, and you know who's going to have to show up? You can't run today, boy. Remember my man say, "Why you running, boy? You can't run now. You can't
Check
run
this
now.
out. I am not finna sit up here and bullshit
Why
with
you running?
nobody and all that nonsense.
Why you running, Dorsey?"
Oh, I'm not running from nothing.
Tell him, Shabaka. Tell
Dorsey,
him.
check this
Tell him,
out. Dorsey
Shabaka.
eat good, man.
Tell him, Shabaka.
Dorsey
Why
eats
you running,
good.
boy? Why you running, Dorsey? Stop
Mm-mm.
running.
Y'all stop running. Y'all stop. Y'all see. I took House Negro to a new level. See, y'all was just mad, right?
I told you, everybody. What did I say? He act like a bougie black woman. You act like Kamala Harris.
Hey, hey, y'all niggas, y'all the same niggas. Y'all the same niggas that talk bad about ASAP Rocky, right? hey,
No, no, no. We love him. We love Corey
that nigga
women.
had to hear all that shit from niggas about marrying Rihanna, right?
Mm. What, a man eater? She's a man eater.
Everybody else had shit to talk about because he hit the jackpot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Dave Chappelle said, he married Oprah. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. That motherfucker don't gotta work a
Yeah,
day.
so you can't get mad at us. See, your generation don't know about. You
ASAP
know what a
Rocky is not
dowry is?
picky. That's the thing. ASAP Rocky isn't picky. He fucks anything. He say he's a whore himself.
Yeah, but see, what I'm saying, you know what a dowry is, right?
Nah, tell me. Go on.
Okay, back in the old day before the 18th century,
Mm-hmm.
people with wealth, in order to get they daughter out their fucking house,
They sold him.
they would offer a dowry, meaning like if you marry my daughter, nigga, I give you 100,000. Just get this crazy bitch up out this crib.
Or what the Asians do is when they do diaries, you see it in a lot of movies. They'll do arranged marriages, but through grandparents. So if a grandparent's like, "Oh, yo, you know what? Let's keep this not like a lineage, but let's keep this alliance alive."
Nah,
You hold
nah,
on, listen,
nah,
listen, listen.
nah.
They'll tell you like, "Yo, you just had a daughter. Have your daughter marry my son when they grow up." And that's how they keep alliances alive. Yeah.
Yeah, but see, nah, we talking about European dowries. Dowries was like mercenary school. Whatever nigga who wanted to be the hired gun to get this crazy bitch up out of here. Because see, you have to understand, by the time the Middle Ages hit, there was a new middle income. That was the
Mm.
mercantile, merchants. You see
Oh,
what I'm
okay.
saying?
Yeah, Robin's saying the same thing. He
So
said dowry is a payment to the husband. Oh, okay.
exactly. So you would in order for them to get that crazy bitch up out the crib, they would go ahead and put a reward like, hey, whoever come up here, I got a castle, motherfucking 5 servants, we'll 100,000. Just get the fuck out of here.
So that was like the
And
sugar.
whoever
That's like that's like a sugar baby website, kind of like a sugar baby's what they do. It's like, yo, we do arrange relationships into
you ain't got to do nothing but meet her 2 hours. If she agree to marry you and you can get her the fuck up out of here, it's gone. She good.
yeah, that's crazy. It's just you got to.
Yeah. So that's how they. But see, that's how because you have to understand, man, to have a Western thinking on Western European standards. You middle income saying that you making like say 3 mil,
Mhm.
even though you in the kingdom and you know you in a cool ass house, but you ain't the king, right? So your genetics is fucked up. You know, you the chubby dude. So then when you was nothing, you married another chick that was a chubby little woman. So you had a chubby ass child. So when she grew up, she the fat girl, right? But she
Yeah,
the rich fat girl.
yeah,
You see where I'm coming from?
that's
So don't
crazy.
nobody in the village want to marry her ass.
Because of bad
So they
genetics.
got to go outside the village. They have to go outside the village to hire a nigga to come and take her away.
It's crazy. I'll say this, Dorsey. All right. Hold on a second. I'll say this. Um, I think when we say the Western European way, it's always wrong. I'm gonna be personally honest. It's always wrong. It has to be some like soliciting or some horror shit going on. There's no really no concept to it. No positive concept. As I was telling you about Asians, as I do, I watch a lot of Asian movies. If you know Asian drama, I love Asian drama. It's funny, even though
Okay.
hold on. Even though some of it's mostly the same, like this one I was watching earlier, the guy lost his inheritance because he married a girl. He was trying to marry the girl out of love. When he married her, she was already cheating with her first love and all this other stuff. He left. She didn't know he was a heir of the company that she was getting in. She thought out of her own ability she was doing it by herself, and he was just a kept, house husband. A lot of Asian men are house husbands if they're not, if they don't have money. They're house husbands. This motherfucker left, got remarried by the other girl after he came off, traveling the world for a year. He was already engaged to get married because he seen his ex girlfriend who cheated on his ex wife who cheated on him, and she said things was going good, but he's about to get married, and she tried to get him back, but they gave the inheritance back to him because he married a woman that the family had an agreement with. He met the grandfather had an agreement with the girl's grandfather, his wife, his fiance's grandfather, and they both got married. So they both achieved both of their inheritance, one for her family and one from his. What she did, she gave him 20% of hers, and he gave her, I think, like 30-40%. Yeah.
Yeah, but see, Barnes, you got to understand, man. Look, when you're dealing with some of these third world, and even in Europe, they got third world countries, Romania, Hungary, all them other shits, right?
Mm.
Them people still living in the motherfucking Middle Ages. Niggas still living in the cages of their culture, right?
Hmm.
That's like, even honor killing. If they feel like their sister's a hoe, even Italians do that shit. They'll kill that bitch.
Yeah. Or they'll marry her
Am I right
off.
or wrong?
Yeah, and or they will marry her off.
Yeah, but they will kill that bitch too, won't they?
Yeah, depending where you live at. Some of that stuff is,
Okay, then.
accepted.
So if
Like, cause you gotta understand most of that culture in Europe, the horror shit, that's European culture.
exactly, so what I'm saying,
So,
establishing is, look, some of them people still live by that code. Let's just call it a code, right?
hmm
That a female ain't supposed to be out there being, the like the hood rat, right?
hmm
So, understand because of the codes that they live under, is certain things have to be like their daughters have to be married,
but also
or
too,
they go to
Dorsey,
the sisterhood, or they go to the church.
I still gotta say that
Ain't no in between. Ain't
I
nobody left
think
there.
I also still have to say I still think that's European culture. Being a whore, sucking as much dick
Of
you
course.
can. That does not look that doesn't look people don't look down on that shit in European culture. Those women still get married. Those girls who's let me tell you something. The girl in my college who was having sucking contests and stuff is married to a rich white man. And it was a white woman. Having dick sucking contests. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, over this side. Whoop, 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 whoop. Sometimes two at a time. She was having fun. And you know who she
Check this
married?
out.
Eh,
But see, yes, but see, that's because they are trained to be married.
how you
When a nigga get home from work, he don't want no argument. He want his food. He want his what? That's why she married a champ, nigga. Her mama
bullshit.
taught her right.
Bullshit, Dorsey. That's bullshit. They
I
use
mean,
those
see, you got to understand who's
bullshit.
the dominant society.
It can't.
Who's the dominant
It
society?
can't be Europeans.
And we sit up here. No, 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 no. Think about it. We
Yeah,
sit up there and look at them like they crazy, but they living the shit that they cold on.
yeah.
Look at Trump. Being a PD, being a pedo.
Mm,
That's in their culture, nigga.
it has always been in their culture.
And we
Evan,
sit up there,
let me ask you a
we
question,
on the
Dorsey.
outside looking
Let
in,
me ask you a question, Dorsey.
huh?
Have you ever read Christopher Columbus' diary or journal? When he said when he
Yeah,
came to the New World, he seen people working together, and the only thing he thought about was how to take care, how to kill them off, how to brutalize them, and how to
yeah, to break them
RAPP.
apart and take. I mean, they was cutting off arms, dog,
Yeah, but the thing
not
was,
elbow. I'm talking about from the shoulder.
but he was thinking about being a sexual deviant. This dude had 12-year-old brothels.
Yeah,
This is why, and I always tell
I
people,
mean, you.
go on.
I mean, you have to understand, man. It is what they is, man. You can't sit up there like Maya Angelou said. When they show you who they are, shit, believe them.
Okay,
Now
so
y'all
let
can
me ask
sit
you.
up
Let
here
me
and
ask
talk
you,
about their
who did Maya Angelou marry?
white man.
So we gotta listen to Maya Angelou.
Check this out. Where she like a lion tamer. She look, my Angelo like I can handle these. Remember, she used to be a prostitute too.
Oh
Think
my
about it.
god,
My Angelo said she used to be a prostitute
Dorsey. So why would I believe a prostitute then? This is your words out your mouth.
because
Because she can write.
hoes knows, nigga. That's why. Because hoe knows, nigga. See, they not gonna play with you and try to make shit seem like it's all, whipped cream and chocolate cake. They gonna tell you how gritty life is.
Dorsey, you're
You see
funny
where
as
I'm coming
fuck.
from? So, you know, people go up here and be on that higher level and this and that and that and that, and I'm like, hey, that's cool. But I look at it from this point of view. There's been a many a men that married an ugly woman in order to become king, right?
Slow it down, yo, Dorsey. Dorsey,
Huh? You can
Maya
look all through
Angelou.
European royalty,
I
nigga.
love
It's some
Maya.
niggas who had to. Hey, they had to take one for the team, nigga. Hey, take this. You think Queen Elizabeth was attractive, nigga?
No, Dorsey. Most Europeans are not attractive.
Okay
I'm gonna
then.
be personally honest. Most European women are not attractive. I'm gonna be personally honest.
Exactly. So
But the thing about it, everybody want to look at their say, "Oh yeah, blonde hair, blue eyes, and all this crazy wild shit." And I was like, "No, to me, I can't." And the thing
so
of
Bronze, you ever watch Game of Thrones?
no, I never.
That's why you don't understand them at all, homie. That's one of the all-time greatest shows, and they kept on raving about it. Over, you need to see Game of Thrones, Dorsey. You need to see. I'm like, what the fuck do they want me to see? And once I saw the show, man, I had a better understanding of who the fuck they are, bro. Every character in there was deprived, was off the just egomaniacs, megalomaniacs, all of it. They niggas thought they were gods,
Mm.
nigga.
You ever seen? I seen this a
That
little
they
bit of
could do
this
whatever
TV
they
show.
want to societies and there's no penalty or punishment for their decisions.
Have you ever seen this show called Black Flag? I seen a little bit of it. I never finished watching it.
Yeah, the pirate one.
Yeah, that shit is
Yeah,
crazy.
I seen that one too.
Yeah, them niggas was wilding. them niggas
Man, they twisted, homie. So you gotta understand, man.
just
When
taking a coochie.
if you laying on the can,
Them niggas was
huh?
taking a pussy in the Black Flag. I'm like, Jesus Christ. One guy jump on it and jump on it. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong? I'll never, I'll never want to repopulate with these type of people. Thank God, man.
Right.
You know.
So understand. So you see Black Flag, right?
Hmm.
Now understand them same people who was on Black Flag are the same people who inhabited Florida.
Yeah. Because Florida already had indigenous on there, but they were pirates. So that's where pirates used to retire from. They used to retire and stay at Key West. You know, most
Exactly.
people don't know
And
that.
Tampa,
Yeah, in Tampa,
Tampa, Jacksonville,
yeah.
up and down that whole coast where they had little private coves,
They used to,
harbors, all that shallow
and the
enough
thing
to
about
dock a
it, they
boat,
used to get
man.
along with the natives. They didn't bother the
Of
natives.
course.
They didn't bother them. It's like, yo, let's leave these motherfuckers alone. Hey, how you doing? Hi, I'm gonna stay on the side over here. Okay, do that. You know.
Right. Now look at it from that point of view. So when the natives saw him, they was like, "Hey man, as long as y'all stay on that by the beach, don't come nowhere near that." And the pirates like, "Ain't nothing out there that we want because everything we need to steal is floating on this water."
Yeah, I
You see where I'm coming
retired.
from?
Hey, he retired. I'm done with that. He's like, I don't want to do no more of that shit.
Right, but still, but man, even if you retire, man, niggas still come to visit.
Yeah, for vacation.
You see where I'm coming
Like
from? So
it's like
the
it's like
cultures,
when you retire. Most people who are old, they move to Tampa. They move to Tampa. Yeah, that's where
right,
that's where they caught Whitey Bulger at. He was there for 40 years. He was there
right,
40, 50 years. And they raid him when he's like 80 years old. The fuck?
right. So look. What did Tom Brady when he said he was hanging up his helmet? Where did he go to immediately?
Tampa,
Tampa.
you know. Now let me ask you a question. Since
Yep.
we're talking about where they were traveling and stuff like that, and I'm gonna say this. This might be a far fetch. I know I said this probably last show that the people that I think Africans were selling, I don't think they were African. I think they were Moorish people. I think they were Moorish people. And the Moorish people is what they call Israelites. Because don't forget, and I know you don't like to move around the Bible and shit like that. You know more about the Bible than I do, Dorsey. Because you're a historian. Um, those people that they were selling, I think they were Israelites that were Moorish. Because when you look at the people who are in Europe, the Moors, I don't think they were African. I just don't think they were African, Dorsey.
Okay. So so it's gonna be a quick one.
Okay.
Noah had three sons, right?
Noah, yes.
Noah, right?
Yeah, go on.
Ham. Ham took over northern Africa from
Mhm,
Carthage, that means the Atlantic Ocean,
mhm,
all the way over to the Red Sea.
mhm,
We got that, right? Because he had kids named Egypt, Libya, yada, 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 the nations that we call them today, right?
mhm.
Okay. So you just say the Ham family ran the whole northern part of Africa,
Yeah,
all along the Mediterranean Sea, even to Carthage.
and
Okay,
some
boom.
Western. I'm gonna say in Western too, and Western and South. Yes. Eh,
Okay, so then Shem, that's the one who claims to be Hebrew, all that. Shem erected Babylonia,
mhm,
Mesopotamia.
mhm,
Okay, that's the country he conquered
mhm,
and established his city. Okay,
mhm.
Joseph, Joseph established the city of Troy.
Mm. So that's like the Middle East.
They were the Trojans.
So that's like the Middle East, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
Turkey. They're the ones who established the Turkish kingdoms. Let's just say Troy, right?
Mhm.
So when Helen, who was a Greek, who was a Greek queen, met the brother from Troy,
And
who
this is
was
hold on. This
Paris,
is when Greece was black, right?
right?
Okay, go
The Trojan, because he was suave and sophisticated, met the Greek queen and she ran off with him,
ahead.
pissing off the Greek king.
Mm,
That is what the Trojan War was about. A white girl running off with a black dude.
mm. But let me ask you a question. Do you know why I said that I think the Moors were black?
Yeah, because the Carthaginians was black. What are you talking about?
Europe was in. Well. Hold on one second. Yeah, you were right. Cleopatra, I think, is Greek, but
But which? Oh, wait, hold up, hold up. Ask him which Cleopatra, because is he talking about Cleopatra the first or Cleopatra the seventh? Cleopatra the seventh was the one who got busy with Caesar and Mark Antony. See, when y'all come with that Cleopatra shit, y'all don't know that there was seven Cleopatras in
which
Egyptian lineage.
which Cleopatra, Robin? Which Cleopatra? And let me say this. The reason
And
why,
he talking about Cleopatra the seventh, the one who dealt with the Romans.
yeah, let me ask you a question. Because oh no, this is actually a statement. The reason why I said the Moors were black and not African because they were in Europe for 800 years. They're the one who civilized Europe. They
Hibernia.
yes, they civilized Europe. I'm talking from Europe, from England to Scotland to what else, Dorsey? Spain. Just all over Europe, they were civilizing Europe. He said seven. He said seven.
Okay, so do you know how the Moors got all the way up to Scotland?
I was thinking that's what I don't know. I was thinking through what's his name, Mansa Musa, but Mansa Musa isn't. I think this was before Mansa Musa.
No, this would happen when okay, you know who Sir Francis Drake is, right?
No, tell us.
Okay, Sir Francis Drake was a privateer, which means he was a military pirate.
Mm.
What happened is when the Spanish Armada got ready, because Spain got tired of England raiding their gold ship and
Was
taking
this
their gold
was this
and
the
shit.
Black Spain or was this the European Spain?
We're talking about European Spain. We're talking about the 1498 Christopher Columbus Spain.
Oh, but they were there before them, though. The Moors was there before.
Yeah, but see what I'm saying is the Moors the Moors lost control of Spain in 1453.
Okay. Why did
You
they?
see,
Why did they
America
lose?
was sovereign in 1492.
You know. Oh,
You see what I'm saying?
it was look. It was looked down on Moors when they were reproducing with Caucasian people.
Yeah, but see that was during the Spanish Inquisition. That was held
Why
by the Catholic Church.
why was it looked down upon?
Because what happened is the Moors. Now, dude, we talking 800 years, nigga. We ain't even
Yeah,
America ain't even 250 years,
yeah.
right? So you talking about people who've been around each other. So when by the time like 400 into the Moors being dominating group culture of that region, the Moors were then more like nobles, nigga. They was like
Mm.
prince, count, dukes. You see where I'm coming from? The wealth they had accumulated,
S-
because you remember they was still getting that copper, that silver,
mhm.
that gold.
So now,
You see what I'm saying?
so now
So
that you said that,
they built things like Barcelona, also the Alhambra. You see what I'm saying? Madrid.
so you know
They
why do I
built that
said that,
shit.
Dorsey? If they were in Europe, why don't we think those people who were in North America were the Moors?
Well, no, because
Because
we was
look, don't
talking about how
because,
the Moors.
yeah, because I'm saying that because since they were there, that's the only thing I wanted to let people know that they were there. They migrated to Europe. If they were already in Europe, wouldn't they already be in North America as well?
Yeah, but see, you got to understand, they will not see this. What they don't teach y'all in school. Man, the Moors was up there. Well, we won't say the Moors. Let's say the
Because
people
Moors,
of
because the
Eastern
Moors is just a
from the
hold on.
Mediterranean.
Let me say something. Audience, when they say Moors, it's just Latin for black. That's all it is. They were called technically they were probably identifying as Israelites in Hebrew. So that's why I say Moors. It's because it's kind of like the political correct term for it. and that's what we use in 2026 is Moors. But if you ever want to know what it means, it's just black for Latin. I mean, yeah, it's black for Latin. I mean, Latin in Latin, it's just black. That's all it is. It's just a Latin word for black. So yeah, sorry, Dorsey.
So when so just say the Moorish culture, then that way that just puts a whole blanket on all of them because the Moors also then later on after the 6th century because of the jihad of Islam, they then also converted some of them converted over to Islam,
Mm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So you had Christians, you had Jews, and you had Islam all in the same culture. It
Mm-hmm.
was who they decided what they wanted to practice,
Mm-hmm.
right? So then when the church then regained power through the Holy Roman Emperor, then that's when they started having the Crusades.
Mm.
So over the years, when France became a power, you had the Pyrenees Mountains separating Spain from France.
Mm.
So France couldn't come in there with their army crusading, talking about we finna take over, because Spain, the Moors was like, nah, y'all ain't getting over here, and y'all ain't coming over here by ship neither.
Mm-hmm.
So over hundreds of years, like they said, the 800 years of their existence, they were constantly trying to keep the Europeans where they was. But at the same time, with the fall of Rome, there was a vacuum for almost 300 years. And that's what made the Moors able to go in to places that the Romans used to occupy.
Mm.
So, London used to be a Roman city. You know that, right?
I know now.
Huh?
I know now.
Yeah. In the 2nd century, London was established by the Romans.
Mm.
That's where they get the legend of King Arthur because of
Mm.
the Roman general who was there and who was controlling the island at the time.
Yeah. Hey, let
And
me ask
it is
Robin a
said,
question. Hey, Robin, let me ask you a question. There's three type of like subhumans, if I'm saying it right. Mongoloids, Caucasoids, and Negroids, right? Am I right, Dorsey?
yeah, I mean that's the three flavors in the ice cream.
So let me.
Neapolitan, chocolate, strawberry, and vanilla.
So what? And this might answer the question. This is why when I ask you this, Robin, this is why I say what I say. What flavor of the ice cream does the small hats fall under? You can answer it, Dorsey.
Chocolate, strawberry,
The small hats?
chocolate, strawberry, a flavor that nobody wants.
No, they fall
Because
under
if
the
you mix them
Caucasoid.
together,
They fall under the under Caucasoid.
no, that's the ones that's migrated.
Yeah,
See, you got to remember the Great
not the
Migration too.
Israelites, Dorsey. We're talking about the small hats.
See, see, when y'all say small hats, y'all got to remember there was small hats who stayed in Israel for 3,000
Yeah,
years.
but those people are excluded from the majority. Because we do,
Right. You
don't
okay?
forget, they had
When
people that
when
immigrated
you was
over.
talking about the Bible, see, you was talking about to me about the Bible.
Yeah, but
Okay. So,
I'm talking about Robin, because when we talk about Robin, you know what we're talking about, right, Dorsey?
oh yeah, I know.
Okay.
Potato. I mean, yeah, I
Yeah,
know. Robin. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
So
Robin Thicke.
that's
Okay.
why I said what I
So,
said, and that's why also, Robin. That's why I said those small hats that you be fighting, they're white too. They're white too. What? They got the same genetic.
yeah, but see, you got to understand the migration. The migration.
Dorsey.
When the small hats got ran out of Spain, they went up to the Netherlands,
Mm-hmm.
and they went up to England also.
Mm-hmm.
So then that's why you have remember Othello
Mm-hmm.
by Shakespeare.
Yeah.
Okay, then that's when the influence of the Moors started getting into. Because understand this: if the Moors weren't really nobody, they wouldn't even have got mentioned in Shakespeare's
Right.
play, right?
Look what Robin said. Robin said, Robin, you can't take their whiteness away. The smart hats are mostly Eastern Europeans. So like Poland, Ukraine.
That's one branch.
So they are not like us. They are
Well, see, Robin is talking about them black sea. See, Robin, see, understand this. Okay, in the Bible they talked about the Galatians, right?
yeah.
That's the ones Robbins is talking about. Those are the Galatians that they mentioned in the Bible. The ones over by the Black Sea in Russia. Those are the Galatians.
The white guys?
That's who they talking about. The Galatians, right?
Yeah, the guys who
Those are the ones
I
that
think
occupy.
those are the ones that me and Robin was talking about that converted to Judaism.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Those
His
are the
name
Galatians,
was what's his
right?
name? Something
But the
Balau.
ones,
That was the guy's name. General Balau, I believe Robin is talking about. Yeah, he converted to Judaism. Yeah.
right?
He was a white man,
So
Dorsey. Robin too. He was white. He was a
yeah.
European.
So then you have the other tribe. The other tribes were carried off into captivity into Spain
Yep.
by the Romans
In
for the
Ethiopia
uprising of
too.
Jerusalem in 70 CE.
Mhm. And some came from Ethiopia.
Exactly. So you have to understand, even though they did migrate up to the Netherlands, like Amsterdam and all that. They were the one who invested into the shipping
Yeah.
of the African slaves over into America
Ooh, so now,
through their banking,
now
through
let me
their
ask you a
banking.
question. Now this gets into the question that we're talking about.
Okay,
Should Africans be responsible for the Atlantic slave trade since they worked with the
well, I,
small
I gotta.
hats,
I
the
mean, but you got to look
Europeans?
at it from my point of view, and so I think I'm exempt from that decision.
Why
That's
is
that's up to ADOS. That's up to ADOS to make that decision because I'm FBA. I never was an African, so I don't know what the fuck.
and
You got to
wait, hold
understand,
up,
I'm
hold up.
Choctaw Nation.
Yes, that's true, Dorsey. But you don't know if you have a person that did come from the slave trade. That's the thing. This is
Yeah,
why.
yeah,
This is
that's through
why.
my mom's
Yeah,
bloodline.
that's why FBA is very important because at the end of the day, it doesn't leave no lines untraced.
Hey, let me call you back. I got Miss Ramirez calling me real
Okay,
quick.
okay, go on, do your
I'll
thing.
call you right back.
All
Bye
right,
bye.
all right, easy. So yeah, that's why everybody. Dorsey, shout out to Dorsey. He said he's gonna call back, but this is why I said what I said. It leads into the question: are we putting most of? I understand we put most of the blame on the Europeans. I get that. But now is the question is what type of responsibility does Africans take? Do we know the history? What is the history of Africans, having a coalition with Europeans? Has this stopped when they sent the 13 million to North and South America? That's the question that we have to ask. Did it stop? You know, um he said, "Yeah, I can't answer that either." No, you can answer it. I'm gonna say this, Robin. On my show, this is a show from learning. If you don't know and you say, "Yo," as you always say, "Hey, yo, this is my feeling. This is how I feel about the certain situation." We do listen. I never get mad. I never say, "Oh, Robin, you're wrong." You shouldn't be saying something because at the end of the day, I answer your questions. Dorsey answered your question. Convo answers your question. Anybody whoever is on the phone answers your question. Never feel like on my show, never feel like you cannot ask a question. I never wanted my show to be like that. Not in a million years. You know, that's why when I ask you questions and stuff like that, it's not it's sometimes to think, and this is why certain times I say what I say. If I give you a question, and it's probably because I said so. Yeah, we are free speech, but sometimes I really don't know. Yeah, just say you don't know. Yeah, that's all you got to say. Oh, I don't know that. Like when remember when Kwame used to call what's the statistics? I was like, nigga, I don't know. I don't research. I don't wake up in the morning and ask myself what is a how many crimes did black Americans commit last night, nigga? Like that's what Kwame does. I don't do shit like that. He's looking for an argument. I'm looking for a solution. Mine has always been a solution. How I land is with a solution. It has always been like that. Cause I know I joke around a lot. I know sometimes if it's offensive, like really, really offensive, you'd be like, oh yo, whoa, whoa, whoa. Slow down, Rosalind. Rosalind, slow down, player. I get it, but I'm gonna be honest. Like I'm always honest about certain things when it comes to a situation. Excuse me. I'm always honest about certain situations. So I do want to say this though. I was gonna go get a haircut today too, man. Well, line up. Um, I want to say this. I personally think that Ghana and Nigeria and Benin, they should be paying reparations too. If anything, they should be giving out free land to Black Americans, all the atrocities that they committed. And I even think they should be giving Jamaicans and Caribbeans and people from South America reparations. Not only just America, you know. I'm just being personally honest, and I think, I'm really here for the. I'm really here for the jokes. Shout out to Robin, but I personally think Africa should be giving reparations to the Caribbean islands, to South America, to North America. You know, because they were a part of the atrocity that happened in these countries. You know, yeah, give us free. He said, yeah, that's how y'all got free shit. Yeah, because of the atrocities of North America. I mean, of West Africa, West and probably some of Central Africa. What they were doing on the east side of East Africa, yeah, they were selling slaves too, probably to what? Spain, fucking who's it? Berlin, Germany, yeah, a lot of that shit. Yeah, you gotta understand. This is why I always tell people all the time that Reaper Nation is very important. It's very important because we do research. That's a research show. That's not just a regular show. We don't know. Y'all don't understand. Y'all don't know after the Reaper Nation, where does that go with the Bronze Reaper show? You know, I think that's Dorsey.
Call from
Dorsey.
What's going on, Dorsey?
Hey, I'm back, man. Just Miss Maria's just needed me to check in.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. But it's checking your ass, see if you didn't sell the dog, man.
Nah, man. Like I said, bro,
Dorsey out
I'm
here.
good, boy.
Dorsey out
I'm
here
good, buddy.
kidnapping dogs,
But
nigga.
like I said, look, I mean, I could go through my mom's side, my
Hmm.
mom lineage, and go through because her, she's a Benford and all that, and I know that she's French and Nigerian and all that.
Is this
and I
this
could go through
23 and
from them
me?
doc that side of the
Is this
family.
23 and
But
me? Hold on,
see,
Dorsey. Is this 23 and me or this is genealogy?
this
Okay,
genealogy.
okay. Okay.
Yeah, I know both sides of the family genealogy.
Okay, cool. Because some
You know,
people be doing
my
that
my
23.
grandfather on,
Because I'm gonna say this, a
huh?
lot of people be doing the 23 and me, and that's how I got caught up with that shit. And this is why Shabaka was calling me, "Oh yeah, your mother's Benin," because we did that 23 and me because they wanted my mother's DNA. You
Nah,
know?
nigga, we ain't talking that. Nah, we talking about records in the Bible. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know how they write the births and
Hmm.
all that, and with the in the Bible.
Yeah.
So one of my uncles, he still has it,
No, I
the
believe it.
family Bible and so forth. So he still has that, and then his daughters and granddaughters. So yeah, being from the South, we kind of keep the genealogy because it's usually property involved in it.
So now I gotta ask you a question, Dorsey. Do you still think they should still be paying reparations if you know that you might have some tribal African, and even though it's probably like kind of diluted because you have more native to this land, do you still think that they still had a part of the atrocities that happened in America?
Well, I look at it this way. I know the United States government got the money.
Yes.
I don't know what them broke ass Africans got. They don't even run their own resources in order to be able to pay me my
I'm
check.
gonna say
They
this.
some deadbeat.
I,
They some deadbeat motherfuckers.
and this is what I'm gonna say to the Caribbeans. You should be trying to get reparations from fucking Africa too. Y'all niggas know that y'all from Africa.
Exactly.
Y'all
Since y'all
niggas,
so proud of saying that y'all African descendant, then get your money, man.
y'all should. And I'm gonna
But
say
don't tell
this.
FBAs about what we got bigger fish to fry.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this too, and this is why I said most of the show. Yeah, we do talk solutions, but I feel like, and this is just what how if I was Caribbean, I would be trying to get my shit from Africa as well. Like nigga, niggas need to give me some land with some bush meat too,
Yeah.
with some hyena, and fucking monkey knuckle stir fry.
No, man, that rhino and rice, nigga. Have you had that fried rhino and rice, nigga? Ooh.
Nigga, I will be
You
on that
know what I'm
type of
saying?
shit.
Nigga,
Like,
that
yo,
black rhino and
y'all
rice,
Let me
nigga.
tell you something. Y'all Caribbean
Ooh.
niggas be tripping. Y'all niggas be tripping. Y'all should be trying to delineate too and get that money.
Exactly.
Get that money from
Exactly. Because
Africa.
you,
Get that money
yeah, so
from
because you saying, man, I'll be suing the shit out of Ghana and
uh,
Libya. Yeah.
Jamaicans.
And
You should be
motherfucking
taking.
Gold Coast,
You should be getting money
all of
from
that
fucking
shit.
Nigeria.
Senegal,
Yes, yes. Angola, the Cape Verdeans, Angola. Mm.
all that shit. But y'all want to come over here trying to talk shit to us because we trying to get our paper.
That's why I always tell people all the time. I was like, "Yo, Caribbeans, and even a few Latino countries, y'all minds is in the wrong place. Yes, get reparations from the Europeans, but don't forget about the Africans. They had a hand in that shit. Even though, and
Sure enough.
I always tell people all the time, I was like, yeah, there was only 4% of Black Americans, but at the end of the
Old
day,
girl from the Essence family, the Essence
yeah,
Festival.
she was talking,
Remember, she's saying
yeah,
she got her money from it. So hit her ass up.
and
You
she's
know,
fucking Kenyan.
since you bumping your chest about it, okay,
Hmm.
no problem.
That bitch is Kenyan, and she
Yeah,
was saying
that'd be the first
Kenyans.
motherfucker I sue.
Yo, she was saying Kenyans was soliciting slaves to Asia. Yep,
Mm-hmm.
and they said the Asians killed them off. But the thing, no
Mm-hmm.
smoke for nobody. You only have smoke for Black Americans. Y'all scared. Y'all scared of those people.
Yeah, but that's because look, let's keep it real. When we see their skin tone, man,
Hmm.
that makes it hit us because we like, damn, we going against
And hold
ourselves.
on, and hold on. I
But
think, and also I don't know if it's China or it was when Asia was a part of the Russian part of the country, because I think China was a little bit bigger than it was. I think they used to have a part of Russia, and I think it was that part. So Don't quote me on that. He said, "Yeah." Robin said, "Yeah." The great African Bill, monkey knuckles for everyone.
Hey, Robin, tell Robin, look, man, check this out. Y'all could be enjoying that shit too, but y'all killed everything in Europe moving, nigga.
Yeah, y'all
Y'all
don't.
killed
The
everything.
thing about Europeans, they don't know how to manage. They don't know how to make. Yo, Europe should have been the fucking America. Europe should have been America.
Man, y'all
It's
niggas
just
got bloodlust, nigga.
y'all don't know how to
Y'all don't
maintain.
like for nothing to live.
The fucking Moors fucking built the blueprint for y'all. The Moors, if not one of the greatest race of people, architects, fucking scientists. The Moors was in Spain. They built Poland,
Hey
Scotland.
man, they didn't know nothing about no vaults or
Jesus
cathedrals and shit. Check this out. They didn't know not shit about
Christ.
architecture, and you can tell that Robin didn't go to his world studies motherfucking classes in college and shit. His humanity
No,
classes,
I think
because
yeah.
they would have taught him that
I
shit.
think Robin is a film writer. He's a script writer. So he went to New York University
Well, check this
probably.
out.
Probably, yeah.
Vaulted ceilings and all the architecture was then made mastered by the Moors, which then was able to be go to Paris and made the vault cathedrals and shit like that, Notre Dame and all of our Dom, whatever you want to call it. All those things was based off of Moor architecture philosophies and
Mm.
architects
Um
that was copied.
Hold on, let me say the
I don't
reason
know why
why
they be,
how
huh?
Ray Ray said shout out to Ray Ray. What's going on, Ray Ray? Ray Ray said, "How would Europe have ever been a value as America?" Because Ray, the Moors built Europe. They made the infrastructure of Europe. It's just the Europeans couldn't maintain it. They couldn't add on, even though they had the blueprint. They didn't evolve it. Like with America, they kept the Moors or Black Americans here. They didn't let them go back anywhere where they were. They didn't give them their own land. There's a reason why they didn't give Black Americans their own land. You know,
Hey,
they didn't.
I can give you an example. I
What's
can give
up?
you an example how they did it, right?
How?
In their plantation, did they not have pillars?
Yeah.
And those pillars were designed off of Greek and Egyptian type style pillars and shit from Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so those plantations were built off of architecture from Africa. Now, I'm not going to sit up here and be no tether cheerleader, but I do know my history enough to know that there were certain things about them columns they did in them plantations, the layout, the architecture, then also the symmetry along with Washington D.C. You'll see a lot of the architecture of the White House was also copied in the South.
Mm.
Look at the White House and then look at some of the houses in the South, and you were like, damn, they look just like the White House.
Mm-hmm.
That was the running joke with white people back then.
Mm-hmm.
That they ran their own little state. My plantation is my own little nation. I do whatever the fuck I want to do with these niggas.
Oh yeah. Yo, watch when I get some money, man. I'm gonna have a plantation, man. Yo, what acres of everything? I'm gonna have like 100 acres.
Well, you know who? Hey, now this going to the Bible. You know who started the first plantation, right?
Oh,
Cain.
Cain and Abel, Cain.
Yep.
Mm.
When Cain was banished, now this is just Dorsey. This ain't got shit to do with his and all that, right? So when Cain got banished from the garden and so forth for his atrocity, killing his brother,
Mm.
God stripped him from his melanin.
Mm-hmm.
So Cain couldn't exist in the harsh daylight sun. So he had to hide in the caves at
Mm.
night and come out in the caves in the daytime and come out at night to travel across the desert.
Mm.
Eventually, he came into the Caucasus Mountains and he went into the cave and he encountered what we call Neanderthal. He then conquered and dominated the Neanderthal because Cain also knew about martial arts and everything because he had access to the knowledge. How you think he killed his brother if he didn't know how to motherfucking fight?
Nah, you know what? You
Am
ain't
I
gonna.
right?
You're not gonna take. Dorsey, I'm gonna say this. All right, you're not gonna take no. You're not gonna take the credit from the Neanderthals and give it to Gay.
No, no, listen, no, listen,
No, I'm sorry. I'm
listen to
sorry.
what I'm
You're
finna
not. You're
say.
not gonna take the
Okay, so
credit.
Cain,
Hold on.
so
Dorsey.
Cain,
You're not gonna
so
take the credit.
Cain,
Hold on. You're not gonna take the credit from the father of Neanderthals, Yakub. You're not gonna take the credit from him.
uh-uh.
You're not gonna take his
Check this
credit,
out,
man.
though. Check this out. Just let me finish it. Just let me finish, though. So
My
Cain,
niggas trying to take
he
Yakub's
he
credit.
he he brought them the Neanderthals out of the cave and made him build him a city. And in order to feed them, Cain already had knowledge about large scale agriculture in order like fields and plantations, right? So he put those Neanderthals to work out there in the fields and the plantation, and he was the one who started the first plantation.
to
It's in the
any
book of Jubilees, it's in the
to
book of Enoch. Y'all just got to read it.
to
And then when you
anybody
get a
who is
bigger
offended
picture,
of this, I do not.
who?
If anybody's offended of this, I do not accept this.
Nah, this just Dorsey, homie. Y'all,
I
hey,
think
man,
Yakub.
Bronze, he ain't
I
got the
think
balls to say no shit
Yakub's.
like
I
that.
think Yakub's did it. All right, Yakub's did it. I think Yakub's.
Yaku is Jacob.
No, the Yakub's, the dude with the big old head. Yakub.
Yeah, that's Jacob. That's Jacob, the big head scientist. Yaku.
Yeah.
On real. Hey, man, check this out. So when he stripped him of his melanin,
Yo.
he couldn't get out there in that sun. So he had to hide in the caves. So he
Yeah,
traveled by night.
thank you, Robin. So you're just dissing Neanderthals now. Okay, racist. Thank you, Robin. Thank
Hey,
you, Robin.
hey,
Thank you,
hey.
Robin.
So the Neanderthal,
I
right?
don't condone that.
Neanderthal.
I don't condone that.
So so Cain so Cain made it with all the Neanderthal women because there wasn't no nigga who gonna stop him.
Yo.
So that's how he seeded the Neanderthal with the genetic material of the human and kept on breeding and seeding. And then the fallen angels seen him and was like, oh man, you got a little something going on over there, Cain. And that's where Tubal came. I'm telling you, bro, y'all read that Bible and y'all understand, y'all have a better understanding what happened.
I denounce
But,
everything
don't
that
nobody
Dorsey
believe
is
in
saying.
genetics and shit,
I am
so,
denouncing what Dorsey just said. I still think Yakub did it. So I don't. I denounce everything.
y'all cool. Y'all cool was involved in that too. The Muslims know. Y'all cool. Y'all cool was in it too. But like I said, the three
Oh
original
shit!
Africans was Ham, Seth, and Japheth.
There was more,
Those were the
right? Wasn't
original
there?
ones who had Africa.
Wasn't there Moors? There was like three more. Jafar, I think.
Japheth,
Yeah, Seth. I think there was six of
Seth,
them. Yep.
Seth, Shem. I'm
hmm
sorry, Shem.
hmm
Shem is the other ones because that's the Shemites, and then also Ham. Ham took over northern Africa,
No, we'll talk
all the
more
way
about
from the
it.
Atlantic all the way to the Red Sea.
Hmm. I think there's.
Shem,
We'll talk more
Shem
about
took
that, but
over.
hold on. Let's get back into the topic because we getting too crazy. Let's slow it down.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, ain't no problem.
Hold on.
Back to
So
the topic.
yeah, because we're already on the 2 hour mark. Um, Let me ask you a question, Dorsey. Um, why don't you think the Caribbeans or certain parts of Latin America blame Africa?
Because they know that Africa is a deadbeat mom, nigga. That's why.
But they have resources. Remember, we always hear about
Hey, check
resources.
this out.
Hold up, Dorsey. We hear about resources, so they could be over
Okay,
there
so let me
grabbing the
put it to you this
resources.
way then. Say you had a mom who came from a good ass family,
hmm
right? But she a crackhead and she refuses to ask her family for help. And you the kid, and you like, Mom, why don't you just ask her for help? And we wouldn't have to be living in this motherfucking cardboard box. and she's saying, "No, I'm not gonna do it because in the sickness of her mind, she's better off living in the motherfucking streets than going to her family for help
Mm,
because she still want to do the drugs. The
mm,
drugs, the drugs for the Caribbeans is that they white. That's their drug. Do you
mm.
understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they think if anybody owes them something, the white man, and if they're good, being a good child to the white man, they will be rewarded for being a faithful, loyal child.
Mm. Okay. Okay. Okay.
You see where I'm
So,
coming from?
hmm so why
Black
is
daddy,
go on?
look, see, Africa is black daddy, the deadbeat. White daddy is the one who's going to reward the child eventually
Mm.
for the loyalty.
Yeah, I can see that.
That that's in their eyes. You see where I'm coming from? From their psyche, that's where they're coming from.
Yeah, because I'm gonna say this because you could tell that from Caribbeans, from South America, from even certain Latin culture and Black American culture, everything is different. You could tell the difference,
Right.
just by mentality and personality and stuff like that, and like just how people work amongst each other. You know, like I was saying in America, uh so like I was saying in America you won't see a whole bunch of black people working in one job at as you see Africans doing.
Oh man.
So you won't see that, but you will see that in America with a whole bunch of Africans working amongst each other, laughing and kikiing and stuff. You won't see that because they'll break that shit up with Black Americans.
Okay, I got an example. I got an example for you that right.
Mm-hmm.
This is in the '80s, right? I'm working corporate America, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm working for the bank.
Okay.
So we have a corporate headquarters and so forth. So we had to go there to the whole corporate headquarters every now and then, just for some of the meetings and shit, right?
Okay.
So all the black employees, black folks have a tendency just to park to the back of everything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In the parking lot, we
Yeah.
park in the back.
Yeah.
You see what I'm
And the reason
saying?
why I do that so nobody scratch up my car too. So that's another reason
Right.
why I do that. Yeah.
So we park in the back, whereas white people park in the front because they scared that people gonna steal their shit, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So when we sit in the back, we're usually early. We beat traffic and we be sitting in the back with our car,
Hmm.
chilling, smoking out, right?
Yeah.
So then when we know people from other branches, we all are in the back talking. We talking. The last thing we talking about is company business.
Yep.
We like, how your kids? Did you go to that concert? Yada yada yada. Yeah, I was there. Yada yada yada. Right.
Yeah. Facts.
So when the white folks finally pull up, right,
Hmm.
they see we already. They pinching their little cup of coffee. You know how they have the bitter face with the coffee walking in with
Yeah.
the paper cup and shit.
Hmm.
We chilling in the back, right? We laughing, having a good time and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So then they've given us the Becky face, the Karen faces and shit. So when we do that, then we do the same thing for lunchtime, right?
Yeah.
By the second day, somebody always gonna say, "Well, we would prefer if you guys park more toward the front because we think security says that they can keep a better eye on your cars and so forth." And we look at that motherfucker like, "Yeah, bitch, right."
Yeah. We know what's going on. We know why. You know. I get
Right.
that. Yeah. That's why I said what I said. But with Africans, they all park in the same car. You know it's them because they got a Corolla or a Toyota Corolla. So they always driving
Yeah,
a
but see,
Corolla.
you got to understand in the white hierarchy, right? Hierarchy, right?
Hmm.
They got a caste system. You went to college, you went to Ivy League college, or you went to a community college, right?
Facts.
Okay, even though you might have been the person that y'all might talk to, you don't really fuck with the dudes who work in the mail room.
Nah.
Okay, usually dudes in the mailroom, there's one black one, there's one Latino, and they always got the radio on and they all talking about hip hop music and
Mm-hmm.
fashion and shit like that. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, you're right.
They hang together because that's the caste system within corporate America, right?
Yes.
The lower paid employees, they hang out. Now, the guys from the mailroom might kick it with the dude in the parking, who's a parking valet in the building, right?
Yep.
And they hang out and talk, right?
Mm-hmm. He said he called us Karens. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a caste system.
Yes.
You see where I'm coming from? So when the people on the lower end of the caste system, hey man, we don't really see no color. We just all broke niggas.
Okay.
Now we have to deal with the yuppies and the bluppies, but 9 times out of 10, the bluppies are cool with the mailroom dudes. So we got that inside scoop of what's going on upstairs, right?
Dorsey, have you ever worked with an African? With
Huh?
Africans, have you ever worked with multiple Africans?
Yeah, I had a bitch up there, motherfucker, spreading rumors talking about I was a dope dealer and shit because I had brand new FUBU
Well,
on every
multiple. I
Friday.
said multiples. Like
Huh?
all in one. Like y'all all work together.
Yeah, that's the one I'm saying. She went out spreading rumors about me when I first started working there. This is in the '90s. This is when I first
So,
encountered tethers in the workforce during the
so,
'90s. That's when the immigration wave hit.
so when you do work with them, they all come in at once. They all come in at once. They all when don't forget when people were looking for jobs. Oh, I got a cousin. He worked for less.
Oh, you mean the family dynamics of it? Oh, okay.
Yes, they all work in the
But
same place.
ain't that usually on the lower rings, like the maintenance and the? Are you talking about
No, they're
like?
everywhere, everywhere, everywhere.
Mm.
Especially when people are looking for jobs. Everybody from their tribe, they work in that one place. They probably live with each other. Yes.
Well, I can't. Well, check this out. I can't blame nobody for giving somebody within their family or within their church also the inside
I
scoop
don't
about
think
hey they got
it.
job
I'm
available.
telling you,
I mean that's only natural, right?
I don't think you're getting the question. The question that I said, when black people work together, they get treated differently. As in Africans, they already are on code.
Oh, you talking about that dynamic?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, yeah, but we just be like, hey,
They
he just a
won't.
brown nose and tether.
Yeah, but
That's all we look at him
they
as.
won't let us work all together. That's the thing, Dorsey. You don't see that.
But hey,
You don't
check this
see it.
out.
Only time you see it is entertainment,
Okay,
sports.
so
That's it.
let's keep it real though, Bronze.
You don't see that in
When the
hospitals.
time comes, when we have social events, because everybody had, if you work corporate, there was always a social event where everybody could like mingle with everyone, right?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't choose to come over there and mingle with the black folks. They chose to go over there with the white folks and brown nose with them.
There you go. I just said that. Or they go with
You
their
know what I'm
own
saying?
people. Black Americans, we
We
talk to
over here,
everybody. We talk to everybody. We have a good time.
right? We over here, we listening to hip hop, soul, all of that. We'll go over there and go to the table, get food, get something to eat, whatever, bring it back over to where we at.
Hmm.
White boys would come over there and because they see us singing and dancing and shit, right?
They want to know what's going
We're over
on.
there having fun.
They want to know what's going on.
So most of the younger people and the people in the, like I said, the lower caste, they come up. Eventually, the party move over to where the black folks is
Mm-hmm. Because they know we're having a good
because people
time.
can be themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Because people can drop that mask. Eventually, even the boss come over. See, that's the thing about Cali that y'all don't understand. Our bosses smoke weed with us on lunch break,
Mm-hmm.
nigga.
Yeah.
So really, the boss know
Um.
what's going on because
Hold on one
he's
second.
ear hustling the conversation of the employees, and the
I'll say
employees is
this.
keeping it real with them on
Robin,
how come we ain't making money like we supposed to.
The reason why a lot of white folks don't work together because everybody wants to be a king, or they want to be the hierarchy of everything. They always want.
Competition.
Yeah, there's always a competition. Everybody wants to be the leader with white folks.
Competition.
That was the whole
And it's
theory.
always a woman who wants to prove that women can do a better job than a man.
Hmm.
And there's always a man saying that he went to school and he deserved whoop whoop whoop. And then there's another dude who's been there the longest who's saying because of seniority he deserves to be the motherfucking king.
Yeah, black people just want you to look out. That's it. So we give a fuck. Just look out. Oh, you want me on top? All right, cool. Just work hard, and we won't even hate on you. That's how you know it is. That's how you know it's a real Black American. Because most of us don't hate when you make. Oh, yo, congratulations, man. Yo, look out for me, man. So if you hear something, let me know.
Can
Or
I can I can I keep it real? Can I keep it real with them, Bronze?
yeah, be real with them.
Hey man, once we meet our quota for the day and shit,
We
and it's like 3:30, black folks is like shit. Well, let's go home. Fuck this.
Yeah, we chilling.
We done did. That's in the office. That's in the factory. That's in all the. If we done did what the fuck we done did today, let us go. Especially on a Friday.
Niggas is chilling.
Give us our checks early, and let's call it a day.
Yeah, and like I said, like even Robin, you have to understand too. Like we can even look. We can even go historically. Remember when Spain, England, France, they were in Portugal, Portuguese, they were fighting for land from South America, North America, and they didn't know how to like talk to each other. So all they did was started a war with each other. And only thing that stopped them was the people in those countries. That's what stopped the
Hey,
war. Then they
hey,
say,
can I
"Oh,
also say,
go on."
check this out? Ain't they always talking about productivity, right?
Hmm.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Bronze. When we was out there motherfucking they slaves and we was singing out there and motherfucking being happy and motherfucking bringing up productivity, did they have any problems with that? Huh?
Mm-mm.
But as soon as we got in the factory and we was doing producing and productivity was that higher because we was having hip hop music and motherfuckers was doing working at optimal motherfucking work, motherfucker got a problem with it, huh?
Hmm.
You see where I'm coming from? This is why I get, I'm kind of like, man, I don't fuck with white folks like that. That's why I don't work. That's why I do what the fuck I do. Check this out. When I was motherfucking working for nothing and you was whooping my ass at your time and I was singing and shit and happy, you didn't have a problem with it. But now that I'm being motherfucking productive, making some money, and the productivity is high, you want to come fucking with the radio. You see where I'm coming from? You feel me? Now all the fuck you want to fuck with the radio and shit.
Oh yeah, but it always has been like that. It's just a lot of people act like they niggas be having amnesia these days. Niggas act like they didn't
Dorsey
see.
don't forget shit, nigga. Dorsey don't forget shit.
you know,
I'm old
but
enough to see the old. I'm old enough to have seen when it was the old ways, when it was segregation and motherfucking integration, and then whatever we got now.
well, Dawson, I'm gonna have you land. I need you to land. I'm gonna give you 45 seconds. I'm not gonna say anything until it's done. Go on, do your thing, Dorsey.
Okay, this is to the FBAs. We own this land.
No, no, no. Of
We
the
have struck.
hold on of the topic.
Oh, as far on the topic. Okay, so once again, as FBAs, we own this land. We own America. Those of us who came, who family members came from Africa who were enslaved and sold by the Dahomey people and the Kenyans and all that. Yes, they do owe y'all reparations. They owe y'all an apology. They need to go ahead and if they can't compensate you with the dollars, then they need to give y'all land tax free with tax exemption for your generation, for your family, from generation for generation for generation. If it was 10 years of generation you was enslaved, then that's 10 years of exemption for your family on that land provided by that government who was in cahoots with those motherfucking enslavers and colonizers. That is only fair. I do not understand why the Caribbeans don't go ahead and point that finger at the people who are responsible for their captivity. It was not FBA's. We weren't involved with that. We were here on our own land, building our own civilizations in the Mississippi Valley, the Ohio valleys, the Hudson River valleys,
And some
all
of
of that.
those lands in those Caribbeans, y'all are native to that land. Now some of y'all are native to the land, and I think y'all need to take ownership of that too. You know, saying that, and that's why I don't get mad when y'all say y'all are Jamaican and Trinidadian, Latinos, all of that. Even though I'll talk about Latinos where I say, yeah, most of y'all niggas is Hispanic, but at the end of the day, y'all still that's still your land if you claim the indigenous first. You know, I have always said that if you claim that you're indigenous there, not the same shit that Be Active does, and this is why I have an issue with that with Be Active. Be Active want to claim everything except what's true.
Hey,
Go on.
you know what them white folks did? They fucked everybody up.
What?
Them niggas came off the boat talking about this land is your land, this your land, this my land, right?
Yeah.
Nigga didn't even pay for it, right? Nigga just claim.
Mm, 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 mm.
That's a song, nigga. Listen to the lyrics of this land is your land, this land is my land. This nigga didn't even come.
Mm.
Nigga, you ain't even pay for the land, nigga. You started claiming land.
Yeah. It has always
This
been.
land was made for you and me. Wait, hold up. This land was made for me, nigga. Where you come from? You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
And this is what FBAs feel, because we like, no, nigga, this ain't no this land is your land. This is from the redwood forest and all that shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see where I'm coming from Smoky Mountain to the. You got to understand, man. This is the propaganda they have been pushing on us for
And
centuries.
some of y'all came, and like I said, a lot of y'all Europeans came out from the Ellis Island. You know, I'm sorry to say it, y'all came from the Ellis Island area, and it was.
And they took your native man and changed it to something more English sounding.
Mm-hmm.
We know your last name was Nemirovsky or Laratsky or something, and they changed a Stein or something, and they made it into an easier to pronounce.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of I'm sorry, Russian Jews. I work for some
Mm.
cool people, but they do tell the truth about where they come from.
Mm-hmm.
My my boss when I was working for Paramount Studios, right,
Mm-hmm.
in the photography section. His name was Neiman Rowe. He said when his folks came in, their name was Nemirovsky,
Mm.
and they told him, that sound too Eastern European. Your name is Neiman Rowe. So
Mm.
then they became the Neiman Rowes. Then they start opening up pharmacies and all of that. But he does admit that, hey, you know what? We come from Eastern Europe. We come from Russia.
Yeah.
We're Russians.
And there's nothing wrong with
Then I've
that.
also worked for a Hebrew who came from, like I said, Amsterdam, the Netherlands, and he
Mm-hmm.
told me the truth. He said, "Hell yeah, they got into the shipping business and they started exporting black people. That
Mm-hmm.
was the cargo: slaves, cotton, sugar, cotton, slaves. Whatever the way it came out, they just ran the business like that. The ship was always full.
Mm.
You get
Mm.
the slaves from Africa, you sell them, you then flip that money
And the thing I'm gonna say
and
this,
invest that,
and I'm gonna say this:
huh?
the Africans got the selling slaves from the Arabs. So first it was an
Yep.
Arab thing. So don't think it was just Africans too. I would say this: if Africa is gonna sue somebody over reparations and over reconstruction, it should be through Arabs. Arab
That
countries.
was during the 10th century jihad when they
Mm-hmm.
swept into Central Africa and started enslaving them in the name of Allah.
Mm-hmm.
That was in the 10th century.
That's why a lot of these Western African countries are, Muslim. It's because of them. It's not because
Hmm.
they chose. They probably chose not really mentally being mind fucked to say like, "Oh, yo, this is my choice. This is what my family has done," not knowing that like they were Muslim because of Arab selling them. So what they like what black Americans has went through with Christianity as the reason why a lot of these black Americans is Christianity and the shit ain't working as much anymore is because of the slave trade. A lot of niggas are seeing the
The
bullshit.
hypocrisy.
Yeah, the hypocrisy, the bullshit that was with it.
Hey, let me ask you something, Bronze. You ever read the Quran before?
Yeah, I used to have a Quran.
Okay, you know who Brother Bilal was, right?
Yes.
Okay,
If we're
what
talking
was
we're talking about the same guy that I was just talking about from like some part of Russia.
Brother
Okay.
Bilal was a slave who was of African origin, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when he accepted Allah into his life, he committed with all his might and all his soul, right?
Yeah.
So then the Muslims was trying to make him renounce it. The Arab Muslims, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they put boulders on his chest so that he could not breathe, so that he could renounce Allah, and he did not. When Muhammad came on the scene and seen it, he gave Brother Bilal and told Brother Bilal was a stronger believer than the two dudes who was torturing him.
Mm.
You understand what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
even in the beginning of Islam, there was racism based on skin color.
Yeah. Always. The first Muslims were white.
Of course, because they came out of where?
Uh I don't want to say Europe, but the Middle East. The Middle East had white people
They
there.
came out of Medina,
Medina. Ooh, Robin said he has a
Arabia.
Quran. Shout out to you, Robin. No, Robin. I would never influence you not to read it. Read it. See what's in there. You might like it. I'm gonna be personally honest with you, Robin. You might be out here wearing a kufi sooner or later. You might be
Yeah,
here.
Robert might be one of the white boys with the little beard,
Yeah,
with the little saran wrap around his head and shit.
yeah,
That might be Robin. Get down. We see a lot of them here in California
yeah,
with their
yo.
pajamas.
Yeah,
Yeah, they be
them
on. They be cool.
institutionalized white Muslims. Yeah, move to Philly. Get
Damn,
yourself a
institutionalized. God damn.
get your
That nigga can't just be from Chesney or somewhere, man. Brother
Ro-
can't be from Chesney.
Robin will move to fucking Philly. Get him a move to an Arab
Hey,
country. Move
hey,
to a Muslim
hey, you know
state.
them Chechens. You know them Chechens are white Arabs. You know that, right?
Yeah. Fucking what's his name? Khalib. Khalib is damn near a
Yeah.
white man.
Those some bad boys, man. You don't fuck with them.
Them
Those some bad.
Dagestan.
Them niggas some beasts.
Yeah, them Dagestan niggas. Yeah. Some of them Dagestan
Yeah.
dude white. Or they're Arab. They're Arabish white. So it's them Dagestan people are
But you
different. I
gotta
don't think
understand. Look. Even the small hats enslaved their own people.
yeah.
That's why they had the rule in the religion that after your 7 year, what you was an indentured servant to a family member.
Mm-hmm.
If you couldn't make no hustle, you went to your family member and said, "Hey, I will work for you and in 7 years to pay off the debt that I owe you."
Yeah.
They would say, "Yeah." So then, if you was in a large debt, they would take your family into the debt too because they were feeding them also,
Mm-hmm.
right? So then, in the 7th year, you were freed of your debt,
Mm.
but they did not renounce him. That's why it came from under what's it, King Hezekiah.
Mm.
That's why they went into Babylon captivity because one of the prophets went to them and said, "You guys are wicked. You are enslaving your own family members to perpetual slavery."
Mm.
You were supposed to release them in 7 years, and you're not releasing them. You're keeping them in bondage.
Mm.
So at first, God punished Jerusalem, and the people renounced him, and they had freed, and they had let go. They had let go their family members, and they gave them their freedom. Right.
Mm.
A couple months later, they went back and shackled them back up.
It's
I was
crazy.
like, nah, y'all still slaves, right?
Yeah, but hey, yo,
God got
Dorsey.
mad and he sent Nebuchadnezzar
All right.
to go ahead and conquer Israel and put them into chains and slaughter 3/4 of the population
Mm.
for them enslaving. And that's why I said, remember the poor ones that's still in Jerusalem and Israel.
But they did. But those
Those were
they're
the ones that
but
were
it's a
enslaved
those
that
were more.
Nebuchadnezzar let go.
But those that was more of a race thing, though, Dorsey.
Well, you got to understand, all of northern, what we call the Middle East,
Mm-hmm.
we're talking about the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. It ain't got
Mm.
shit to do with the continent.
Mm.
Spain is the Middle West, if you want to look at it that way.
Spain is the Midwest. What?
When you're looking at Mediterranean, Medi means middle, Terranean means earth. The
Mm.
Middle Earth Sea,
Yeah.
Mediterranean Sea.
Yeah.
That is what it is. That's why it has the name.
Mm.
So when you're looking at Spain, Spain is the western part of the Mediterranean Sea. So you could call that the Middle West if you want. That's why you had that. Think about it. If they had wars and crusades going on in Jerusalem, and at the same time they had wars going on in Spain with the Moors, do you see where I'm coming from? Europeans was fighting on two fronts.
Yeah. But Dorsey,
You see where I'm
I
coming?
gotta go, Dorsey. I gotta
Yeah,
go.
well, I mean, I landed the plane a long time ago, but we
Okay,
got
okay,
caught
okay.
up in this subject.
Okay, okay.
So you have to understand they have always been the invaders when it comes to Middle Earth. Even the Romans were considered black back then.
Mm.
Just
Well,
think about it.
yeah.
Even the Romans was they call them Guidos, then they
Hmm.
call them Wops.
Because it's because it was without paperwork. That's why they were called wops.
Nah, that ain't without the motherfucking paper. They was because they was
Without the paperwork,
motherfucking dark skinned
because they didn't have
and had
paperwork,
game.
Dorsey. Dorsey, they didn't have paperwork. That's why they called wops.
That's the excuse white man said. They didn't call them Greeks wops. They didn't have no
All that
paperwork.
other shit, all that other stuff that you would say, I can't, I don't know, but yeah.
Okay, so we finna land the plane, but let me explain something to
All right.
you. Back in my day, you know who the two coolest motherfucker wops was? Telly Savalas and Yul Brenner.
Did they have paperwork?
Nope,
That's
because Yul Brenner was a Syrian, and motherfucking Telly Savalas was a immigrant Italian.
Thank you, Dorsey.
They brought the bald head nigga back in the game.
Oh,
Cause one no bald head niggas getting no bitches until
oh man.
Sully Savalas and Yul Brynner showed up on the scene.
Mm.
And that's real nigga shit.
All right, Dorsey. Thank you, man. I gotta start the show.
They were the first Tyrese.
Oh, okay, okay.
Bald head
Yeah,
niggas.
the ballhead squad. But
Right.
thank you, Dorsey. I gotta start the show. Dear
Bye.
Dorsey, we talked for like two
Bye.
hours. All right, shout out to you, Dorsey. Thank you. Everybody, that was Dorsey. Yo, he did his thing. Dorsey did his thing, man. Thank you, Dorsey. I do appreciate it. We're gonna start the show with a we're gonna start our show with a research show, actually, educational video. So let's go. I'm gonna stop it. 18 minutes. But
19th
we good.
century or so. No system of slavery has attracted more attention than the transatlantic slave trade, established by Europeans to provide slave labor for their American colonies. Around 12 million souls were taken from Africa and forced onto perilous journeys across the Atlantic, where they and their descendants were condemned to a life of servitude. However, retellings of the horrors of Atlantic slavery too often turn into stories of how Europeans alone determined the course of that history. In reality, Africans were not just passive victims. Millions of them were slaves, but many others profited from, produced, and protected that slave trade. In this video, we look at the untold story of the African slave trade. Stick around until the end to learn how some of Africa's greatest kingdoms were built on the profits of slavery, and how Africans fought tooth and nail to protect it from the abolitionist European empires.
Don't forget to like and subscribe and comment in the live chat. But the only way you could comment in the live chat if you subscribe. So hit the subscribe button. Wait a few minutes, then you could be in the live chat. Oh, reload the channel. Reload the link, and you can jump right on. And also hit that Cash App link that I just put down and send in some donations. It goes to the channel and it goes to the channel and it goes to just different equipment for this room and stuff. So definitely thank you. I do appreciate. And also if you want to donate to my new project, Brother Morningstar, Sir Adam's Great Betrayal, hit the other link that says GoFundMe. GoFund.me. That's my link, and definitely send in a cash app. I mean, send in a donation to that if you can. That one, I'm gonna push I'm gonna try to push the show into I'm gonna start pushing how to explain it. Push the project into like spring, I mean fall, like September, October ish, because I want it to be ready for the 2027 film festival, because I'm gonna start seeing what's going to be popping off next year, and definitely I will be hitting your towns definitely. So please definitely hit the link for the GoFundMe. Thank you.
Slavery has existed in Africa for as long as recorded history. Ancient Egypt had slaves toiling away in its fields and on its monuments. Ancient Carthage trafficked in slaves across the Mediterranean, and the Ethiopian kings of Aksum wrote proudly of the slaves they took in war. Slaves were also exported from Africa for centuries before Europeans arrived. The trans-Saharan slave trade lasted for over 1,000 years and dragged about 10 million people across the desert to be slaves in the Islamic world. The Indian Ocean also had a similarly long-lasting ocean-going slave trade, with about 5 million ending up in slave ships, bound and branded for use in foreign lands. These slaves ended up as laborers, domestic servants, soldiers, or more. Male slaves in the Islamic world were typically castrated, which meant that new slaves had to be regularly imported to maintain the population. For this video, we'll focus on Western Africa, where the Atlantic slave trade was centered. West Africa was removed from the Indian Ocean trade and mostly secure from Islamic slave raids, but slavery was still a feature of life there long before the Atlantic slave trade began. A succession of powerful empires occupied the region, which all rested on complex slave systems. The Ghanaian Empire from the 3rd to the 13th century began a tradition of powerful West African imperial states, and built much of its wealth through trans-Saharan trading of slaves or goods acquired through slave labor. The salt, copper, and gold that made the Mali Empire and Mansa Musa fabulously wealthy were all extracted with slave labor. Domestic slavery was also common.
And I'm gonna say this about Mansa Musa: it was different. So it wasn't the same like what was going on in America and in these Arab plantations. Actually, most of these people who work for Mansa Musa, I believe, were indentured servants. You know, he was the richest motherfucker ever. He had like $200 trillion or $120 trillion or some shit like that. Yeah, Mansa Musa had money. So the most richest person ever to live was Genghis Khan. So shout out to Genghis Khan. He was ruthless as fuck for a 5'6", 5'4" tall, small Asian guy, but he was ruthless. You know, I will say that.
And Mali was known to import female slaves from the Mediterranean to act as domestic servants in the households of the elites. Most of the slaves were acquired through conquest of neighboring kingdoms, or tribal groups who were too weak to defend themselves from the organized imperial militaries. Successor empires like the Songhay, Jollof, and Kabu inherited the social and economic structures of slavery and continued to acquire slaves as they scrambled to establish their own territories. Elites in these empires used slaves as a status symbol, and ownership of slaves came to represent someone's wealth and power. Slavery took many different forms in West Africa. Some worked the land or the mines, others served as soldiers or even political advisors. In some places, slaves were permitted to own land that they
See, political advisors, like, come on, my nigga, that's not slavery. Them niggas was probably living well.
cultivated in their free time and might earn enough from this land to buy their own freedom. In
Told
other
you.
places, the lot of slaves
That's an indentured servant. So what this guy's saying, he's kind of not being truthful. But what he's talking about, that's indentured servants. That's what the Irish did. They came over to America to be indentured servants. So and that's what a lot of those people were at that what he's trying to portray Mansa Musa was. He had too much money to, even though he tricked it away, he tricked off his money. He did the he did the MC Hammer shit. Just blew the money. So yeah.
was more miserable. In Benin, for example, slaves were regularly sacrificed to mark important occasions like the anniversary of a king's death. All of this is to say that when Europeans arrived, they did not find an empty land of scattered peoples ripe for enslavement, but complex societies and slave-holding empires whose roots were even older than those of the Europeans themselves. The Atlantic slave trade was started by the Portuguese in the mid-15th century. Originally, slaves were taken to Europe, but this changed in 1526, when the first Portuguese ships carried slaves across the Atlantic to their new American colonies. However, the vision of Europeans landing on an African shore
I heard the first place they went, I don't think they went to Brazil. I think they went to Cape Verde, and it was the Portuguese. They always said the first slave that ever touched like land was Cape Verde, so
frightening a tribe of natives into submission and dragging them in chains to their ship is not representative of what happened for most slaves. Some slaves were indeed taken in European slave raids, but the
Facts,
vast majority
Robin. You're
were
right.
sold to the Europeans by other Africans.
Yeah.
The European arrival in West Africa came at the same time as the collapse of the Mali Empire. Various splinter states scrambled over each other to seize territory for themselves. The Europeans, with their firearms, offered these competing rulers a potential advantage over their enemies. In turn, the huge amounts of captives that these kingdoms acquired in their wars were useful currency to trade with the Europeans. Additionally, the other goods like cloth and ceramics that the Europeans brought were status symbols that the new African elite could use to showcase their wealth and power. Different peoples responded in different ways to the opportunities of European slave trading. The Kingdom of Congo made contact with Portuguese explorers in 1483 and traded thousands of slaves every year. The slaving relationship between the two powers was sophisticated and mutually beneficial. For example, Congolese King Alfonso I saw the Portuguese as a useful outlet for the excess slaves he acquired during his expansionary wars, and he was an eager participant in slave trading. However, he also asserted his own power over it in 1526 by forcing Portugal to submit to his legal framework for slavery, which governed how exactly someone might be enslaved and provided protection.
So now we knowing what they did in Congo. They sold their people because after they expanded their country, they sent those people to Portugal. So these people were selling their own people. It told you, they gave you the name. We can't say this isn't true, so now the question is, and this is just me, who is safe? Like, let's personally be honest. As a black American, I can say, like, yeah, I would never be safe around these type of people because these once these people know they can get one up on you, they would sell you. This is why I say I would never go to Africa, because it's not that it's not a beautiful place. It's just the mindset of these people. You don't know if the mindset has changed, you know? I'm just being personally honest. You don't know if the mindset has changed. You don't know if, you know what? I'm going to say this. I'm not a forgiving person like that. I have never been a forgiving person like that, you know? Even with the white supremacists. To me, it has never changed. And it's not saying that, like, all these, it's not saying all white people are like that, but these white supremacists that are well known is out here, you need to be careful. It tells you in books that when you read Art of War, Art of Seduction, Art of Human Nature, certain information you should give up to certain things that you that you have as a weakness, you're not supposed to let people know. Even with, I'm gonna say this, European white people with white supremacists too, you need to be careful as well. If you're a good person as a white person, you still got to be careful of other white supremacists or other white people and or white people. And the reason why, as I said, and I tell y'all all the time, historically, y'all have never worked together. Y'all have never worked together. Y'all had common enemies where you had to work together, but other than that, you have never worked together. It's just it's clear truth. I don't even want to say fact. It's a clear truth that y'all can't work together. So it's, and I'm not trying to divide and conquer. Don't think I'm gonna tell this to white people. Don't think I'm trying to divide and conquer. I'm just trying to say that, like, historically, y'all have never worked together without a common enemy.
For those who were not legitimately enslaved, mostly his own subjects taken by criminal raiders or opportunists. A similar enthusiasm was seen among the various Akan peoples of modern Nigeria. They occupied an area known as the Gold Coast and were similarly prolific as both sellers and purchasers of slave labor. The gold mines that made the Akan so wealthy in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries were filled by slaves they purchased from both African and European merchants. As many as a third of the population of the various Akan states were enslaved people. In almost every case, these slaves were from non-Akan ethnic groups. Any sense of African solidarity in the face of European slave trading was almost non-existent. The ethnic divides that split Africa were far older than European contact. It would not be quickly changed by the arrival of foreigners on their shores. There was, of course, resistance. Many European slave ships were attacked by coastal raiders, but these reactions were rare and relatively ineffective. Most of the time, these were small-scale attacks by small tribes, or villages near where the Europeans dropped anchor. It was these tiny, disconnected groups who were most vulnerable to slavery, and their shows of defiance rarely saved them in the end. One state that did turn against European slaving was the Kingdom of Benin. The Kingdom of Benin was not the Benin we know today, but a small territory in modern-day Nigeria. Initially a partner in slave trading, by the mid-16th century,
And he's gonna start talking about bronze. You know, because Benin is known for bronze. Um, it helped build the Great Wall of China. It helped they had probably one of the greatest military ever, but it's just they didn't have that many people. They were they were isolated from other people who were as they consider Benin. They were the real original Benin. Were they a part of the slave trade? I don't know as much about that, but Benin was a very big part of the slave trade. That's a well known fact.
the kingdom was facing a serious drain on population, especially among its men. Two rulers, Oba Esigie and Oba Orhobuga, are credited with ending Benin's participation in Atlantic slave trading and closed Benin's ports to European traders. Slavery was not abolished in the country. In fact, the Kingdom of Benin would fight to uphold domestic slavery against Britain in the late 19th century. But this kingdom shows that Africans responded in many different ways to slavery. Each kingdom and ethnic group assessed their own situations and reacted accordingly, whether that was to sell slaves or prohibit it as they saw fit.
That's why I say, yo, and I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna tell you what England did. England burnt down the whole fucking colony. You know, because this is what happened. What these fucked up ass Nigerians did, and I have to say the Nigerians did that. They're very fucked up. They were in cahoots with the Europeans, and they sent Nigeria over with a few Europeans, and they said, "Yo, they want this land, and they can make a deal. You can have a little more part." And they said no. The Oba tribe said, "Fuck no, this is our land. We know you want our resources." So they went to war with the Igbo tribe, I believe. I think they're Igbo. And Benin cut all their heads off and he sent, I think, only 6 people back. That's how good their military was. They sent only 6 back out, I think 4 million. Or out of like 300,000. Let me not gas it up. 400,000 up to like 3 million. And their flag is cutting off people's heads. So what these Europeans did, they burnt down the whole motherfucker. Took their antiques and sent it into England. This is why I always tell Benin was always against a lot of these colonies in Benin. There was a big colony of Benin that were selling slaves, but this particular tribe right here didn't really sell slaves. They knew that shit was an abomination. They knew that shit was like no good. You know, they were looking at the future, but none of these Africans was. You know, so and that's why I always tell people, and I think this is why I think Shabaka beats me up about the Benin shit, even though because my mother took the 23 and Me shit and said, was it 32% fucking Benin or some stupid shit like that? Um, it's not my country. It's not my tribe. You know, it's just, let's personally be honest. A lot of those people are fucked up in those countries, and I have to, like I said, I'm giving credit to this one colony that was known for bronze, actually bronze, that helped build countries, that had a great military, that had great antiques, had a culture. And what the Europeans did, they did what they usually do. They just destroyed it. They destroyed it.
Of all the slaving states of Africa, none is more infamous than Dahomey. First emerging around 1600 along the southern coast of modern-day Nigeria, Dahomey soared to prominence under the warrior king Agaja in the early 18th century. Dahome's ace in the hole was a well-trained and well-organized standing army, perhaps as large as 50,000 men or more at its height, which Agaja used to conquer the kingdoms of Alada and Ouida in the 1720s. Alada and Ouida were prolific slave trading kingdoms, with tens of thousands of slaves passing through their ports. Dahome's consolidated control of so many slave ports made it one of the most formidable slaving powers in history. The colossal army pushed Dahomey towards slavery for two additional reasons. Firstly, its military culture discouraged men from non-military careers, meaning that slaves were needed to carry out other jobs like agriculture. Secondly, a standing army had to be kept occupied or else it might grow restless and rebel. So Dahomey was constantly attacking other neighboring powers or sending out slave raids to bring back captives. The result was a colossal slave population. According to some estimates, by the 19th century, 2/3 of the kingdom's population were enslaved people. Slavery was so endemic to Dahomean society that one scholar remarked it's difficult to determine whether Dahomey was a slaving gang turned into a state or a state that existed purely for the sake.
So let me ask y'all a question. This is to the family, actually. Robin, you can still answer the question though. Anybody can answer the question. Do you think this is the reason why a lot of Africans hate Nigerians? It has nothing to do with envy and like culture and stuff like that. Do you think it's in Nigeria? Do you think this is why a lot of Africans don't like Nigerians? Do you think it's a you think it's a historical thing? You know? It's and the thing about it, you kind of got to look at Nigeria as like white people look at the small hats. Like these niggas will, if they have a chance, they will fucking sell you. They will steal everything that you have. And I'm not trying to say all Nigerians is like that, but let's personally be honest. Just listening to this, they got a nasty history. So this is a history that you should not be proud of. You're just doing shit just to do it, and that's how it looks.
Of slaving. Slaves weren't just laborers and domestic servants in Dahomey, but became woven into the political fabric of the society. Ownership of slaves became a status symbol for Dahomean elites, as it did for others in West Africa. This led to tension between the king and the elites who fought for control over the slave trade. Although it is often characterized as a royal monopoly, even the absolute power of the monarch was not enough to rein in elites who established power bases of their own thanks to their trading of slaves. Slaves also became a part of Dahomean religion. The annual customs of Dahomey were a day of rituals and public celebration involving military parades, political debates, and human sacrifice of slaves to appease the spirits and protect the kingdom for another year. Hundreds of slaves were killed, usually with decapitation, and in some years as many as 4,000 people were sacrificed on a single day. A similar display of mass sacrifice was required for the funeral of a king, and might occur on a smaller scale for any number of other rituals or social events. Dahomey remained committed to slavery even as the European powers began their crusade against it. In 1818, King Gezo was forced to make concessions to the British, including the abolition of slave sacrifices, and by the 1840s, Gezo was being pressured to end the slave trade altogether, but he refused. The slave trade is the ruling principle of my people, Gezo told the British. It is the source and glory of their wealth. The mother lulls the child to sleep with notes of triumph over an enemy reduced to slavery. When the British managed to force a treaty on Gezo that ended slave trading from Dahomey's ports, it was a source of bitter resentment.
Robin, you
The
crazy.
Dahomeyans subverted it by selling slaves overland to be sold through ports not bound by the treaty's terms. Eventually, the resentment caused a total breakdown of relations, and Dahomey abandoned the treaty entirely by the late 1850s. They pivoted towards an alliance with France, who were less zealous in their anti-slavery attitudes, but the collapse of the slave trade would soon bring down the kingdom. As the kingdom's main source of wealth failed, it was forced into desperate raiding and conquest that antagonized the French. After attacking a French allied town in 1889, France waged 2 wars against Dahomey, citing its penchant for slavery as a legitimizing moral cause, and toppled the kingdom in 1894. A common misconception about European imperialism in Africa is that colonization and slavery always worked hand in hand. The Europeans set down their claims in Africa to furnish their endless desire for slaves. This was true at certain times. Portugal's colonies, such as those in Angola, were an important source of slaves. By the late 1700s, Portugal's thirst for able-bodied male slaves to work their American plantations meant that Angolan women outnumbered men in their homeland by at least 2 to 1. However, the vast majority of European colonization in Africa occurred after the abolition of slavery. It would be more accurate to say that anti-slavery motivated European colonization. We have already seen how France conquered Dahomey in part to end its slave trading. A similarly hard line against slavery was taken by the British. For example, in 1851, the Royal Navy lay siege to the Nigerian city of Lagos and its king Costco because the king refused to end the slave trade. After a furious naval bombardment, the British compelled Lagos to abolish the trade, forcibly freed every slave in Lagos's territory, and expelled all slave traders from their land. The British later imposed abolition on all of Nigeria. Some historians have noted that while Britain was quick to abolish trading, domestic slavery took a lot longer to root out in Nigeria. The British were concerned that moving too quickly to end slavery there would provoke unrest and resistance from the Nigerians themselves. Abolitionism was similarly evident in the British conquest of Benin in 1897. After the massacre of a British merchant expedition in January of that year, the British launched a punitive military strike against Benin City. Slavery was once again among the justifying causes of the attack and subsequent colonization of the kingdom. According to eyewitness accounts, the king of Benin sacrificed hundreds of its slaves in hopes of acquiring divine protections against the approaching British. The British repopulated the decimated city with freed slaves and offered total emancipation and resettlement to any slave who escaped to their territory. Benin's elites were slow to embrace the change, and British authorities were still trying to stamp out native slavery there into the 1920s. That is not to say that there weren't African abolitionists. There certainly were, not least of all the slaves themselves. But there were many in Africa willing to fight and die to uphold the ancient institution. No discussion of slavery should ever gloss over the fact that millions of Africans suffered unspeakable cruelty across the Atlantic, Indian Ocean, the Sahara, or in Africa itself.
And this is why I always said this is where the Pan-Africans want us to go back to. They want us to go back to Africa. This is what they want us to go back to. And I said, nah, fuck that. Niggas is you stupid nigga. Niggas ain't going back to fucking Africa after bitches is dying in Tanzania. Niggas is losing their life in fucking Ghana. Niggas is being scammed. Like, come on, let's personally be honest. This is a lot to fucking think of. You know, I'm gonna be personally honest.
Scale of the deportations from Africa deserves unique attention, but that suffering was not solely the product of foreigners imposing themselves on a passive continent. Africans were active in their own history and helped to create, expand, and uphold the systems of slavery that shackled other Africans. The story of Africa's support for slavery is as much a part of its history as it's being a victim of it. While the
Facts.
experiences of millions of African slaves deserves all the attention it gets, that doesn't mean we should pretend that other Africans were not traders, raiders, and rulers who facilitated the enslavement of others on their continent. Africa was not
So Robin, most of us who are in American that are Black American, they were already in America. Like I said, there was only 4% that were actually African. You know, this is why a lot of people push away from saying that they're African American. Because a lot of us was already here. You know, I get what you're saying, Robin. And it makes sense. And yes, I do believe you what you're saying. But I think the information that you are saying it that I believe is not true. I believe that we were already here. Are we African? We have African genetics, but Robin, you have African genetics, you know. So yeah.
uniquely guilty or innocent of slavery, but part of a shared human story of suffering, exploitation, and eventually abolition. Telling that history gets us closer to the truth and puts African history in its rightful place in world history, as a continent full of people who are as complicated and flawed as anyone else. If you appreciated this dive into the untold parts of African slavery, don't forget to like this video.
So I'm gonna say this, everybody. That's why I always say I have a problem with people talking about, yeah, we should go back to Africa. I always had a problem people saying that. Because it's a false statement. And this is why I stopped doing the Pan African thing. That's why I stopped doing a lot of that shit, because a lot of this shit was basically being force fed to us. Then when we did push away from it, they had a problem with us, you know, not being the same as, not falling in line with their saying. So I rather be the different, So yeah. Yeah, my family was here since the revolution, so I think we were already. No, Robin, I'm talking about way before. We were here before the country was the country. We were living in colonies. I get what you're saying. Yes, that does make you an American now, but at the end of the day, like I said, you know where you come from, and that's a beautiful thing. You know that you're from Ireland. So, like I said, it's a beautiful thing that you know where you're from, and you could go to that country and say, like, yo, you know what? This is what my forefathers was like walking on, and they were living amongst each other and stuff. You don't need to remember the Black Plague and all that other shit, but you can remember the beautiful things of your country. I can't go to Africa, like go to Ghana or Benin or fucking Senegal, be like, yeah, this is where my people's from, and we were eating fucking we were eating lion tails over here with some stew, with some fufu and everything. I'm eating with my hands with a spear, my booty out. I can't do that because at the end of the day, my family been here for probably 800 years, 800, 900 years. And I don't know how far my family goes back of this country. That's how crazy it is. You could go back and say like, yo, I was over here and niggas was growing potatoes over here, niggas was eating the corned beef hash over there, niggas was looking for four-leaf clovers and shit. In Dublin, like, yeah, I feel like an African street would be yeah, Robin. Like Robin, for example, when I say, yeah, you have African genetics too, you can't just, and this is, I'm gonna give you an example. You can't go back and say, yo, I'm from like fucking Zimbabwe, but my whole family, um, tr- my whole family, line just got white. You're not gonna just do that. You're just gonna be you're gonna be on that other time. You're gonna be on that type of time. And it's cool, So that's why I say I salute you for that. Most people wouldn't be like, oh yeah, I'm Irish and all this other cool shit. And it's cool. Like I said, it's not a bad thing that you're Irish. We were growing potatoes out of here for Robbie. You know what I mean when I say potatoes, my nigga. Come on, don't do that to me. He making me sound like I'm fucking be discriminating this nigga. Dude.
Responsibility for the problems we face that are of our own making. And it
Hold on, everybody. Let's listen to what this guy. Oh shit, I forgot. I got to join on.
we do not seek to shirk any responsibility for the problems
Oh, fuck.
we face that are of our own making. And it bears repeating that we are not craving for sympathy, and we do not want to be a scar on anybody's conscience. But we cannot, and the world should not pretend that the present day economic and social conditions of Africa have nothing to do with the historical injustices that have fashioned the structures of the world. It is time to acknowledge openly that much of Europe and the United States have been built from the vast wealth harvested from the sweat, tears, blood, and horrors of the transatlantic slave trade and the centuries of colonial exploitation. Maybe we should also admit that it cannot be easy to build confident and prosperous societies from nations.
Like I get what he's doing. He's trying to take responsibilities, but I think this is the thing that gets me. Watch.
Horrors of the transatlantic slave trade and the centuries of colonial exploitation. Maybe we should also admit that it cannot be easy to build confident and prosperous societies from nations that for centuries have their natural resources looted and their peoples traded as commodities. For centuries, the world has been unwilling and unable to confront the realities of the consequences of the slave trade. But gradually, this is changing, and it is time to bring the subject of reparations firmly to the fore. Granted, the current generations are not the ones that engaged in the slave trade, but that grand inhuman enterprise was state-sponsored and deliberate, and its benefits are clearly interwoven with the present-day economic architecture of the nations that designed and executed it. Reparations must be paid for the slave trade. No amount of money will ever make up for the horrors, but it would make the point that evil was perpetrated, that millions of productive Africans were snatched from the embrace of our continent and put to work in the Americas and the Caribbean without compensation for their labor. If there are
I will say this. Situations like this, it makes it a little bit hard. Excuse me. The reason why it makes it a little bit hard because you're throwing Caribbeans up in there. You're in New York right now. Are there a lot of Caribbeans in New York? Yeah, but at the end of the day, they're not in the Caribbeans. They're in a home that's not even theirs. That they call home. I apologize. That they call home, and you're supposed to be basically focusing on Black America. You're focusing on the whole atrocities of what Africans and the Europeans done. You know, and this is where a lot of Black Americans have a problem at. If you're gonna fight for us, fight for us. Don't fight for all. We're tired of that. We know this trick when you do that. And when you trying to play in our face and think that we don't know and we're gonna be cool with it, yeah, we got a problem.
any hesitations in some minds about the paying of reparations, it is worth considering the fact that when slavery was abolished, the slave owners were compensated for the loss of the slaves because the human beings were labeled as property, deemed to be commodities. Surely, this is a matter that the world must confront and can no longer ignore. The African Union has authorized Ghana to hold a global conference on the issue in November in Accra. It is probably also the time to return to that vexed subject of illicit financial outflows out of the continent of Africa. I refer to the report of the panel chaired by return to that vexed subject of illicit financial outflows out of the continent of Africa. I refer to the report of the panel chaired by the highly respected former South African President Thabo Mbeki on the illicit flow of funds from Africa, which states that Africa is losing annually more than 88 billion United States dollars through illicit financial outflows. Yes, those monies too must be returned to the continent. It is difficult to understand why the recipient countries are comfortable about retaining such funds and are happy to call those countries from whom the monies are taken as corrupt. I believe that a joint task force of the African Union Commission and the OECD Secretariat under the auspices of the United Nations should be charged to find ways of stopping the damaging outflows. Mr. President, before the pandemic, we, like many other parts of the world, were making progress with the 17 SDGs, and we had good reason to believe we would achieve the 2030 target. Today, the picture we have on our performance is not very bright. Most of the 21 targets designated for achievement by 2020 have not been met, and we are not on track to achieve many other targets by 2030. According to the 2023 SDG report, just 12% of the SDG targets are on track to be achieved. Progress on 50% of the targets is weak. The most disappointing part is that we have stalled or retrogressed more than 30% of the targets. We need to accelerate action on the entire project.
Yeah, it was a decent speech. I will say that. This guy sounds like he's Boundy. Nah, that's just how most Africans sound like. If they don't have the British, if they sound old English. I'll say this: it was a good speech. Like there were a few things I did have an issue with. I gotta be honest, I did have a few issues. One of the issues was, and this is just me, everybody. Some of y'all might think different, but one of the issues that I had with this guy is that he's talking for everybody in Africa. I think that is a problem. I have always seen that as a problem. You know, if you're gonna talk about if you want Black American help, talk for Black Americans. Don't talk for everybody. You know, that has always been a problem with me because after that, it just seemed like you just pimping me for your own agenda. You know, like I said, yeah, it's you can see it. You know, so yeah, it's.
While we are all familiar with the role played by the United States and the European colonial powers, there is little discussion of the role Africans themselves played. And that role, it turns out, was a considerable one, especially for the slave-trading kingdoms of Western and Central Africa. There are many thorny issues to resolve before we can arrive at a judicious gesture to match such a sustained, heinous crime. Perhaps the most vexing is how to parcel out blame to those directly involved. Hello, and welcome to Black Discoveries. Today, we embark on a journey to uncover a crucial and often misunderstood fact, Africa's role in the slave trade. This chapter in history is complex and painful, and it's vital that we explore it with depth and sensitivity to understand the truth behind it. To truly understand Africa's involvement in the transatlantic slave trade, we must delve deeper into the African context of the time. It's a story of diverse cultures, kingdoms, and societies, each with its unique dynamics and interactions with European traders. Africa is not a monolithic entity, and it's essential to recognize its rich diversity. The continent was home to an array of ethnic groups, languages, and belief systems, from the Yoruba in West Africa to the Zulu in the South. These varied cultures had different ways of life, economies, and systems of governance. In addition to the transatlantic trade, there was a long history of trade within Africa itself. Different regions specialized in various goods, such as gold, ivory, salt, and textiles. This inter-African trade network predates the arrival of European traders and was a vital part of the continent's economy. As European powers began to explore Africa's coastlines, they sought to establish trade relationships. Initially, they were more interested in goods like gold, spices, and textiles. It wasn't until later that the demand for enslaved labor became a dominant force in these interactions. One critical factor in Africa's involvement in the slave trade was the introduction of firearms by European traders. The allure of these new weapons was a game changer for some African kingdoms, as they could gain an advantage in conflicts with rival groups or expand their territories. It's important to acknowledge that the decision to participate in the slave trade often depended on local power dynamics. Some African rulers and elites saw an opportunity to strengthen their positions by collaborating with European traders. This often came at the expense of rival factions, further deepening divisions within African societies. The transatlantic slave trade is undoubtedly a complex issue, and its roots run deep in the interplay between European powers and various African kingdoms. It's important to avoid painting Africa as a single entity that willingly participated in this inhumane trade. Rather, it's a story of diverse experiences and motivations. We must resist the temptation to oversimplify Africa's role in the slave trade. Africans were not passive actors, nor were they solely responsible for the immense suffering that occurred. Instead, they were part of a much larger, interconnected system driven by economic interests, power struggles, and the brutality of the time. As we explore Africa's complex role in the transatlantic slave trade, it's important to remember that we are delving into a painful and difficult chapter of history. This history is not meant to assign blame, but rather to help us understand the intricacies of the past and, ultimately, humanize the experiences of those who lived through it. Now, let's delve deeper into the European side of the transatlantic slave trade. To understand the extent of Africa's involvement, we must examine the European demand for labor and the complex dynamics at play. The European colonization of the Americas and their emerging agricultural and mining enterprises created an insatiable demand for labor. As sugar, tobacco, cotton, and other crops became major cash crops,
Slavery been there since biblical times, Robin. Remember Egypt, the house of bondage? Moses, the Red Sea? Yeah. He split it the Red Sea.
European colonies required a vast and inexpensive workforce to meet their production goals. The profitability of slave labor cannot be understated. Enslaved individuals were considered a valuable commodity, and their labor contributed immensely to the economic growth of European colonies. This system allowed Europe to amass great wealth, but it came at a horrific human cost. European slave traders and merchants played a significant role in perpetuating the transatlantic slave trade. They established trading posts along the African coast where they acquired enslaved Africans in exchange for various goods such as firearms, textiles, and alcohol. Perhaps the most harrowing aspect of the transatlantic slave trade was the Middle Passage. Enslaved Africans endured unimaginable suffering during the voyage across the Atlantic Ocean. They were packed like cargo in the holds of slave ships, subjected to inhumane conditions, and often deprived of even the most basic necessities. While European powers were responsible for the demand that drove the slave trade, its impact on Africa was devastating. The trade disrupted local economies and communities as valuable resources and labor were diverted to the slave trade. Additionally, the introduction of firearms exacerbated conflicts within African societies. It's important to note that many European powers justified the transatlantic slave trade through a distorted lens of racial and cultural superiority. This dehumanizing view allowed them to morally justify their actions and perpetuate a system of cruelty. Over time, there was a growing awareness of the inhumanity of the transatlantic slave trade, and abolition movements gained momentum in Europe and the Americas. These movements would eventually lead to the abolition of the slave trade in the early 19th century. European involvement in the transatlantic slave trade is a dark chapter in history that cannot be understated. It involved not only the traders and merchants, but also European governments, which established regulations and systems that allowed the trade to persist. If you're enjoying the
That's why, Robin, this is why I said the United States owe reparations to Black Americans, not white people. It's the government, because the government okayed it. So listen to what he just said. Watch.
It involved not only the traders and merchants, but also European governments, which established regulations and systems that allowed the trade to persist.
You heard that, Robin? That's why I said that, I get it was probably a small percentage of white people, but the government made it okay. The government put policies so you can have slaves. The government made policies where, they made policies and they made laws so y'all can have slaves. So that's the difference.
If you're enjoying the content and finding it valuable, videos just like this one. Welcome back as we continue to explore the complex role of Africa in the transatlantic slave trade. In this extended segment, we'll delve deeper into the multifaceted aspects of African involvement, including the slave raids, capture, resistance, and the enduring legacy of this dark period. To understand Africa's involvement in the slave trade, we must acknowledge the unfortunate reality of slave raids and capture that took place within the continent. African kingdoms and groups sometimes engaged in capturing individuals from rival tribes or prisoners of war.
Let me tell you what it is, Robin. You've been watching this show a lot and you've been hearing what has been going on. And I'm going to say this. I thank the Reaper Nation for the education and the research that we do. Yeah, it's a government thing. It's not like, yo, we're taking money out of your pocket. It's the government made it okay. The government made policies and laws for white people can have slaves.
One driving force behind these raids was intertribal conflict. Competition for resources, power, or control of trade routes often led to violent clashes. Some groups took captives in these conflicts and subsequently sold them to European traders. It's important to emphasize that the level of participation in the slave trade varied greatly among different African societies. Some regions actively engaged in the capture and sale of slaves, while others were less involved or resisted these practices. However, it's equally important to recognize the many African communities and individuals who actively resisted the slave trade. Resistance took various forms, including efforts to protect vulnerable members of society and defiance against slave raiders. Communities like the Maroons in the Americas, who were descendants of escaped slaves, often engaged in guerrilla warfare against European colonizers. In Africa itself, there were instances of communities fighting back against slave raiders and offering refuge to escaped slaves. For example, the Kingdom of Congo, one of the African kingdoms involved in the early stages of the slave trade, eventually sought to restrict and control the trade as they realized its devastating.
So this guy just using any picture. This picture is Nat Turner. It's supposed to be Nat Turner. I don't know what this fucking guy is doing, but that's a Nat Turner picture. Nat Turner was a preacher that killed 52 white people. He was the one with one of the most important revolts in Black American history. So,
trade eventually sought to restrict and control the trade as they realized its devastating consequences. Queen Zinga of Ndongo and Matamba actively opposed Portuguese colonization and the slave trade. The transatlantic slave trade left an enduring legacy on the African continent. Beyond the immediate social, economic, and political consequences, it has shaped the trajectory of African history and continues to impact the region to this day. The slave trade often disrupted traditional African societies. Valuable human resources were diverted away from agriculture, industry, and local governance, leading to instability and economic challenges. Additionally, the transatlantic slave trade had lasting effects on the African diaspora, including the loss of cultural ties and the dispersal of African peoples across the Americas. This legacy of forced migration continues to influence the cultural and social fabric of many nations. The legacy of the transatlantic slave trade is not confined to history books. It continues to impact issues such as systemic racism, economic disparities, and cultural identity in Africa and the diaspora. As we navigate this complex history, it's crucial to promote understanding rather than assign blame. Africa's role in the transatlantic slave trade was influenced by various.
Robin, you do got a Nat Turner movie. No, you got one. It's called Birth of a Nation. It's with Nate Parker. It's called Birth of a Nation. Yeah, it has Gabrielle Union in it too. So yeah, you do got a Birth of a Nation. Yeah, it's. I'm gonna say this, Robin. If you do watch that movie, you have to get ready. Like there's some tough scenes to watch. There's some tough scenes to watch. There's a scene where a white girl got a like a dog collar around a little black girl's neck, just jumping around like this, like she's a dog. Or it's fucking crazy, you know. So it's yeah, Robin. They do got a movie, but Nat Turner kills a lot. That motherfucker killed like 52 white folks. Yeah, he got busy in Virginia. Like they beat and I think sexually assaults his wife. Then this nigga just lost it, and he's a preacher. Because the thing about it, he was preaching all this Christianity shit to the slaves and stuff, and the slaves are listening. And like it's a tough thing to watch, Robin. So I will tell you, if you do, you probably might need a drink, my friend.
Factors, and it's essential to approach this topic with nuance and sensitivity. Reflecting on this dark chapter in history allows us to acknowledge the suffering of those who endured the horrors of the transatlantic slave trade, while also recognizing the resilience and strength of those who resisted and survived. We hope that this extended exploration of Africa's complex role in the transatlantic slave trade encourages respectful dialogue, education, and a deeper understanding of the historical forces that shaped our world. As we conclude our in-depth look at Africa's involvement in the transatlantic slave trade, we must remember that history is not just about the past, it informs our present and future. By acknowledging the complex and multifaceted aspects of this history, we can better appreciate the profound impact it has had on the world. We encourage you to continue learning, engaging in discussions, and seeking the truth about historical events. Like the transatlantic slave trade, please like, share, and subscribe to our channel to support our mission of promoting and
So yeah, that's one more. Let me see what else. I got two more, and I'm gonna be done. All right, everybody, we're gonna have a little quick show. Just we did like what 3.5 hours already, so we're gonna do this one, and we got another one. I got a little surprise for you. I got a King Flex for you. So yeah, shout out to y'all.
Diaspora, the development of the Americas, and the global economic system. If If you are African or African American, we encourage you to stick through this video to learn the entire truth regarding the question of Africa's involvement in the slave trade. We will provide a historically and culturally accurate insight into this pertinent question. It was the distinguished Nigerian literary giant, Chinua Achebe, who said, "Until the lions have their own historians, the history of the hunt will always glorify the hunter." It's essential for everyone to understand that in any aggressive scenario, the primary accountability lies with the instigator. We have consistently resisted across the continent, and it's time to dispel the notion that we are to.
So when he's saying that, when he said that the small hats, he's saying that they funded the slave trade. The small hats did funded the slave trade, so that's something that we can't lie about. Shabby Shav has said that dozens of time. Do I think they funded? Yes. That makes you that makes you a player in the game. So like, yeah.
Blame in part for the slave trade. There were 150,000 Jews in Hitler's extermination plan, but no reasonable human being in this world would ever say that the Jews were responsible for their Holocaust. Let this sink in. Ultimately, only we, as Africans from both sides of the Atlantic and as victims, hold the right to document our history. As the renowned Mama Miriam Makeba once said, "We shouldn't expect those who invaded us to pen the truth about us." Recent conversations, amplified by several contemporary videos, including the one shown here, have emphasized Africa's role in the transatlantic slave trade. While navigating this intricate subject requires delicacy and depth, it's crucial to counter misrepresentations with factual accuracy rather than solely emotional responses. Forms of slavery existed on the African continent before the transatlantic slave trade. Let's examine this statement. While it's accurate to state that forms of servitude and bondage have existed across different cultures and epochs, it's crucial to distinguish between the various systems and understand them and differentiate them from the barbaric European slave trade. Ancient societies, including Egypt and Carthage, had forms of servitude, but these systems were often different from the chattel slavery associated with the transatlantic slave trade. For instance, in ancient Egypt, many workers on monumental projects weren't slaves in the sense we think of today but were peasants working as part of a taxed labor system. We have covered the topic of this erroneous impression of slaves building the pyramids in Egypt. See the video description for a detailed historical narrative. Next, it's true that the Trans-Saharan and Indian Ocean slave trades predated European involvement on the continent. However, these trades were distinct in nature, scale, and impact from the transatlantic trade. Additionally, the numbers provided, while significant, are estimates, and the exact numbers are still debated among historians. Slavery in the Islamic world was diverse, encompassing a range of roles from household servants to high-ranking officials. The claim about widespread castration needs careful contextualization. While castration did occur in some instances, it wasn't universally practiced across the entire Islamic world. We have uncovered the impact of the Islamic slave trade in a separate video. While it's accurate that various forms of servitude were present in West Africa before European contact, the context provided needs to be examined critically. The Ghana Empire, existing between the 4th to 13th centuries, derived its wealth primarily from gold and controlled trade routes linking the southern gold-producing areas with Saharan trade centers. While it had forms of servitude, it's an oversimplification to attribute its prosperity mainly to the trans-Saharan slave trade or slave labor. While the Mali Empire did have slaves, attributing the extraction of all its salt, copper, and gold to slave labor is a sweeping statement. Notably, the famous Mansa Musa's wealth largely stemmed from the vast gold reserves of the empire. There were indeed slaves in various capacities, but there were also free laborers, artisans, and miners.
Indentured
Empires,
servants.
by nature, expand through conquest. However, to portray the majority of slaves being acquired through subjugation of weaker entities simplifies the diverse mechanisms through which people became slaves, including debt, crime, or even voluntary submission in times of famine.
So a lot of Arabs, and this is why I got out of that's why I stopped being a Muslim. That was the whole reason why I stopped. Cause they don't tell you about this history. I'm gonna be personally honest. The Islamic belief is no better than being a fucking Christian. I'm gonna be personally honest because they both believe in slavery. You know, that's how, and I'm gonna be personally honest. And I'm not trying to tell nobody. If you're a Muslim, I'm not trying to tell you to lose your faith. I'm just telling you this is how I felt. You know, I felt like I was turning my back on my own people. You know, and like I get it. You know, I get how people feel. I get how certain people think about it. But this is how I'm thinking about it, and this is how my mind works. It's like, yo, why the fuck am I doing Ramadan and doing all this other bullshit? And they're part of the reason why a lot of these Africans were slaves and moved to the western coast of Africa. They're the reason why they went right back into slavery. You know, because don't forget the Arabs introduced slavery to the Europeans. A lot of people don't know that. They think they just came on the western coast of Africa and they seen Africans with slaves. No, they were introduced by the Arabs, and Arabs was doing some freaky nasty shit.
Songhai, Jalaf, and Kaaba did inherit certain socioeconomic structures, but each had its unique approach to governance, economy, and even slavery. Blanket statements risk obfuscating these differences. It's indeed accurate that slavery took various forms in West Africa, from agricultural to military roles. The ability of some slaves to own land or potentially buy their freedom underscores the difference between West African servitude and the chattel slavery of the European-dominated Atlantic system. The statement about Benin's ritual sacrifices does reflect specific historical instances. However, it should be understood within the broader religious and ceremonial practices of the time. European powers didn't encounter a blank slate but complex societies with established norms, institutions, and practices. However, the European involvement in the Atlantic slave trade
I'll say this too, Robin. A lot of the Roman Catholics, they were a part of this shit too. The 7 day, was it the 7 day, whatever they call themselves, Mormons, all of those people were a part of the slave trade. I forgot which pope. He was fine with slavery. He told people like, yo, get more slaves. The Seventh Day, whatever, they were a part of that shit too. They okayed the Mormons. They didn't like black people either, and like I said, I don't got nothing wrong with nobody. I don't got no problem with nobody's religion, but I'm not gonna support it, especially if you're not gonna tell the whole truth about slavery.
massively escalated the scale and brutality of slavery. Africans were not passive victims. An interesting proclamation that needs to be scrutinized. The narrative surrounding the transatlantic slave trade, as it's often presented, predominantly casts Europeans as the sole architects of this devastating chapter in history. In truth, the African experience during this period was multidimensional. While millions of Africans tragically found themselves shackled and sold as chattel, others, within certain African kingdoms and regions, engaged in and benefited from the trade. These African groups, driven by their own economic, political, and interregional rivalries, sometimes collaborated with European slave traders. However, it's paramount to contextualize this collaboration. European powers, armed with advanced weaponry and maritime capabilities, frequently manipulated local rivalries, instigated conflicts, and applied direct and indirect pressures to gain advantage. So, while it's accurate that not all Africans were passive victims, a comprehensive understanding necessitates recognizing the layered power dynamics and external influences at play during the transatlantic slave trade. We would like to draw your attention to the prevailing situation in Africa at the present time. Puppet leaders planted by neo-colonialist Western nations are still in power today. Cheap resources are still being carted out of Africa, while a vast majority of our people remain economically disadvantaged. The same tactics are still being used by the descendants of these colonizers. The video titled Exposing Africa's Part in the Slave Trade sought to establish African kings as willing participants in the trade. We will address a few bold claims made by the author of that video. The notion that African kingdoms primarily sought European alliances for firearms and sold captives for status symbols slightly misrepresents their motivations. African kingdoms had their political, economic, and military objectives, often more complex than just procuring European goods. King Alfonso I of Congo did indeed maintain a relationship with the Portuguese and was involved in the slave trade. What is left out of King Alfonso I's narrative is that his older brother Mpanzu Akidama, who was critical of Europeans and Christianity, attempted to expel the Portuguese out of his kingdom. However, the Portuguese plotted against him to support his brother, Nzinga Mbemba, who later became known as Afonso I. We hope this gives viewers a better context of who this puppet king was to the people of Congo. The Portuguese...
Yeah, a lot of Black Americans don't do shit like that. See, like turn on their brother and stuff just to get power and sell their people. No, it's like we know the importance of numbers. We know the importance of staying on code. A lot of these other tribes don't. And this was a guy from his tribe. That was his own brother. This is why I say, yo, certain times, like, and like I said, I don't have problems with nobody. It's just like this is the truth that we are seeing. This is a pill that's it's hard to swallow.
Slowly began dominating the Congo Empire, often ruling alongside the monarch. They aimed to technologically weaken the Congo, making it a vassal state. They hindered the Congo's ambitions for international trade, even denying them ships. The Portuguese also began controlling the empire's international relationships. This control paved the way for the slave trade, which Alfonso finally opposed after he recognized the sheer number and brutality of the trade. He was appalled at the participation of both the Congolese and Portuguese Christians in slave raids. Afonso frequently wrote to King João III of Portugal, expressing his dismay and seeking intervention, only to be met with indifference. We covered the role of the Portuguese in undermining the Congo Empire in a recent video. Please see the video description. The broad assertion that African elites primarily saw Europeans as sources for firearms and status symbols requires a more multifaceted understanding. African leaders sought diplomatic, religious, and economic ties with Europe, not just arms and luxury goods. Claims about slavery among the Akan of modern-day Ghana. The Akan peoples originate from modern-day Ghana, not Nigeria. Furthermore, the Gold Coast is a colonial-era name for modern-day Ghana. This error already demonstrates a lack of precise understanding of West African geography and history by the author of the video titled Exposing Africa's Part in the Slave Trade. While the Akan region was rich in gold, it's an oversimplification to state that all mines were operated solely by slaves. The notion that a third of the Akan state's populations were enslaved, predominantly from non-Akan groups, needs robust evidence for verification. Typically, slaves were captured from adversaries during conflicts. The conditions under which Ashanti slaves lived could range from accumulating personal wealth and marrying into their master's family. Some slaves even had the ability to possess slaves of their own and could appeal for a change in masters if subjected to extreme cruelty. The mode of servitude practiced in Africa distinctly contrasts with European serfdom, or the various incarnations of slavery observed in other societies. Contemporary Ashantis assert that maltreatment of slaves was rare, and anyone found abusing a slave was viewed with disdain by the community. Besides slaves, there were also pawns. These free individuals were sold into servitude to settle debts. Around 1838, Asantehene Kwakudua I prohibited this pawnship system. Africa, being a continent of vast diversity, can't be reduced to a narrative of lacking African solidarity, since its various nations and kingdoms had their interests and shared histories. It's misleading to imply that age-old ethnic divides solely fueled the transatlantic slave trade, without considering the European influence in magnifying and transforming existing systems of bondage. The ethnic relationships in Africa evolved over time and weren't static, making the continent's history as dynamic as any other in the world.
That's why I was saying this. I'm gonna say this. Yes, we know that most Africans were a lot of these Africans colonies or tribes was not a part of this slave trade, but a lot of them didn't do anything about it. They just mind their business and said, like, yeah, we know these niggas over there got slaves. So, like what we say about white people, it's like, oh yeah, they wasn't a part of the like, burning and all that other stuff. But if you don't do nothing to stop it, then you're part of the fucking problem. You just watch these people get treated like animals and you just turn a blind eye to it. Sometimes that's more dangerous than actually just doing it. So yeah, a lot of these Africans has done that. They turned a blind eye to it. Now when we ask them about it, they're nonchalant about it. Amnesia starts popping in and shit.
Lastly, European contact undeniably influenced African societies, challenging the notion that their arrival had minimal impact. This challenges the assertion made by the authors of this video, claiming ethnic divisions were not quickly changed by the arrival of Europeans to the shores of West Africa. Addressing the assertions about the Kingdom of Benin. Firstly, while it's accurate that the Kingdom of Benin is different from today's Benin Republic, describing it as a small territory in modern-day Nigeria is a reduction of its significance.
Hold up, listen.
The Kingdom of Benin was one of the most area is today's Benin Republic. Describing it as a small territory in modern-day Nigeria is a reduction of its significance. The Kingdom of Benin was one of the most powerful and sophisticated states in pre-colonial West Africa, boasting of a rich history, culture, and a vast
What I just say?
influence.
What I just say? Remember I said that? I said they're known for bronze. They helped a lot of people.
Regarding the Obas, kings of Benin, while Obiuera and subsequent rulers made conscious decisions regarding the transatlantic slave trade, it's crucial to understand the context. The kingdom's decisions were rooted in broader diplomatic, economic, and strategic concerns, not merely population strain. The differentiation between the transatlantic slave trade and domestic servitude is essential. Like many other global societies at the time, the Kingdom of Benin had its form of servitude. However, comparing domestic servitude to the horrors of the transatlantic slave trade might oversimplify the nature and scale of both.
That's why I always tell people all the time the difference between indentured conservitude, as he said, and slavery. It's different as hot water and cold ice. Cold as ice. There's a difference. Hot and cold. It's that shit is hot and cold. Plain and simple. It's hot and cold. And the reason why I say that because the stuff that went on in a lot of these countries where like and maybe in Africa they had a lot of indentured servants and they practiced that a lot. But when you're looked at as fucking cattle, as an animal lesser than a person, this is what they see you as. So this is why I always had to let you know, Robin, when you were like, oh yeah, Irish were slaves. No, you was an indentured servant. You was working off a debt. That's different than just being fucking cattle, you know, and looked at less as a person. In the beginning, was Irish looked at as different? Yes, niggas was busting y'all niggas in the head with potatoes and shit, talking about go back to Ireland. Yes, I agree with that. But you have $1 million worth of whiteness now. You're tapped in with that society that was the oppressors. You're not an oppressor. You're not oppressed no more. You're an oppressor. That's the difference.
Also, while the Kingdom of Benin indeed had skirmishes with the British in the late 19th century, it's an oversimplification to suggest they primarily fought to uphold domestic slavery. State institutionalized slavery by the Dahomey.
Uh oh,
The narrative about
Robin's
Dahomey,
group.
while factually detailed, can unintentionally present the African perspective in a singular dimension, which warrants a more nuanced analysis. First, positioning Dahomey solely as a slaving power doesn't give due respect to its sophisticated administrative, military, and cultural systems. Like many civilizations, it adapted to prevailing economic drivers, in this case, the transatlantic slave trade, to ensure its dominance and survival. The massive standing army of Dahomey, while used for conquests and slave raids, was also a sign of centralized power and a deterrent against potential invasions. It's an oversimplification to suggest that a fear of rebellion was the primary reason Dahomey sought new conquests. This minimizes the complexities of statecraft and inter-kingdom dynamics of the era. Moreover, while slavery and its associated rituals were significant, it's essential to contextualize them within Dahomey's religious and socio-political framework rather than see them only through a Western lens. Sacrifices, while brutal by today's standards, were practiced by many cultures historically and were tied to deeply held spiritual beliefs. The decline of Dahomey due to the cessation of the slave trade illustrates the tragic dependency some African states developed on this inhuman.
Robin, I'm gonna say this: the small hats call everybody that. Oh, just they call their own people that because you know what? I'm gonna say this, Robin. I don't know if you would understand that. I don't think a lot of those small hat people are a part of those percenters. I think it's just a percentage of those people that are doing that. Yes, I'm gonna say this. Are those people to a certain extent you know, where's your boy Shabaka? Shabaka's hiding right now. Gullery, he's hiding. Shabaka's hiding. Robin, I'm gonna be personally honest with you about small hats. And this is just how I see it. A lot of those folks, and this is why I say I don't do per capita or percentage because it doesn't tell the full story. I have always said that, and I will die saying that. I will die saying that. Everybody always talks about the small hats runs this, the small hats run that. That's a small percentage of them running that shit. I'm gonna be personally honest with you, Robin. Is a whole bunch of them running like that? No, absolutely not. A lot of them are on fucking welfare. A lot of them motherfuckers is on Section 8. Do they got their own community? Absolutely, but it's because of the small percentage of those people who saying that like yo they if we want to do dirt we need to keep them out this community, and the only way to keep them out their community is have everybody have their people doing everything, having these small jobs. Like for example, remember when they had the raid? How long? Let me ask you a question, Robin. And I think the raid was like 2 years ago, a year and a half to 2 years ago. When they did that raid, how long you think that they've been doing that shit? How long you been thinking that they've been doing shit like that? It's only a small percentage of them doing that shit, Robin. I'm gonna be personally honest. It's a small percentage of them small hats that are doing all that wicked, nasty shit. You know, and this is why, and I understand why they say that shit is dangerous of what they're saying because at the end of the day, though, the innocent is gonna get hurt, Robin. I'm gonna be personally honest. Them innocents of them small hats that just want to live a normal life is gonna get hurt because of that type of information. And the thing about it, we could see that because of the history of Black Americans. All that weird, all that wild shit people used to say about Black Americans, how we're insubordinate, we don't listen, Sometimes we deserve to get beat and shit like that, and but the thing about it, I will say this, Robin, the small percentage of those people, they weaponize their own people. I personally think that they weaponize their own people. Like they'll cause some bullshit, Robin. Then when one of their people get hurt, see, look what they did to my people. Not and understanding that they caused that problem. They put that shit out in the air. They put that shit out in the air. And they caused their people to get hurt. You know, and this is why that's why I personally don't spit that ideology about the small hats and shit like that, because at the end of the day, I know it's only a small percent of those people that's doing all that wicked shit. And are there people joining in? Yes. There are people joining in. But at the end of the day, you got to understand, Robin, which people are getting hurt. Is it the percenters, or is it the average day motherfucker who's on welfare? Who's on food stamps? The nigga with the little Jerry curl on the side. You know? Like you got one of those small hats out here that that's supposed to be a rabbi out here selling sex toys. He's out here selling sex toys. So it's like I said, who is he hurting? He don't give a fuck that he don't give a fuck that he's hurting his own people. He just cares about fucking money. He cares about like, yo, how much I can beat my people for. He is no those people, I'm gonna tell you, Robin, those people are no better than the black gatekeepers and preachers. They're no different. And those are the people that say, oh yeah, I help my people, yada yada yada. But they're putting their people in danger when they do shit like that. They put their people in danger when they stop people for saying certain shit and not showing and not putting. Let me tell you something. The difference between other people and black Americans is that we put forth an efforts and we have receipts saying that we did this. We have receipts saying that, like, yo, this is all the effort that we did. All the laws that we find. I mean, that we're figuring out. It's so bad, Robin. Niggas been getting killed for years with black Americans where for following the rules. Niggas be like license and registration, step out the car. Oh, what are you stopping me for? Like he's not supposed to ask that fucking question. That's against my rights. You shouldn't be doing that. Shut the fuck up. I'm the law. That's what they say, Robin. For following the law. That's a receipt that what black Americans do. And let's say this. Let's say they do got something in their car. Don't that police officer still has the obligations to follow the fucking law? That's the difference. We follow the law, and at the end of the day, they still break the law and get off. That's the difference between us.
Trade, due to European demand. However, this dependency was not unique to Dahomey. Many global economies were built on.
I'm sorry if I, and also to audience, I'm sorry if I was just going. It's just I just got to be personally honest about the small hats. I don't think I'm gonna be personally. I don't think a lot of them are doing that shit. Are there just some percentage? Yes. Like, and I'm gonna say this: a lot of these small hats that are rich are into some freaky nasty shit. Epstein, Weinstein, fucking what's the other guy's name? A H was a Ozanazi. I mean not Oz. He was an Austrian Jew. Yeah, AH was. He was Austrian. His mama was. And where Judaism is by your mama, not your father. Yeah. It's different, and that's why I say, yeah, yeah, but I don't know where he is, Gullery. That man's on the run somewhere. But yeah, it's yeah, Robin. That's why I don't. That's why I don't do shit like that. You can do it. You know me. I don't mind. I think a lot of them are doing it, but I gotta respect it, Robin. If you think a lot of them are doing it, I gotta respect. I respect your opinion. I do respect your opinion. So if you do believe that, I think a lot of them are poor. I'm gonna be personally honest. They all live off of welfare, and they weaponize being white in their own culture too. So I do agree to that. But at the end of the day, I can't be like, oh yeah, you can't say you're white. So they are white. They're Caucasoids. They come from the Caucasoid family. So it'll be disingenuous if I say no, they're not. Yeah.
On exploitative systems. To place an undue emphasis on Dahome's commitment to the trade without adequately addressing the European demand and pressures that sustained it is to miss a significant part of the story. Colonization and the anti-slavery quest. The assertion that European colonization in Africa primarily stemmed from anti-slavery motivations can be misleading and obscures the multifaceted reasons behind European imperialism. While it is undeniable that European powers took action against slave trading in Africa, it is essential to frame these actions within broader imperialist ambitions. The European intervention was not purely altruistic. Economic, strategic, political, and even rivalries among European powers played a significant role in the scramble for Africa. The capture of Lagos and Benin by the British, for instance, should not be seen merely as a humanitarian mission. Lagos was strategically located, granting control over trade routes and potential resources. Similarly, the punitive expedition against Benin, while pegged to the massacre of a British delegation, also aimed at gaining control over valuable resources like palm oil, rubber, and ivory. Moreover, while some European powers abolished the transatlantic slave trade, their economic systems shifted to exploit African labor in other ways. Colonial powers implemented forced labor systems, cash crop economies, and exploitative taxation regimes that subjected Africans to severe hardships. The effects of which can still be felt today, especially in French-occupied regions in West Africa. France continues to siphon cheap resources out of French West Africa. The recent coups for liberation in some Francophone countries attest to this. Additionally, casting the African response as uniformly pro-slavery is again an oversimplification. As the video itself mentions, African abolitionists existed, and the continent's response to the slave trade and colonialism was diverse. Many Africans resisted both slavery and colonial rule, recognizing the exploitative nature of both. The narrative often neglects the fervent resistance displayed by Africans against colonial oppressors. The tales of Somalians, Kenyans, Tanzanians, and Mozambicans fiercely resisting the Portuguese for nearly a century, defending their cities and streets, witnessing their monarch's execution, and seeing their prosperous nations decimated by cannon fire remain untold. The relentless 40-year resistance of Queen Nzinga, who held off European advances in Angola, is rarely acknowledged. Few mention King Nzinga Mbemba's impassioned letters, pleading for an end to human trafficking. The story of King Badu Bansu of Ghana, who took down Dutch slave merchants before Europeans took his life, remains overshadowed. Similarly, King Almami of Senegambia's vow to eradicate every slaver on his land is often overlooked. The united front of the Soninkees and the Mandingos against European invaders is seldom discussed. Instead, a biased narrative persists, painting a picture of African leaders eagerly presenting their people with a label that read, "For sale," when Europeans arrived. In essence, to champion European powers as primarily anti-slavery saviors glosses over the broader implications of their imperial ambitions and the multifaceted reasons behind their actions in Africa. We are certainly not surprised by this blatant revisionist attempt to share the blame for slavery with its victims. This is a solemn reminder to people of African descent. Until the lions have their own historians, the history of the hunt will always glorify the hunter.
He's right about that, man. We're gonna play this one more video. Yeah, we're gonna play this one more video, and it's everybody's favorite, King Flex, baby.
Let's get Indian, what's your name? Indian Christian.
Hey Tariq.
What's up, man? How are you?
Yo man, I have to apologize before because last time I spoke to you, I came off as hostile. I didn't realize, I hadn't researched much of the history that you guys have in this country, and you guys were like very influential in allowing other immigrant groups to come into the country.
Mm-hmm.
So I applaud you for that. And I think there's a bigger.
Yeah, I don't
Huh?
I don't even remember the conversation. When did we speak?
I think it was maybe 2 or 3 days ago, but basically, I think there's a bigger. I was just seeing that like somewhere around 550 billion with a B dollars were being spent in foreign aid, which is insane. I mean, we could easily fund the reparations movement and get it done with easily if we have the political will, and it should be done because there's so much hostility between the blacks and the whites and the other groups. I mean, this country definitely owes the black Americans the reparations for all the suffering that they have gone through. But I want to say that there's a third element that is funding all this hostility against the black people.
Who is that?
I mean, a lot of people will say that I mean, there were white supremacists before, and I understand that. But this new resurgence in the anti-black hatred, a lot of these individuals, they're from certain like institutions like well, I'm not going to name them right now, but these institutions are being sprung up and specifically targeted at young white males to radicalize them against the blacks using these statistics and all that. And I think that all of us should unite against the people who have the monopoly on power, on resources, who control the institutions, the banks, the healthcare system. And a lot of white people, along with the black people, are suffering. So there's no reason to like fight amongst ourselves. I think we should unite against the common enemy that is plaguing our entire country.
And who is that?
Well, a lot of them are Jewish because they own, I mean, they just say they're Jewish. Some of them change their names, but a lot of them are Jewish. That is just a fact.
Who's the Jewish people that allowed Daniel Penny to lynch Jordan Neely?
Well, if you look at the conservative movement, J.D. Vance, Peter Thiel's second in command in Palantir, he's a Jewish Zionist, and he says that his greatest fear is he's going to be lynched by white supremacists someday. And he makes all the military technology, all the drones that you're seeing, those are Palantir.
You just deflected. What does that have to do with Jordan Neely being lynched? I didn't ask you to just mention the word lynching in a sentence. What does that have to do with Jordan Neely being lynched? You deflected, sir.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that the entire like right-wing movement is being led by Jews to target the blacks as a precursor because they don't want the white.
Okay, you're just repeating yourself. I asked you, how do Jews come into play with the Jordan Neely lynching? There were
Hmm.
no Jews involved in that. And this is a national lynching, and they made the lyncher a national hero. What Jews orchestrated that?
I mean, they didn't orchestrate it. Obviously, he did the lynching on his own. But what I'm saying is the media apparatus that completely whitewashed the thing, and they implicated Luigi Mangione because of his murder.
Okay, I don't want to hear no babbling and deflecting. I've heard enough. I already knew what he was gonna say. Is it really the Jews?
The Jews.
Y'all already knew where he was going. I just wanted to see if he was going to answer some follow-ups, and basically he's just regurgitating a bunch of 4chan talking points.
Hmm.
I don't want to hear it. This is what I'm saying. These other minorities. This is why when they talk about, yeah, there was another person of color on the train with Jordan Neely, it was probably dudes like this. That's who they're talking about. Dudes like this.
Mm.
These are melanated immigrants who have the same anti-black views, and they harbor the same white supremacist sentiments. Yeah, that's why we point that out. Video Leezy. What's up, man? Video Leezy. Unmute your microphone. Video Leezy. All right. Video Leezy ain't saying nothing. Let's get Henry Ford.
Mm.
Let's get Henry Ford in the building. Henry Ford, hop in, sir. Unmute your microphone.
Yeah, how you doing, man?
I'm good, Henry Ford. What's going on with you?
I'm good. I guess I'm just confused because the Daniel Penny, Jordan Neely thing, that's just how white people interact with black people, right? Isn't that kind of like how we've always established our society?
A lot of the white supremacists, yeah, they do a lot of lynching and violence toward black people. That's kind of what the culture of white supremacy is. Anti-black violence, right?
I mean, when you say lynching, you mean the actual like lynching, or are we talking about, punishing criminals? Because that's kind of the history of lynching in America. Even if you want to, I get your racial piece of this, but all of that aside, like, you break the law, you get strung up and you get put in the town square. That's kind of how we do it, right?
Well, if the law is anti-blackness, that's the law. So you're kind of right. The law is you're born the wrong color.
Mm.
And the law is just basically anti-blackness. And
Mm.
that's now the common law. Forget about what's on paper. See, that's where the white supremacists get it.
Yeah, that's why I always tell people all the time, yeah, y'all gotta be careful with saying shit like that because at the end of the day, that was the law. And this is why I said reparation is going through the government. It's not gonna be taken from taxpayers. The government is gonna have to pay for that. Like it's like, come on, it's like I get what y'all was saying, like, oh yo, I don't want it to be taking out my taxes. But this is where I say all the time, Robin, sometimes being quiet and not defending what's right is worse than not defending at all. I mean, than you actually doing it, you know?
You practice a common law that you're all on code with. So what's on paper that doesn't make a difference. The Constitution is toilet paper to white supremacists. It's the common law of I'm white and I say so. So what you're saying is actually true, and you've
Mm.
criminalized blackness in itself. Just our existence is a crime. That's why back in Jim Crow, you would just be open about it. If we were standing on a certain corner at night, or looking at a white person, if we were black, that would be a crime. So your existence is a crime, and it still is to a certain degree. They can criminalize us at any time using I'm white and I say so. So yeah, he looks like a skinny special needs Michael Jackson impersonator, but no, he's a big old strong
If you
brute,
could,
and I gotta kill him. So that's on I'm white and I say so,
you should go.
which is the degeneracy of the culture. That's why it's starting to
Um,
fall off, which is good, right?
Yeah.
Robin, that's what we've been saying the whole time. I don't know where you went from getting it from your taxes when we saying like we're getting it from the government. Last time I said yeah, we should get it from the Federal Reserve. People started talking about their taxes. That's the thing. They started talking about their taxes. You know, yeah, that's
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with anything you said. You know, I can't say anything you said. I do disagree with one thing. I actually think it's codified into writing. I agree with you on everything except for the fact that I do believe your blackness is written into our law because we do have laws that are established for white people. Our Constitution was written by white men for white men, and you're 100% right that holding black men accountable to our standards isn't fair for anybody. And that's how you end up with a man like Jordan Neely being executed, on the subway there. If black people were able to live amongst themselves and, you guys were able to be your own, that would be just normal, typical behavior and nobody would be upset by it. But to white people, that shit is not okay with us. Like when we see a black man behaving that way, you're 100% right. That puts us in that frame of mind where we're like, oh shit, we gotta, you know, take care of this immediately. We got to put this black man down. I'm not disagreeing
Now,
with
what's
anything you said.
the white man
mm,
standard? What's standard? What's your standard?
I'm talking about our Constitution, our rule of law. Like we have different standards and practices as a people. And I think you agree with
Like
me
what?
on
Like
that.
what? Like what? Like what? Well, you got to elaborate. What's your standard? What standards do the white supremacist society have?
I think we have a standard decorum. I think when people like, I mean, again, take the racial element out of it. You can look at old Europe. Man, if you did anything out of line, you got lynched in the town square. That's always been part of who we are.
No,
And that's never been part of who you are.
no,
You guys have never held yourselves accountable. And we've always held everyone in our society to a high account.
no, sir. In Europe, Europe was the face of degeneracy. You guys were eating each other and doing all types of degenerate stuff in Europe before you were able to crawl out of there and get some.
that's true. Y'all niggas was eating each other. Y'all was eating people to the 1970s. Like they had to make a law in the 1960s, 1970s that y'all couldn't eat people anymore. So it's documented. So don't get mad at me for saying that shit. So yeah, shout out to Gullery.
Civilization going thanks to black people. It was the Moors who helped you get out of that because y'all were dying off in Europe. The plagues were killing you guys. You guys almost died off a few times in Europe. Y'all were doing all types of weird stuff. You were selling your kids and then killing them and then putting them in pies. And it was so much filth in Europe. What standards are you talking about?
I'm talking about modern day standards. I mean, you could sit here and talk about like this historical, belief that you have. That's fine. I don't care. We don't even need to argue about that.
Let's
Everything
get
you say is
modern.
true. That's
Okay,
wonderful.
let's do.
Everything you say about Europe 1,000 years ago is true. Let's talk about
Talk,
today.
let's talk about.
Let's look at Africa. Let's look at Europe.
Okay, yeah,
Which nations are eating each other now?
I'm not from Africa though, so that's a bad.
No, but you're black and you come from that same lineage as African people.
No, no,
Are you FBA?
sir.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, yeah.
Are you?
Also,
Oh shit, that's it. That's right in the
sir,
title. My bad. I did not know you were FBA,
yeah,
man. I'm sorry.
a foundational black American, and we were on this land for thousands of years, by the way. There were black people here. When they do archaeological digs, they dig up black folks over here. So we were already here too. And we make
So are you guys the giant redheaded skeletons
no,
we've
no,
been digging
no, no,
up? Is that who you are,
with
or who are you?
Afro wearing black people that were here that they dig up all the archaeological finds, and it was black people here. This is our land, sir. This is our land.
Okay.
Okay?
Again, I don't. I'm not even
Hold
arguing
on.
about history.
Now,
You might be right about
slow
that.
down.
I'm not.
Slow,
I'm not disagreeing.
slow down, because I don't have to go back 1,000 years. Even when you guys were here in Jamestown, you guys were eating each other. You were failing over here. Y'all didn't have it popping over here. You didn't until black people came into the colonies and were introduced and help you get out of degeneracy and filth.
Mm.
Who introduced you to the colonies, though? I'm curious if we agree on that at least.
Yeah, well, the white supremacists, they said, okay, we're gonna enslave these people and enslave some of the black natives. The Spanish tried to do it in 1526. They brought over some people and they rose up against the Spanish and ran them out of here, and then blended in with some of the black aboriginals. So the British were able to really successfully get black people to be enslaved and work as indentured servants here in the colonies,
Mm.
and that's
Hold
what
up.
got you work. That's black, and they rose up against the Spanish and ran them out of here, and then blended in with some of the black aboriginals. So the British were able to really successfully get black people to be enslaved and work as indentured servants here in the colonies, and that's what got you guys together. Our ingenuity and our innovations, and this is
How are we able to do that to you guys? I don't understand.
yeah.
How are we able to accomplish that if we're an inferior, in every way?
Well, the thing is, Aboriginal people to this day, we're not used to the level of degeneracy that comes from the white supremacists. We still don't really fathom the level of deception, cowardice, and degeneracy from these people. Because the thing is, we were helping you. You come among us, and we said, "Hey, these people look real weird, but we'll help them. We'll feed them, and then you wait till we go to sleep and say, 'Hey, got you,' and we're going to take you and your kids and ship you over here and ship you over there." So we were not used to that level of deception as Aboriginal people. That
So,
weren't used to.
oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead. I'm
And
sorry.
and when men battled each other, there was kind of an honor. You can fight with honor. You fight, somebody wins, you shake hands and say, okay, we're going to agree to this. You do that and you say, hey, let's agree to this, and you wait till people go to sleep and say, oh, that deal I just made, I'm taking it all. And we weren't used to that type of thing, and we're still not used to it now. We're not used to people sneaking up behind and choking special needs people and then acting like they're heroes. In black society, that's looked at as very weak. We don't do shit like that.
Yeah, that shit is mad weak, my nigga. You do that to my kids, man. Oh man, I'm gonna put like, I might take down your whole fucking family. What's going on, E Will? Salute, salute. Yeah, man, you do that to my kids, man. I'm gonna take down your whole fucking family. I'm gonna go to jail for life. But you ain't got no fucking bloodline, my nigga. I'm blowing up the house. Oh yeah, I'm gonna bury my kid. Then after that, I'm gonna look for your whole family, my nigga. All jokes aside, that's what I do. That's what I do.
We don't sneak up from behind and kill people and then high five each other. So yeah,
Who
we're
who
from
who created the knockout game?
that's
Where
a
did that
white
come from?
supremacist. That's a myth that y'all created. There's no such thing
Oh,
out, guy.
there was literally a
There's
website
there's
dedicated to that. It was called World Star.
that's and which
That was
That's a
World Star
Caribbean.
was
That's a
not a white
Caribbean or
supremacist
African.
website, was it?
no, it was a melanated Caribbean
Told you.
who wasn't from our culture named Q who made that website. And the knockout game was a myth. Black people weren't doing no.
It was not a myth. There's a thousand
No, they're
videos on
not.
World
No,
Star.
they're not. There were fight videos that
They're still on YouTube.
there are fight
They're still everywhere.
there were
We're gonna protect.
slow down. You're not going to talk over me. The white supremacists edited a bunch of fight videos and then falsely claimed
Yo,
that there was a knock.
Robin, y'all niggas did do that shit. So it's like, yo, you want to hear something crazy, Robin? You know where that movie, The Green Mile, came from? The Green Mile was technically it was a I want to say it's true, but they changed the person. It was that movie, The Green Mile, was about a 14-year-old. It was technically, I'm gonna tell you the real story. The real story was about that little 14-year-old kid that got executed, who got the electric chair at the age of 14, I think in the early 1900s or the late 1800s. And they accused him of sexually assaulting and killing two white women. Yes. That's what that was about. It was about that little 14-year-old boy who got killed and accused of sexually assaulting two white little girls. So yeah, they just made it a big black man and just say with a that's why Robin Michael Duncan Jr. he had the mind of a little fucking kid is because it was of a 14-year-old kid. That was the true story about that 14-year-old kid who got killed, who got murdered. So that's what that Green Mile movie was about. Should Africans let's see? Should Africans have to pay reparations to illegitimate cults of Snow Bunny King? You're missing a Snow Bunny King. It's not only Black Americans. I'm talking about Caribbeans. I'm talking about people from South America. I'm talking about people who were part of the who was pu- um who was sold in the slave trade. That's what I'm talking about, Snow Bunny King. I'm not just talking about foundational Black Americans. I'm talking about Jamaicans, Haitians, Trinidadians, people from Grenada, people from St. Kitts, the Virgin Islands. That's what I'm talking about, Snow Bunny King. Not just Black Americans. I need you to stay on topic. I know you just got in late, but you just can't be like, yo, you can't just be jumping out the window and not knowing what you're talking about. I don't need that. I'm just gonna let you know I'm talking about your peoples too. I'm talking about Jamaicans. Do Jamaicans deserve reparations from Africa? This is why I made that topic because I knew I was gonna throw you off when I put that St. Michael's. I mean not St. Michael's. I apologize, St. Michael's. Snow Bunny King. So see, Robin, you see how I just threw him off? This is what I was talking about. And as one of the greatest Hebrew Israelites always say, listening is a fucking skill, my nigga. But yeah, Black Snow Bunny King. I'm talking about the black diaspora. So it's just not only black Americans. Then that the movie would have been harder if that they told the truth. Yeah, I know.
Knockout game that black people were playing. No, we weren't. There's no knockout game. That's some shit white supremacists invented. They always invent these boogeyman scenarios. In the early 1900s, they used to make up a myth about giant Negroes going around biting people. They had the blue gum Negro disease. They said there were black people with blue gums going around
Years
biting white
have
people. So
have
you
their
always
own
create
reparations.
these racial
That's not the. It doesn't involve charging, but why they sold y'all? Why did see Black Snow Bunny King? You should have been paying attention. You might have to watch this all over again. What I was talking about, since they were a part of the slave trade, they did sell y'all. Black Snow Bunny, Black Snow Bunny King. They did sell y'all. So now the question is, should they be responsible for the slave trade too? That's what I'm saying. Should you get a piece of the pie from Africa? Like, get some free land in Africa. Get some minerals, some resources. That's what I'm talking about, Snow Bunny King. Like, if you don't want, if you don't want nothing from the, if you don't want nothing from Africans, just say, yo, I'm giving Africans a pass. That's all you need to say, Black Snow Bunny King. Just say, yo, you giving Africa a pass. That's all you need to say. I'm giving West and South Central Africa a pass. That's just say it. This is what I need you to say. Are you giving Africa a pass or not? Like a good dog, the FBA code decided to become the defender of what? Snow Bunny King. You're not getting the point. We already know America owes Black Americans. We know the Europeans owe the Caribbeans. But what about the Africans? The Africans were the ones that caught you. The Africans was the one that sold you for guns, alcohol, weed, other products. Don't you think they should be responsible too? I need you to answer the question, or I'm gonna put you in timeout for 10 minutes. Or just say, yo, I don't want to answer it. Do you think Africa should be responsible for selling y'all niggas in the triangle and signing y'all in the Atlantic slave trade? And I'm sober today, so I'm just saying. Wait, hold on. I am putting big ass black dude that eats people in my book. Hey, yo, Robbie, you're bugging out. My man's bugging out right now. Hey, this nigga's yeah. Yeah, Robert, your boy's bugging out over here. Yeah, definitely put that shit in your book. I'll buy it. Yo, Robert, when your book comes out, yo, I'm gonna promote it on my show. So when you get everything set up and situated, I'll promote it. All jokes aside, I'll promote it on my show. Hell yeah. I'll tell niggas to buy your book. This nigga said, oh shit.
Jive that like blew a myth about the knockout game that black people were playing. No, we weren't. There's no knockout game. That's some shit white supremacists invented. They always invent these boogeyman scenarios. In the early 1900s, they used to make up a myth about giant Negroes going around biting people. They had the blue gum Negro disease. They said there were black people with blue gums going around biting white people. So you always create these racial jive ass myths around black people. There
Much love.
was no knockout
Welcome
game.
book.
That was a white supremacist propaganda myth. And that's what they used in the Mike Brown case, by the way. Right before the Mike Brown
Niggas say he had
situation,
blue
they were
gums.
using that knockout game propaganda, and they tried to say that Mike Brown tried to play the knockout game with Darren Wilson. So yeah, that's propaganda used to justify harming black people, sir. That's all it is. That's how degenerate you people are. Your culture is very degenerate.
Did can I ask you a question real quick about Mike Brown?
Yeah,
Did he? I mean, because we've all seen the security cam footage of him going into that. I think it was an Indian shop where he went in and like shoved the dude and took the carton of cigarettes. Right? What was that? Was that white supremacy? There wasn't a white man in the video. It was a black man robbing from an Indian man.
he didn't rob that man.
He shoved him and then paid him. I didn't see that in the
Yeah,
video.
some,
When did he pay him?
was
Because I didn't see that in the video.
there was some kind of little janky deal they did, but whatever that shove was, that didn't justify the
Shooting
kid getting his
somebody,
brains
yeah.
blown out. And then
No. I'm not saying him
they
doing that
lied.
justified that.
Then they
I'm not saying that.
then they lied about what happened. You don't want to talk about shoving and all of that because like your white supremacist brethren, y'all shove people and push them around and beat on them all the time and create genocides all the time. This is why I want to know these standards you're talking about. What standards? Let me
I'm talking about different standards for different people, and I'm not
ho-
disagreeing with
hold
you.
on, Mr. Ford. By the way, hold on. Let me get my brother Robbie in here.
Oh
Okay.
shit.
Brother Robbie, hop in, sir. Brother Robbie, hop in. Hey, when people have connection issues when we're trying to cook in here. Robbie, what I'll do, let me drop you down and then I'll bring you back up. Hold on. Robbie, let me drop you down and I bring you back up. And and by the way, Henry Ford. Okay, wait, Video Leezy.
Oh, my bad. What's up, Tariq? How you doing, man?
What's up, man? I get you in a minute. I get you back in a minute. I get you back in a minute. I'm gonna get my guy Rob up. I get Rob back up in a second when he gets his phone together. But Henry Ford, are you a big fan of Henry Ford? I see you took his name on the thing. You're a fan of Henry Ford?
Yeah, but more for his anti-Semitism than anything else.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, what do you think about his innovations with automobiles and his ingenuity with getting the automobile industry popping? How do you feel about that?
I think his innovations with the assembly line were something different, but I'm not a big fan of that.
Okay,
So yeah, like I said, I'm torn. I'm torn on the man. I think he does. Historically, he's done a lot of good. He was one of the very few people and one of the few captains of industry calling out the Jews for what they were doing to our country before they
Oh, here
invaded.
we go with the
So that's why I
bullshit.
like him.
Oh, okay, okay. And by the way, his right hand man was a foundational Black American, George Washington Carver.
Oh
That was the one giving him all the game and all the scientific wherewithal to run his
no!
plant smoothly. That
Henry
was his
Ford.
go-to guy, George Washington Carver. So just throw that little trivia.
Were Ford vehicles run on peanut butter? No, I'm just fucking with
Yeah.
you. No, in all seriousness, I know, again, one of my biggest issues with Henry Ford was his race blindness, his ability to just completely throw away his own people and bring cheap black labor into his assembly lines.
Mm.
So, yeah, no, I don't think the man's flawless in any way. I just, like I said, I appreciate him for his anti Semitism. I disagree with him on a lot of other things.
Well, no, having that cheap black labor and having black people around him, that's what made him successful. So he was successful because of the black, not just the black labor, but the black ingenuity and intellect of the great George Washington Carver. So he knew, the white supremacists ain't dumb. They know where the bread is buttered. They know where to get the real game from. So, um, but as far as that, but again, your culture, white supremacist culture, um, you're saying that black people don't live up to those standards? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know what you mean by those standards. I just believe white standards and black standards are different. I think we're different people. I think we both agree on that. Biologically, we're very different.
Right.
I think if we talk about evolution, I think we've come up differently. I think we've evolved in different climates. I think we've become different people, and I think we have different standards and practices. And I don't think we look at each other the same. And again, I don't disagree with most of what you say. I'm one of the few people in here that a few white people in here that probably agrees with you that white people and black people really don't agree on most things, and this racial blindness on the right is, you know, kind of. But go ahead.
So who does the white supremacists get along with on the planet? Who does your culture get along with in a harmonious way?
Mm.
We get along. I mean, I'll be honest. I get along with probably people like you. I tend to get along with people who recognize honestly and admit their racial bias, admit that their focus is on their own people, which I have no problem with. I actually appreciate the fact that you care about your people. I appreciate the fact that you want what's best for black people in America, that you want us to separate, that you want your own homeland that you deserve. And I do agree with that. I think slavery, I'm very different from a lot of white nationalists in that regard, that I don't believe that slavery was okay or justified in any way. I think it was a horrible thing,
Good.
and I think it's best that we agree to separate, and that you do what's best for your people, and I do
So
what's best for my
so then
people.
that means, so since you've acknowledged how horrible slavery was, so then you would agree with us getting reparations in the form of cash, right?
Mm.
As long as those reparations come with an agreement of separation, 100%.
But here's the thing, separate where? Because the white supremacists, you guys have kind of dominated the known universe, not just the planet Earth. I can't even go to damn Mars. You got a rover over there, and it has mayonnaise in it. We can't go anywhere in this known universe without the white supremacists' input. So, where can we go and separate from these white supremacists? Where can we go?
Well, I mean,
Yo, y'all niggas, yo, that nigga's telling the truth. Yo, niggas can't go nowhere. Yo. Hey, yo, Robin, I can't go nowhere, my nigga. I'm gonna be personally. Yo, King Flex is right, man. Like, I can't go anywhere, man. I see y'all niggas everywhere.
you do have a continent. It's called Africa. It's an amazing place.
Which,
There's a lot of natural
which
resources. But again,
dominated by
all
you.
the jokes aside, man, I appreciate you, man, and I really do, Tariq. I think your humor. I think you're funny. I think the joke you just made about the rover on Mars. I agree with you, man. You have nowhere to go. White people, we have put our stamp everywhere. We are amazing. We have done everything, and I'm not disagreeing with that. But here's the problem: most of those white people are weak, pathetic men who have inherited this society and become pathetic cucks. So the problem we have now is that we white men no longer rule our society. We unfortunately have become weak and we are now ruled by white women. And all we care about and all white women care about are murdering our babies. And it's sad and I'm devastated. So again, if we want to talk about separation, we can talk about that at a point when we're actually in power. But here's the thing: we need to work together to do that.
I'm gonna say this nigga complete yo. As a nigga who got $1 million worth of whiteness, yo, my nigga, you complain too much. You act like you got niggas out here trying to kill you with the law, my nigga. Try to get shot, my nigga, and the police beat the case after you followed the fucking rules, man. And all they said that the nigga was feared for his life. Yo, and that's that. Yeah, that means y'all niggas is weak, man. Y'all don't. But I'm gonna say this, Robin. I'm gonna be personally honest. A lot of y'all niggas don't know how to what's the word? Most of y'all don't know how to talk to y'all women. That's why y'all women be like, yo. It's just that's why y'all women just be doing any willy nilly out here, my nigga. It's and I'm gonna say this, Robin. A lot of these Black Americans, have not have the culture, but they follow under y'all. A lot of these, I'm not gonna say a lot. A lot of these Black foreigners, they follow under you, Robin. Like for example, we got Black Americans that follow under like your ideology, Robin. Like yeah, the white woman is running their house. For example, Kanye West. His wife is the biggest like smut probably in LA. Probably in LA. Well, nah. LA, let me take that back. But she's the known, just the known skeezer slur in the US. Allegedly, Every other fucking month she has a black man. Her don't forget her marriage only her marriage with the white boy only lasted 62 days, my nigga. So it's maybe her pussy sucks, man. I'm gonna be personally honest. I think Kim Kardashian's pussy sucks. If you've been through that many men, and the men was like, yeah, let me, call it quits. The white boy went crazy. You know, the nigga got CTE from from fucking this bitch. Like, come on, let's be personally honest. You got niggas out here
Because you and I,
disrespecting your ex husband, talking about I'm in your wife's bed. Yo, you're a piece of shit, man. Then she don't say anything. Yeah, I'm glad Kanye's doing what he's doing and just embarrassing her. I'm gonna be personally honest.
both want the same thing. We don't want to be together. I don't want to live with you. You don't want to live with me. And I think that's wonderful. I think we all should live for our own people. I think that's what every society is about. The word nation literally comes from the same word as natal. We are a people. You are your own people. And I think foundational Black Americans deserve a part of America. And I'm with you 100%.
But
You guys can have Atlanta and Georgia and Blackistan, whatever the hell you want to call it.
Yeah, that's your situation, Robert. Not my situation. Like when you're a strong black man and you're just a black man that just does a lot of shit, you're not scared of shit like that. Yo, y'all remember when Kanye tried to become the president of the United States and the nigga and the nigga went to the interview with a bulletproof vest and some army fatigue. Yo, this nigga was talking about everything. He was talking about everything except the problem. Like, yo, Ye is crazy. That nigga went to that nigga went to a, that nigga went to a speech with a fucking bulletproof vest on. That nigga is nuts. Like, Ye is nuts. And I gotta say that. Is he crazy? I don't know. But the nigga's nuts. The nigga's off his rockers. I don't like to call niggas crazy, but the nigga's off his rockers. I don't care what anybody says. The nigga had a bulletproof vest on. Hey yo, I want to say this, y'all niggas. I would never vote for Ye, but it'll be yo. The shit would be legendary, especially when he goes on his rant. The nigga don't never talk about the problem. The niggas ask him. Nigga asks him the question. The nigga don't answer the question. The nigga just starts ranting about everything. Oh, how was your trip over here? Nigga, I was in China 2 years ago. And I see somebody eat some monkey meat or some shit. I see the nigga drink some turtle soup out of the shell. They'll start talking about some shit like that. He'd be like, yo, nigga, what the fuck are you? I asked you how was your ride to how's your ride over here to the building, nigga? This nigga talk about what he was doing in Bangladesh or fucking India or some shit. I would never vote. I'm gonna be personally honest with you, Robert. I would never vote for Yay. That nigga is probably the antichrist of that nigga's the antichrist. He has to be. That nigga just Ye just talks about everything except what niggas ask him. Let's be personally honest.
And I'm really not trying to be condescending when I say that. I jokingly call it Blackistan all the time. But whatever land we need to agree and carve out, and here's the thing, this is where I think you disagree with me. I think we also need to understand, unfortunately, the white people who have allowed the Hispanic people to come into our country and create this massive presence, we now have to just agree to settle and work it out with them as well. This is now a three-way agreement as
Slow down. Let me slow down. Let me slow you down. No, because what you're doing with the Hispanics is the same thing you did with the Italians, the same thing you did with the Greeks, same thing you did with the Irish. You bring these people over who are an ethnic other, and then they go through a little hazing process into whiteness, and then eventually you will accept them into full whiteness.
He will. I gotta be honest with you. I would never want that nigga to run the country. He might be a great producer when he uses other people's music. Yes, he's a great mixer, but all this politics and shit like that, the nigga's off his rockers. I gotta be personally honest. He's not crazy. The nigga just off his rockers. And I like Ye. Like Ye's funny, man. I like, but nigga, the nigga was promoting of being the president, and the nigga comes to the promotional thing with a fucking bulletproof vest on, and his security is wearing his Yeezy clothes. Like, come on. Ewo, you can't be out your mind doing shit like that. The nigga didn't even have a suit on. The nigga came in there like GI Bro, talking about he didn't take his pills because they made because they're trying to send me to the nut house and take my money. So you could, and let's play hypotheticals because I know a lot of niggas like hypotheticals. Let's say that Ye was telling this too, and these white people are trying to take that nigga's money. I'm talking about the Kardashians and the Jenners. Let's say that's true. Nigga, you do not come in there with a bulletproof vest, army batiste. Then you tell your security to wear Yeezy clothes. And I'm talking about the shit with the holes in it. The shit make you look like you're homeless. That shit, that nigga Kanye is yeah, the nigga's he's off his rockers. Let's play hypotheticals. Let's say if the niggas is taking the niggas money, you know. You don't come in there like, the nigga, do you know when he came in there like that, you know who I expect to have shit like that on? Chris Doran. Do you know who Chris Doran is? The nigga was he was a former police officer that shot like 3 or 4 cops. Then when the police came and tried to get him, they blew the house up. The police blew the house up. This nigga killed like 3 or 4 police officers. That nigga was more lit than Larry Davis. Let's personally be honest. And Robin, you should know who Larry Davis is.
Hispanics are already classified as white. You're slowly starting to accept them as full white. Some of the little gangster Venezuelans, some of the little darker ones, you kind of got to haze them a little bit more, wait a few generations for them to whiten up a little bit. But yeah, you do the same thing with them. You let these groups come in, kind of put them to the side for a minute so they can understand what the white game is all about. Let them know that you got to treat the black folks this way. And that's the criteria. You got to treat black folks a certain way. And once we see that you're treating black folks a certain way, now come on in over here to the white side. If you can kill your black person, that'll be great. We'll stand by your side, but then come on over here on this side. So yeah, that's what it is. And also, white women are not running a damn thing. You guys got white women under control. The white supremacists are still running the show. White supremacist men, white supremacist women from different religious backgrounds, different ethnic backgrounds. If you're classified as white, you are running the show. And it's not a gender thing, it is a white supremacy thing. And we're going to keep our focus on that. Isn't that correct, Mr. Ford?
No, no, no. I'm not saying white women are completely in charge. I'm saying the white men have become
I
weak
know that.
and just cower to those white women.
Well, no,
That's all I'm
white
saying.
no, the white supremacist males. What's happening is they're doing weak, cowardly stuff now. Like when you sneak up and kill an innocent special needs person, that's a very bad look on your resume. It don't hit like you think it does, and that is a sign of weakness. Some of these little weak
He's
attacks
right.
that you're doing, it's a bad look. It's not good PR for you. And even people within your own society internally will turn on you. Some of the white women too. You talk about the white women. When the white women see this, they look at you as a beta male. And then they start looking at the real alpha males, which
Black
are us, the
people, yeah.
foundational black Americans. So, how do you feel about some of these white women saying, hey, I might have to go here and get a little this soul pole? How about that?
Well, one, I don't blame white women. I blame weak white men for allowing women to have the input they have. That's the problem.
Okay.
But that being said, no, I have no problem. If those white women want to go that way, great. Let's just take them out of the gene pool. We're better off without them. If you don't have loyalty to your own people, you are a problem to your people. And that has become the biggest issue for white people. We have no loyalty to each other. We sell each other out all the time for the dollar. And I don't know if you consider Jews to be white. I'm assuming you do because you talk about ethnicity. But here's the issue: the Jew is corrupt, and they continually prey on the greed and corruption of white people. And we have white people selling out other white people. So my issue is not with, I mean, yes, my issue is with black people. Again, I don't want to live with you guys. You guys, I mean, we just live by different standards. And I don't want to hash this out too hard with you.
Like,
I'm just
what
saying,
are these standards, by the way?
we just behave differently. And I think that's very obvious. We behave differently in many different ways. We behave differently, like our standards of aggression when it's time to become aggressive. White people are very, very passive until the point of extreme violence. Black people, this is one of the things I'll give you credit. Like, if you've never seen this video, Black Pilled has an amazing video. It's called Nice Until We're Not. You should watch it. So I think it's still on YouTube. If it's not, it's on Odyssey. I'll post it somewhere in the comments here, but it's called Nice Until We're Not. White people will sit there and it's ridiculous. We'll just take it and take it and take it until the point of extreme violence, like Daniel Penny. Not enough white people just stood up and told Jordan Neely, shut the up and sit down. If enough people had just gathered around and said, shut the up and sit down, Jordan Neely would still be alive. Here's the
Oh,
problem.
slow down.
So this nigga is blaming the kid who has he probably had autism. So Robin, You're blaming the kid who had mental issues. That's what you're saying. That is that what you doing, Robin? Robin, Robin, Robin. Robin, Robin, Robin.
Nobody said anything to him because he was a bony, skinny Michael Jackson impersonator who was talking to himself on a train, who was
Mm.
not a threat to anybody.
So this is what you doing,
And
Robin?
part of our culture is not sneaking up on people from behind, choking them to death. Nothing is more cowardly than that
Yeah,
because your culture is cowardly, sir. And that's the problem.
pretty much.
It's cowardly. You know it's cowardly. The white women know it's cowardly.
Nah, I think the issue we have is that we are just less violent than you are. It's that, again, we.
Whoa!
Sir, I gotta mute you.
Yeah.
Less violent? I'm gonna ask you a serious question. Who in modern recorded history is more violent than the white supremacist? Let's be real. That's a serious question, Mr. Ford. Who is more violent than white supremacist?
Again, I'm going to assume you're saying Jews are white. So that's why I can't really have this conversation with you. Because we're going to look at what's happening in Israel and what's happening with the Palestinians, and you're probably going to assign that to white people. I don't think Jews are white. I view us as a different, completely group. So that's part of my issue here. When I say when I say less violent, I mean less to quick violence. I think we're all violent. I think human
No,
beings are violent in nature.
man, if you don't stop splaining, nobody in recorded history is more violent than the white supremacists.
Do you consider Jews to be white?
And nobody, there are white Jews and there are black Jews. The white Jews, some of them were slave owners over here, along with the Christian white supremacists. See, I don't break the white supremacists up.
That's why I never
And see,
do
what y'all want to do, y'all want to
it.
create a criminal enterprise and then argue amongst the criminals
That's your buddy, Robin.
about who's getting the most of the loot that was stolen. And then you want to drag us into it, but we're the victims of you. It don't work like that. See, you're trying to have an argument among thieves.
I'm talking about Ashkenazi
I'm no,
Jews, the
I'm
ones that
talking.
control Israel and
There were
America.
Jewish slave owners who were white, Christian slave owners who were white, who are both against us. Now, after they
Yes.
exploited our labor and got all that money from us, now they want to argue about who gets the most money. And that's where you want.
But who's arguing?
No, you're trying to drag us into an argument about who gets you and your other partners in crime, which one of you get the majority of the money after you've exploited us. It,
But who's arguing? I'm
that's
confused.
literally your argument. It doesn't, my answer is doesn't matter. You both exploited us. Both of you got on code against me. So now that your partner in crime, one group of your criminal partners finesse you out of the money, that's a you problem. Don't circle back to me like, oh man, look how they doing us. Oh, they be tripping. No, y'all both kick me in my ass. Don't circle back around to me because your partner in crime finesse you out most of the money with your dumb ass.
No, but here's the thing. What I'm saying, Tariq, is we weren't partners in crime,
Yes,
and we weren't.
the hell you were.
No, no, no,
Yes, you
no, no, no.
were.
We weren't.
Yes, you
We weren't. And
don't. Yes, you were. No, okay. When did you help us against Jewish people?
I'm not saying that we haven't also been subservient to the Jews
When
for the last.
have you, if you were not partners in crime, when have you stepped up and helped us when Jewish people, the white ones, were attacking us?
We didn't. I'm not saying
All
that.
right,
That
then.
wasn't my
So
point.
there are you on code with them. That means you were on code with them.
I'm not disagreeing with
Right.
you
You're
on that piece. I'm you
so
asked me
yeah,
a
you are. So that's why we don't break you up in different groups. You just answered the question. That's why we do not break you up in different groups. You're one and the same. You, the white supremacists who happen to be Jewish and the white supremacists who happen to be Christian were both joining together whipping our asses and exploiting us. So I
Not disagreeing.
I don't.
Can I ask? Can I ask you a question?
So you've already agreed. You just already agreed. So
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing with the fact that white people and Jewish people have both kicked your asses, to quote you. What I'm talking about is you asked me the question:
violent.
who has been more violent than white supremacists? And I'm telling you, it has been Jewish
No, it's not,
supremacists. I'm telling you, it has. That's what I'm saying.
sir. When the white supremacists came here to the Americas, they weren't Jewish. When they were eliminating and exterminating many of the red natives, they weren't Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
When the white supremacists went over to Australia and Tasmania, these were British white supremacists wiping out all of the people. They did a whole damn genocide on Tasmania. These weren't Jewish people. These
Mm-hmm.
Anglo white supremacists. When they went all up and down Africa, well, they were tag teaming. You had some of the Spanish white supremacists, the Portuguese white supremacists,
The French
the
white
British
supremacy.
white supremacists. They were running all over Africa, annihilating people.
So I have a question then. When you talk about white people rounding up black people in Africa, I think everyone will fundamentally disagree or fundamentally agree on the fact that from a macro standpoint, black people are faster than white people. Correct? I think you agree with me on that, right?
Faster as far as what?
I'm talking about as far as foot speed, as far as white people being or black people being physically
What
faster than white people.
what the
If we ran a foot race on average, not
what the hell
everybody, but on average,
does that have to do with anything? So
I'm saying, how the did we round up all the slaves in Africa? How did we do all that if we're just this slow, can't get anything done race of people? How did we do that? Are you completely absolving your own people for any of your faults of your history?
my own people? What who are my own people? Who are my own people? Who?
I'm talking about black people. I'm talking. I get it. Like foundational Black American, you're a Native American. I get all that. But there was a transatlantic slave trade, right? Like you don't disagree with that. You don't deny the transatlantic slave trade, do you?
That happened, yeah.
Yeah. So who rounded up the slaves and sold them to the Jewish slave traders?
Who went over there with slave ships? You were gonna get somebody.
The Jews. I agree with that. The Jews went over there with their slave ships. But who
Oh,
rounded them up and sold
when
them to
Facts,
the?
they were
Hillary.
here setting up the slave trade here, these were white Christian supremacists.
No,
They
no, no, they
were.
weren't. Because there's a reason the slave trade was
What he's trying to say, and I get what he's trying to say. He's trying to say who gather up the slaves, these Africans sold Africans. That's why Black Snow Bunny King didn't want to answer that question. Yes, Africans sold Africans, or African tribes sold other African tribes. Not all of them, but at the end of the day, the others turned a blind eye to the whole situation.
closed on the Sabbath on Saturdays. Christians observe Sunday as our holy day.
Then
Why
how
was slave trading banned on
then
Saturdays but allowed on Sundays?
how come we were forced to learn Christianity and not Judaism as black people?
Oh, your slave owners were Christian. I'm not
There you
disagreeing with
go.
that. I'm
All
talking.
right then. What are you talking?
I'm talking about the ones who rounded you up and brought you
That's
over
what
here.
I'm saying. Y'all were working together. You were working
Yeah.
together.
No, 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 no.
Yeah,
Working,
yeah, yeah.
buying from a merchant is not the same thing as working with somebody.
Okay. The British Christian white supremacists, when we made it here, they didn't say, "Oh, you Jews, oh, this is awful, selling me this black person. No, this is horrible." They didn't say that. They were like,
Correct.
"Oh, give me more of them. Give me 10 of them, so I can get some good raping going on." They didn't. No, they were.
No, there was no raping. There was no raping. There's a reason why black people are still really dark,
Are you?
and it's because you guys stayed together.
There's no raping.
I mean, there might have been some of it, but let's not act like black people today are the offspring of white and black
Y'all
folk.
weren't raping
No,
people on plantations.
I'm sure it happened. No, my group wasn't. I mean, I don't know anybody that
Okay,
was. I mean, you can say y'all, yeah, of course that happened.
you're not.
But let's look at rape
No,
statistics.
no, no, you're not gonna sit here and just lie. Y'all were raping people into new racial categories, sir. There were mulattoes and octoroons and quadroons. How did these people pop up?
It's funny that you always have to point to
Oh,
history.
no,
Let's
no, no. How did all of these quadroons and octoroons and all of these different categories of black people and different shades pop up over here if y'all weren't raping? What are you talking about?
again. I'm going to ask the question. I'm not disagreeing that there wasn't rape. I'm talking about today.
No, no,
Let's look at interracial rape
no, no, no,
statistics.
no,
It's
no,
like 30,000.
no, no, no. You're not gonna. You're trying to change the subject.
No, no, no. I'm not. You want to talk about rape?
Trying to change the subject, sir.
No, you're talking
Y'all were
about why.
raping to the point where it was whole different groups of black people that became lighter. Y'all were raping us into different shades over here. What are you talking about, man?
Mm.
I'm saying that absolutely unequivocally that the overwhelming majority of black people are the offspring of other black people without white genetics in them.
Not
So
over here. No, that's
whatever
not,
you want to talk about with the all these.
sir. That's not true.
Mm.
That's false as hell. The slave owners over here, these white Anglo slave owners, and some of the Jewish ones too, that was part of the culture was rape. That
Hmm.
was part of their culture. Hell, Thomas Jefferson, oh my goodness.
He was a
Yeah, we
pervert.
all know that
We
story.
know
Blah blah
that. He wasn't the
blah.
only one. George Washington too, he had a black son.
No.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah,
are you a descendant of white
yeah.
people too? Then
Yeah, my grandmother on my dad's side was a very light-skinned woman. So there was some slave master raping going on somewhere. All
Hmm.
of us were part of that. Unfortunately. Yeah, you're not going to deny that. No, that's
so your great
that.
grandmother was a slave in like
Okay,
1912.
so you
What the
don't
fuck
you
was going
stop
wrong with
stop
your
you
family?
know stop playing goofy. You're not goofy. You know what I'm talking about. You're not.
No, no,
No,
no,
no,
no. You said your great grandmother. Your great
you're
grandmother would have been
trying
alive
to
50 years after slavery was
oh, don't
abolished, man.
deflect. Don't deflect. You're trying to deflect now to get away from the rape culture that your white supremacist
I'm not
brethren commit.
deflecting. I'm saying you're talking about something that's a very very small
No, it
percentage
wasn't.
of your
It
population.
was not a small percentage. That was common practice. That was not a small percentage. You didn't have a bunch of octoroons and quadroons and mulattoes running around here because one or two white supremacists was raping. No, that was common. That happened on damn near all the plantations. Damn
Well,
all of them.
to quote Chris Rock, you're welcome. Because the reason you're sitting here having this intelligent conversation with me is because those genetics were implanted into you however many generations ago. So you're
Well,
welcome.
sir, no, the you're welcome is if it weren't for us building this nation, you'd still be over in Europe or Ireland somewhere eating a potato, knocking somebody in the head with a damn chicken bone. So yes, sir, you're welcome. Because we
Yeah.
Yeah, we built the ships that brought us over here.
no,
You guys,
no, the ships were
No.
Moorish
I had to stop him too. Yeah, those were the Moorish ships. He K Flex said it before I did. Yeah.
ships. When Columbus came over, he had Moorish ships and Moorish sea captains with him. These were black Moors who built those initial ships, sir. Look up Pedro Alonso Nino. Y'all had to bring,
black black people couldn't swim across a mud puddle, man, and I'm
sir,
supposed to believe you.
black people can swim towards that white cootie cat, and that's why you're very upset because black people are hitting them white coochies and them black babies are popping out them white coochies. And that's killing that bloodline, sir.
Oh no, I agree though.
You dig? And the white women are swimming over to the soul pole. That's what they're swimming over to, sir. But
That interracial rape statistic I was talking about, right?
no, the white
30,000 to 1, isn't that the number? 30,000 to 1?
which are fake because the white supremacy,
Oh, they're fake.
yeah, because they y'all rape people left, y'all rape black women left and right to this very day, and it don't even get reported like
Duke Lacrosse, how about that story? What happened there?
do what?
Duke Lacrosse, what happened there? Did she not come out and admit it was all bullshit? Even the
Oh, you don't want to
supposed
go
black.
there. Are we going there? Because
We'll go
Nate
wherever you want to
Parker.
go,
let's
man.
go here. Okay, because there's a white woman now who's right now accusing Jay-Z of rape. And her story is unraveling right before everybody's eyes. The white woman down in Alabama talking about she got raped when she was 13. She done lied about the party. She done lied about who was there. They done caught her in about 4 or 5 different lies. Well, white women's culture was lying about black men raping them. That was a common practice where white women lie about black men raping them. They do.
So you're gonna come to the defense of Jay Z raping children now?
He didn't rape.
That's where you're at. Jay Z doesn't rape kids.
No, he doesn't.
That's where you're at.
No, does he? Does, but your white supremacist brethren, y'all rape people left and right.
No, Jews
There was
aren't
there was
white.
there was a cop that just shot himself, who killed himself last week because he was about to go to trial for raping a bunch of black women in Missouri using the badge. So let's not.
Okay.
You don't want.
White men do not rape black
Yes,
women.
they do.
That
Yes,
is
they. Yes,
unequivocally
they
true.
do. Yes, they do. That white Asian man is in jail now for raping dozens of black women. Y'all do that all the damn time, and it gets underreported because y'all do the
Order,
white.
Shabaka.
30,000 to 1.
I don't
30,000
believe
to
it.
1.
That's I'm white now.
Sent Africans to America. They sent Africa to America on the good ship. Good ship. Shabaka, that's not the question, my friend. The question is should should Africa be responsible for responsible for the Atlantic slave trade as the Europeans are? That's the point.
Say so, sir.
30,000 to
That's
1, man. Come on. Come on.
so, sir. That's I'm white and
Have you watched a WNBA game? Nobody's raping black women. Give me a
sir.
break.
Do you have to rape white women, sir? White women are throwing themselves at black men. So yes, get off that. Then they tell y'all they got raped so that they'll get some.
And then that's why Daniel
No,
Penny
no, they'll tell y'all they got raped.
that's why Daniel Penny has to protect those white women, right?
Daniel Penny, yeah, sneaking up on a special needs, skinny black Michael Jackson
Mm-mm.
impersonator. Yeah, everybody was in danger. All right.
Oh, 100%. There was a black man on the train. Everybody was in
You're
danger.
right, right, right. So yeah, that's your hero, and that's in white supremacist culture. All your heroes are degenerates. How do you
No, I wish
don't
Daniel
have no heroes that's not degenerate? You're so damn desperate for a
Jay Z rapes children and you're
you're
defending
you're
him.
so you're so desperate for a hero. Kyle Rittenhouse and Daniel Penny,
Mm-mm.
cowardly white supremacist suspects, are your heroes, sir. That says a lot about your culture, doesn't it? Come on, Henry.
Kyle Rittenhouse shot Jewish pedophiles.
Um, Shabaka. You know what? Let's land. I'm gonna land everybody. We already at the 5 mark. I'm gonna land. So give me a second. Let me close this bad boy down. So what I'm gonna say is, I believe Africans owe. I wouldn't say. I don't think they owe America a lot because most of us is not from the slave trade, but they definitely the Africans owe definitely the Caribbeans. The Caribbeans and South America. Not I'm leaving Argentina out of it because they genocide the Africans. The Argentinians genocide the Africans. So I will say that. I don't think Argentina has a culture, if you ask me. Their whole culture is European. So yeah. Um that's just how I feel, just because of the history. Dude, I say this. I don't think they owe Africa does not owe America as much as they owe the Caribbeans. And I'm talking about the Haitians, the Trinidadians, the Jamaicans, the even parts of Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Brazil, Peru maybe. I think Africa owes those people. And I think if they're going to do anything, I think they need to give them land and charge them. That's the way that they should make money. You know, I'm gonna be personally honest. I think they should do that. Give. Caribbean some land, give Latinos some land, give the Portuguese some land. We don't owe anything. We don't owe anything. They all copy us. Um, the reason why I'm gonna say this, Robin, the reason why I say that they owe the Caribbeans more because at the end of the day they can prove that they got off the slave ship. You know, they could say they could you can tell that they have African culture and African influence. Us, we don't have African influence because everything was taken from us. If we were a part of the slave ship, but we do have culture. Our culture is mixed in with the indigenous. And I'm talking about the black indigenous, not the Slavic red Indians. So yeah, I will say that. So yeah, like I said, I don't think they owe us as much as they owe like the Caribbeans and parts of Latin countries. Yes, you know, but this is the time, and I'm gonna tell y'all I'm tell y'all Caribbeans, this is the time to be delineating and asking for reparations. Don't just ask Europe for reparation. Ask Africa, definitely Africa. And I'm gonna say this: when they do ask them, they need to make a business plan for them, for y'all. Excuse me. And what I mean is, if some of y'all want to move back to like Nigeria and all that other stuff, tell them to give you land. Y'all build off the land. You get money. You get these stipends to buy what you need and houses and stuff, and even get dual citizenship. I think that should be the first step is get dual citizenship for y'all. Money wise, no, because y'all do have land. Um, I'm not saying leave the land, but at the end of the day, you have a second home. We will say that you would have a second home, and I think y'all need to take advantage of it. Let me start giving my shout outs. So shout out to Shabaka. I mean, not Shabaka. Hold on. Shout out to Ray Ray, Dorsey, Gullery, E Will, On Cold Killmonger, Salute Player, Shabaka, Austo Gray, Black Snow Bunny King, and our buddy from Kick, Robin. Thank you, Robin. Salute to you. Everybody, thank y'all for coming on my show. I appreciate it, and I will see you probably Sunday or Monday. Who knows? I might do a show. Oh, it's Sunday. Yeah. But yo, y'all have a great night, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. No, I gotta do. I'll see you Sunday or Monday. Who knows? I might play some video games or something. Take care, everyone.